Volume 12, Chapter 382. Prologue, Alice Leywin. Time slowed and the very air around me turned viscous as the Usra's spear so effortlessly passed through Ellie's body. The Usra's heavy hand released me, and the screams that had gone mute behind the ringing in my ears exploded as I watched Ellie's body crumple to the ground. I choked back sobs. "It's okay, baby, it's okay, I'm right here. I've got you, and I'm going to take away the pain, sweetheart Ellie. I'm going to take care of you." My hands pressed into the wound in Ellie's side, ineffective in staunching the flow of blood that came out in spurts with each beat of her weakening heart. Mana rushed out of my core and through my channels, jumping from my hands to the deep wound as visible light, but I choked on the incantation in my panic, the magic flashing in and out. But Ellie was smiling. She was smiling, her eyes closed, her face tinted a light purple. She wasn't breathing. My baby girl was dying. The Usra's killing intent was suffocating, it swelled just above me, and I knew what was going to happen. A sob shook my entire body, and the healing spell faltered again. I pictured Reynolds' face, imagined him giving me that nonchalant smile and running his hands through my hair and along the back of my neck. His features shifted like wet clay, becoming Arthur's. But even in my mind, in my memories, Arthur was covered in blood, his face half hidden and stained black and crimson as he dragged himself back to me from some distant, deadly threat. My eyes refocused on Ellie. She looked so much like him, now lying on the ground covered in her own life's blood. I closed my eyes to the sight and waited for the spear to fall, for the Usra to send Ellie and me to her brother and father. "Regis, help my sister." My head snapped up. The purple light, I realized belatedly, was issuing from a shimmering portal that had come to life inside the portal frame. The words came from a figure silhouetted by the amethyst glow. I made out only his sharp features, bright hair, and golden eyes before he was moving. Something else came toward me, toward Ellie. "Help my sister." What did those words mean? What could they possibly mean? A wisp of shadow and energy flew into Ellie's body, but nothing happened, nothing changed. I nearly slapped myself. My hands pressed hard against Ellie's side and I began chanting again. There were other words and fighting, but I pressed it out of my awareness, focusing entirely on the healing magic. The incantation spilled out of me, as did mana, filling the hole that pierced entirely through my baby girl. But there was something else too. An emitter's magic touched something else, something just beyond the reach of my awareness that no one had ever been able to explain to me before. Mana alone couldn't heal wounds like Ellie's, but my spells drew it in, encouraged it, showed it what I wanted. Like a guiding hand, the wisp of energy drew my magic along, feeding it with this external power, strengthening it, I felt. Strong, powerful in a way I could hardly remember anymore. Muscles and bones began to fuse, veins and nerves knit back together, then the room spun wildly beneath my feet, sudden pain and confusion wiping all thought from my mind. I blinked hard against a sickening ringing in my ears and suppressed the bile creeping up the back of my throat. My skull ached. I looked around, trying to get my bearings. I was lying on my back at the foot of the bench-like stairs beneath the edge of the dais. I could just see Ellie's arm dangling off the side of it. The Usra and the man with golden eyes clashed, their movements so fast I couldn't follow. I tried to move to stand, but my head swam dizzily and I nearly retched. Someone took me by the elbow, tried to pull me to my feet. The world seemed to tilt, and there was an ear-splitting crack from above. I fell into myself, curling into a ball as the shadow of the stone ceiling descended on me. Dust swallowed me, but a jagged, burning purple light cut through it. Uncurling, I looked up. A huge mana beast towered over me, a large chunk of stone propped up on its back. Its wolfish body was wreathed with dark purple fire, and its glowing eyes met mine with obvious intent and intelligence. Someone cursed from my side, a deeper voice gave a pained grunt from the steps at my back. I wanted to help them, but, scrambling on my hands and knees, I dragged myself free of the collapsed rubble and up the side of the dais. Ellie had been sent sprawling by whatever blast had knocked me off my feet, and she lay twisted awkwardly, her wound stretched open and furiously pumping out blood. Nearly right in front of me, I watched the Usra and the stranger struggle before vanishing into the portal. Stranger, some distant corner of my mind wondered. The words "help my sister" echoed in my mind yet again. Ellie, I rolled her over, pressed my blood-stained hands to her wound. Saving her was all that mattered. The chant poured out of me and mana followed it. Distantly, I heard the cries of pain and terror, the shifting of rubble, the shouts for help. Virion's crushed gravel voice ground over the rest, calling my name, but I just couldn't leave Ellie, not until her eyes snapped open, blinking away the dust and blood. "Arthur," my throat constricted. I choked on my own words, swallowed heavily, and tried again. "Hold still, Ellie, you're still hurt. She tried to push herself up onto her elbows, despite the half-healed wound still piercing much of her body. I gently but firmly pushed her back down. Her hand grabbed mine, but instead of struggling against me, she only squeezed. "Mom, that was Arthur." I shook my head, tears beginning to build up behind my eyes. "No, honey, no. Your brother is, A cold blankness swept over my mind as I trailed off. I didn't know what I'd seen, what I heard, but I couldn't dare to hope. Not now, not yet. I couldn't think about it. I still have a lot of healing to do, sweetheart. Just lie back, okay? Just let your mother work. My heart nearly broke as my little girl gave me a look I could only describe as pitying, but she did as I said, and I closed my eyes and began chanting again, letting the entire world fall away, nothing in my mind except for her and the spell. Time became nothing, rushing past like an engorged spring river while simultaneously frozen, like a painting of the same. I knew others needed me too, but I ignored my guilt for saving my daughter, just as I ignored those who needed saving. The healing was slower, harder, without the guiding presence, but that was all right. Together, we had already healed the worst of her wound, and for what remained, I was strong enough on my own. Ellie's hand gripped mine, gently pushing it away from her. Mom, it's okay, I'm healed. Her voice was soft and consoling. I startled, realizing she was right, and that I had been too intensely focused and not even sensing the wound, simply pouring healing magic into her. The spell faded, the magic dying out as I stopped channeling. My attention finally turned to the rest of the people in the cavern. Many were still struggling with fallen rubble, searching for survivors. I could see more than a few unmoving bodies. Panic surged through me as I searched for the twin horns. I found Angela Rose first, on the benches behind me, using gusts of desperate wind to hurl broken stone away from where I'd nearly been crushed, and I remember the hand on my arm just before the cave-in. Helen lay against the wall not far from the entrance, her eyes closed, her dark hair matted with blood. But there was a subtle rising and falling of her chest, so I knew she was alive. Before I could find Jasmine or Durden, the light of the nearby portal flickered, revealing a faint aura radiating out from the Mana beast, who had been standing just before it, unmoving for some time. My eyes widened as a silhouette once again appeared within the portal frame. The portal itself wavered and dissolved, momentarily becoming a pink mist wreathing the figure, then vanishing. The Mana beast did the same an instant later, seeming to become incorporeal, then nothing but a ball of light receding into the man's back. Golden eyes settled on Ellie and me. I searched them carefully, trying to prove to myself that the hope I felt was nothing more than a grieving mother's foolishness. His eyes were the wrong color, not Reynolds' sapphire blue, and they were cold. But curious too, and looking at us with a certain familiarity, and this man didn't share my auburn locks. Instead, wheat blonde hair framed a face as hard and sharp as a blade. The jawline, the curve of the cheeks, the line of the nose. No, the man was more mature, older. It couldn't be him. I knew it couldn't, as I knew the hope inside me would turn to poison if I let it linger, gave it light and life, only to be proved wrong. Then Ellie spoke. "B brother. Is that really you?" The man seemed to relax, and the otherworldly glow of power that had ringed him like a halo faded, allowing me to see him properly for what I felt like was the first time. "Hey, Elle. It's been a while." I grasped at Ellie's arm as she jumped up and ran to the figure, throwing her arms around him. "Help my sister." That's what he'd said when he arrived, before the thing went to Ellie, and there was something else. Words half heard but suppressed until the moment I could properly deal with them. "Arthur Leywin, I'm glad you're here, but it wasn't possible. This stranger couldn't be my..." I flinched as Ellie suddenly slammed her fist into the man's arm. "I thought you were dead." Those golden eyes met mine over Ellie's back as our rescuer pulled her into a tight embrace. He smiled, and it was like a bolt of lightning ran through me. That smile, I never thought I'd see it again. It was Reynolds' smile, and it both lit and softened the man's face, letting the truth shine from him so bright and warm that the icy barrier I'd been building around myself melted away. "Hi, Mom, I'm back." Arthur, it really was him. My son. I wanted to rush to him, to wrap him up in my arms like I could when he was just a little boy, hold him and squeeze him and make us both feel safe. But my knees were weak, and already I could feel the tears coming, stealing my breath away. There was so much I wanted to tell him, so much had been left unsaid, words that I thought I would never get the chance to say to him. How sorry I was and how thankful for him and for everything he had brought into our lives, for how much he had sacrificed. I wanted to tell him how much he meant to me, how glad I was to have him as my son. I wanted to, and I would eventually, but in that moment it was all just too much. My hands flew to my face as my legs gave out and I began weep. Chapter 383, Arthur. A cascade of cracked stones and rubble tumbled from the cave roof just over Ellie and me. With her in my arms, I turned and took a small step, letting the stones rain harmlessly on the dais behind me. Ellie winced. "Oh, ouch!" Her eyes were red-rimmed from crying, her jaw tight with pain. I prodded at the hole in her clothes just below her ribs. The skin beneath was clean, only the barest hint of a scar. My mother had done a good job healing her. I sensed inward for Regis, who was hovering near my core, drawing hungrily from my ether. I couldn't sense anything different between us, even after our separation by the portal. Although the range we could travel apart had increased greatly, that was the first time we had been cut off from each other like that since he first appeared out of the achloride in my hand. "Glad to have you back, Regis." My companion hummed his muted acknowledgement. Holding open the broken portal from this side had been a drain on him, and so I left him to rest and to continue drawing ether from my core. "We've been saved," a young elven woman shouted suddenly, pulling me sharply out of my reunion with my family. Another voice called out, "Our savior." Ellie flinched away from the shout as she slipped past me and hurried to our mother's side, easing down beside her. Mom looked different, not as different as me maybe, but thinner, older, and something more difficult to pin down. There was a hardness to her even as she shook and trembled on the floor. There was so much to say between us. Even if we had hours or days, I wasn't sure if that would be enough time, but we didn't. "Thank you. Is it really you, Lance Godspell?" "Please," the first woman said, now reaching out both her arms to me, "speak to us." I had seen faces like this, wide-eyed with awe and supplication, directed at me as King Grey but never as Arthur. It was a conflicting sight. I didn't want to be worshipped like some deity, an instant replacement for the Usuras who kept trying to kill these people despite having for so long been looked up to as gods. "I'm not your savior," I said, gently removing my arm from the woman's grasp. My gaze shifted to where Rinia's body lay in Virion's arms, and when I spoke again, I could hear the sadness in my own words. "The leaders who brought you here, they are." A tense, still silence followed my statement, at least among those who were more focused on me than the work still needing done around them. "I'm not here to become the focus of your false hope, a replacement for that source of wonder the Usuras gave you. Take strength from yourselves, don't force others to hold you up." I paused, looking away from the crowd. "The path is only going to grow more difficult from here." I turned back to my mother and Ellie, hoping for even just a moment to be together, but it wasn't to be. Madame Astra limped up to the edge of the dais, leaning against it just beside my mother. Despite having dueled her and fought beside her when she lost her leg, I still saw her first as the hard-drinking cook I had met back when the war just started. But the look on her face now wasn't that of a cook. "Alice, I'm sorry to break this up, but there are too many wounded. We need you." My mother wiped at her tears, smearing blood across her face, which made her look like some wild, fierce warrior. She glanced up at me, and I knew that whatever we both needed to say could wait. I was here to keep her safe, and now she knew that I was alive. For the moment, that was enough. Mother turned and slid off the dais, moving first to Angela Rose and Durden, who I realized had been hunkered on one of the broad stone benches that encircled the Relictum's portal. Angela Rose seemed to be favoring her leg, but Durden was lying still, his eyes open but unfocused, a steady trail of blood flowing down over one ear. "Regis, could you help my mom again, even if it's just the most dire ones? She won't have the strength to heal all these people alone. All I did was draw ether into the spell, which was reacting with the natural vivim in the—" Regis trailed off. "Yeah, all right. But I better be getting some kind of raise here." I watched as Regis drifted out of me, leapt across to where my mother had climbed up next to Durden, earning a surprised yell from both Angela and Madame Astra, and dematerialized, drifting into Durden's body. A blend of wariness and curiosity flitted in Ellie's eyes as she watched him go. When she looked away, her focus settled on the portal frame, which once again stood empty. "Wait, where's Sylvie?" she asked in the tone of voice that suggested she already suspected the answer. I activated my dimension rune and called up the egg. The gloom leached the iridescent shine from it, and it looked like little more than a smooth rock. "She's in here." "Wait, what does that mean?" Ellie asked, leaning down to peer at the stone in my hand. "Is she okay? Why is she—" I stopped her with a smile, though I knew it didn't reach my eyes. "Later, okay." Her mouth opened, more questions ready to tumble out, but she caught herself. Nodding firmly, she hopped to her feet with a poorly concealed wince. Her eyes jumped around from person to person, group to group, and mine followed. I didn't recognize everyone. It seemed like most were elves, survivors who had fled a Lenoir during the Alacrian invasion, I assumed. Those who weren't there when Aldir arrived. Helen Shard, leader of the Twin Horns, was unconscious but alive. Boo dragged himself up to his paws as I watched, shaking his head. The large bear-like mana beast stiffened, staring around, but when he caught sight of Ellie, he relaxed. His dark, beady eyes moved to me, and I could have sworn he squinted. I nodded, glad to see my sister's bond was alive. The bear hesitated for a moment, then nodded in return. Virion was closest, his cheek resting on the top of Rinia's head, his arms wrapped around her to hold her prone form upright against his chest. He stared at the ground at my feet, almost as if he was avoiding looking at me. As much as I wanted to offer him comfort, though there were too many people who needed my help. Scrambling to dig away a pile of small stones near the back of the room, an uncharacteristic look of desperation on his face, was Gideon. His entire body was covered in a thick layer of gray dust, but he himself didn't seem injured, which meant, ducking through the empty stone rectangle that was the portal frame, I leapt off the dais and climbed up a rockslide until I was next to him. Gideon looked at me with wide, bloodshot eyes beneath half-grown brows. Despite his obvious terror, he still paused long enough to give me a thorough inspection. He wheezed, coughing up a lungful of dusty air. "Wiley," he choked out between more coughs. I scanned the hill of stones and dirt, cursing my lack of ability to sense mana. Stand back, I said, pushing ether out of my core and beginning to shape it. Though the ether within the in-between realm where I'd fought Tassai had reacted to my will instantly and in ways I didn't fully understand. Such as the formation of the platforms that had consistently appeared just where and when I'd needed them. Now that I was back in the real world, I felt the same struggle I always had. But I had experienced what was possible. Picturing the shape in my mind, I shuffled to the side and released an etheric blast over the surface of the rockslide, carefully molding the blast to only scrape away the top couple inches of stone. When it worked, I did it again, then a third time, revealing the scratched surface of a stone bench. A gust of wind blasted upward, coiling and spinning so that the remaining dirt and gravel was suspended in a funnel of air over 3 huddled figures. Jasmine lay atop Emily Watkins, my old friend from Xyrus Academy and Gideon's apprentice, and a girl I only knew from my visions within the Seeing Relic. All 3 looked choked with dust and half suffocated, their faces blotchy red and caked in sweat-moistened dust. Jasmine must have shielded the 2 young women when the ceiling collapsed on them. With a jerk of her arm, Jasmine sent the revolving debris clattered to the ground in a rough circle around us. She leaned back against one bench and rested her head against the cool stone. I was surprised when her red eyes opened a slit and stared at me. I'd nearly forgotten. Gideon pulled Emily to her feet and began brushing her off with rough pats. Her green hair was a tangled mess and her glasses had been knocked askew. One lens was cracked and she had a bloody gash across the bridge of her nose which was probably broken. Other than that, she didn't seem dangerously injured. I grabbed the third figure, an elf girl perhaps slightly younger than my sister, and helped her to sit up. She scooted away from me to lean against Jasmine, who winced. Only then did I see the deep gash in Jasmine's side, a clean cut that sheared through the black leather of her armor and the flesh beneath. She followed my gaze, staring at the wound as if only just noticing it was there. The elf girl did the same, whimpering quietly. Jasmine, my old mentor and friend, ruffled the girl's hair in a very un-Jasmine-like way. "I'll be fine." Her scarlet gaze moved back to me. "So while we were all here fighting for our lives, you were busy getting your hair dyed, huh?" I let out a startled laugh. It resounded awkwardly through the cave, clashing against the noises of pain and remorse that surrounded me. "I'm glad you recognized me," Jasmine shrugged. "You could have come back with green skin and 3 heads and I'd still know you. I'm glad you're not dead, Arthur. And I'm glad you figured out how to use your tongue while I was away," I said, nudging her foot with mine. Emily reached out and touched my arm as if trying to make sure I was real. "Art, is it really?" She paused, and I realized there was a greenish tint to her face that matched her hair. Turning, she rushed away, bent over, and was sick. "Stay here, I'll go get my mother," I said, watching Emily with a look of concern etched on my face. "I'm fine," Jasmine repeated insistently. Then she glanced at Emily's back. "She may have hit her head, though." "All right, just wait here," I said, scanning the room for my mother. She had moved from Durden to a small, huddled group of elves. An elderly woman was lying on the ground between them. I could see Regis within her, moving throughout her body and drawing ether to himself. The ether seemed to ignore her wounds, and my mother was shaking her head. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath to steady myself. Even with magic, it was impossible to save everyone. When I opened my eyes, Mom was looking in my direction. I waved my hand and pointed at Emily and Jasmine. She nodded and held up one finger, then turned back to the elves. With Jasmine and Emily out of immediate danger, I began to hurry along the upper ring of benches, searching the room below for anyone who looked as if they needed help. As I did, many pairs of eyes followed me, filled with hope and fear, the awe I inspired in them written clearly on their filthy faces. I passed a young elf about my age. He was sitting on the ground between 2 corpses, his head in his hands. Both bodies were carved nearly in 2, one of Tassai's ranged attacks that I hadn't been able to stop. But when he looked up at me, I didn't see my failure reflected back in his eyes. He scrambled forward onto his knees, bowing. "Thank you," he stammered. "Justice for the fallen." When he looked up again, his eyes were hard and full of fire. "May all the Usra burn like the trees of a Lenoir." I couldn't help the thought that both his words and his voice seemed too old for him, like the war had aged him beyond his years. Nodding, I moved on, keeping up a quick circuit of the cavern, my mind and spirit both heavy. Near the arched door, which led out into a hallway covered in carvings, several corpses lay butchered. Guards, by the look of them. I found no familiar faces among them until "Albald," I muttered, going to one knee beside the young elven guard who I had first met in the flying castle. His skin was pale and cold to the touch, his eyes staring sightlessly up at the unstable ceiling. Where his chest used to be, there was now only a bloody hole. I closed his eyes, bowing my head over him, but only for a moment. There were more living than dead, and I needed to make sure they stayed that way. There will be time for mourning later, I told myself. Not far from the entrance, an older woman with a blood-stained face reached out and grabbed my hand, tugging insistently. When she tried to speak, I realized her jaw had been broken, but she was sitting off to the side by herself and no one seemed to have noticed. As I bent down to lift her in my arms, there was a sharp grinding noise and a puff of dust as the ceiling shifted above us. I grabbed her and used God's step, letting the paths guide me across the room where I appeared next to my mother. Wordlessly, I set the woman down, then God stepped back across the cave just as the ceiling collapsed. Ether rushed to my hand, then outward in a blast of energy that destroyed the collapsing stone. My gaze tracked over the benches and rubble even as vibrant purple arcs of lightning still ran over my limbs, but everyone else had been quick enough to pull away from the rock slide. A true deity, one of those still watching me with awe said a quiet, almost reverent voice. Lance Godspell, someone cheered and several others followed suit, but a different voice cut across these, raised in frustration and anger, drawing my attention to the dais in the middle of the cave. Framed in front of the empty portal, Madame Astra stood awkwardly, the foot of her prosthetic leg shattered, leaving it a few inches shorter than the other. Her finger was pointed down at Virion, her voice raised like she was scolding a child. Feeling as though I was being pulled in 20 different directions at once, I hopped down the steps and over onto the dais. Astra turned at the sound of my approach, her brows raised. "Is it true then? Is it you, Lance Arthur Leywin?" I gave her a hard look. "It is. Now what's going on?" The older woman's brows turned down in anger and her jaw tightened. After a moment, however, she took a long breath and let the tension fall away. "You talk some sense into him then. We need a plan, Arthur, and we need to get moving." Astra limped down the steps that led off the dais, shaking her head, but I was focused on Virion. He didn't look at me until I settled down next to him. The woman in his arms was Rinia, I knew that, but she looked so old, like she'd been living 10 days for everyone that passed. "She was using her powers too much," Virion confirmed, as if plucking the thought from my mind. "Saw Tassai coming but couldn't figure out how to escape it." He closed his eyes and shook his head bitterly. "I failed her, Arthur. I wasn't there when she needed me." I felt a pang as Virion's regret and self-doubt matched my own. Reaching out, I took a firm hold of his forearm. "She did what she had to do, Virion. Rinia knew better than any of us the price of using her power, and she did it anyway." I gently pushed aside a lock of gray-white hair that had fallen over her face. "My mother and sister are alive because of Rinia." Again, Rinia Darkasson had always been an enigmatic character in my life, quick to dole out mysterious, vaguely worded advice, but withholding any real details on the future. And yet, when things were most dire, she seemed to appear out of nowhere, like a ghost from the shadows to deliver salvation. An echo of her words from so long ago came back to me then, almost like I was hearing them for the first time. She'd told me to have an anchor, to set myself a goal, and I thought I had power enough to keep those I loved safe, but I looked down at her, then around at the destroyed cave. It had never been enough. Which I suppose was why she gave me another piece of advice later on: do not fall back to your old ways. As you well know, the deeper you go into that pit, the harder it will be to climb back out. And I did have a long way to climb to be the person I wanted to be. The calluses I'd built up around myself to survive in Alacria wouldn't fade in a day, but they would eventually if I let them. "As soon as my mother has healed who she can, we should get moving," I said, watching Virion carefully. I had no way of knowing everything he had been through since my disappearance, but he seemed much too close to his breaking point. "Perhaps we can set up a kind of cairn or—" "No," Virion said, his eyes flashing. I won't leave her down here." I nodded in understanding, but shot pointed looks at several other corpses clearly visible among the wreckage. "I understand, Virion. I'll return for the bodies later then. So they can all receive proper burials." Virion's voice gave out and he shrugged. "Very well then, I do not understand this, how you are here, but I am glad you're alive, Arthur. These people need a strong leader." I rested a hand on his shoulder, looking him gravely in the eyes. "They already have one." As if waiting for some cue, Astra reappeared with Helen, Gideon, and a middle-aged elven woman I didn't know. The inventor held out a hand to me. I took it firmly, glancing to where Emily sat huddled with Jasmine, Ellie, and the young elf girl. Boo was keeping so close to my sister he was practically sitting on her. "Concussed, but your mother has already seen to it," Gideon said, his voice raw. "Got here just in the nick of time as usual. Like to make an entrance, don't you, Arthur?" Despite his scathing tone, I knew this was Gideon's way of saying thank you while deflecting any real emotion. "We'll have plenty of time to play catch-up and figure out where Lance Arthur has been hiding all these months after we get the hell out of here," Astra cut in. "We're all that remains of the council, at least here. The Gladers, Earthborns, and the Ivsar boy should be scattered all over the tunnels, waiting for word that it's safe to come out." "But where do we go from here?" the elven woman asked. She had a kind face beneath a tangled web of auburn hair that had just started to gray. "We can't exactly return to the sanctuary, compromised as it is." Bright, leaf-green eyes focused on me. "What is your guidance, Lance?" "Please, Arthur's just arrived back," Helen said quickly, a defensive edge to her tone. "He likely had no idea what he was walking into." You can't expect him to simply take up leadership of all these people, Saria. The elf woman bowed her head deferentially. Of course, Miss Shard, I simply thought due to his obvious strength, perhaps. Virion, do you have anything to put in? Gideon asked into the silence that followed the elf Saria's words. Everyone looked down at the commander, who was still sitting on the ground with Rhynia pulled against him. His gaze trailed from one set of feet to the next, never going higher. Just when it seemed he wouldn't respond at all, Virion said, I need time. Do not look to me for leadership, not now, I can't give it to you. Saria kneeled down to him, reaching out her hand, then hesitating and withdrawing it. Virion, you have been a hero to all elves for my entire life, and I understand the pain you face now, I do. My own mother lies dead not 50 feet from here, but we must not give in to our sorrows, lest we risk losing all the rest too. I held out my hand to Virion. She's right, Gramps, we need you. Virion looked between us, heavy tears shining in his eyes, and took my hand. Saria eased Rhynia's corpse to the ground while I pulled Virion to his feet. We all watched in silence as Saria undid the sash around her waist and laid it respectfully across Rhynia's face. Claws scratched against stone as Regis loped over to us, making the rest of the council members flinch back. We've done everything we can for the wounded, he said tiredly, then drifted into my body. The others stared at me in confusion, but were too tired and overwhelmed to press for details. Okay, let's get moving then, I said, already feeling the weight of their combined expectation. Though exhausted and wary of more traveling, no one among the survivors was eager to linger in the cave, which continued to tremble and rain down dust and gravel at random intervals. I caught many nervous glances being thrown at the portal frame as well, as if they feared I might spring back out of it at any moment. The deceased were laid out as respectfully as we could manage in the moment, but then we moved on. The tunnel leading away from the dissension chamber was entirely covered in carvings, unlike anything I'd seen around the relictums in Alacria. I could only hope there would be an opportunity to return in the future, as I had promised Virion, so that I could study them more closely. We didn't go far before Ellie grabbed my arm and pulled me to a stop. There is a thing up ahead, a trap. Moving forward alone, I found the passage inundated with ether. I could feel the edge of its effect, warning me away from this place, urging us forward at all speed. I reached for that ether, feeling its purpose and the shape of the spell cast by the djinn so long ago, and as if the hallway were filled with cobwebs, I waved it aside. There was a violet shimmer in the air as the ether particles sank back into the walls, clearing the passage. A gasp ran through the group. I ignored it, waving a hand forward. Let's keep moving. This tunnel was deep under the sanctuary, and we marched for more than an hour without seeing any signs of life. Ellie, who had been walking with me at the front and giving me directions, suddenly held up a hand, forcing a stop. There is a mana signature ahead just there. As she said it, half a face peeked out of a narrow tunnel branching off the wider path we were taking. Raven-black hair framed a pale, porcelain face, out of which stared one large, chocolate-colored eye. Cathleen's thin lips parted as she stepped out into the open, seeming to forget her wariness. She scanned the group quickly, but her gaze settled on me and she frowned deeply. She looked at Ellie, then me again, and finally rubbed her eyes. Who Aart is that? No time, Astra grumbled from atop Boo. Where is the rest of your group? Kathleen had taken several quick steps toward me, but stopped at Astra's words and straightened suddenly at the reminder of the reason she had been hiding. We took shelter in a cave about 20 minutes farther down this tunnel. After feeling the Usra's intent vanish, I came out to wait. I haven't seen anyone else. Our group rested while Kathleen hurried off to retrieve another group of survivors. When they returned, I was pleased to see how many there were. A moment was taken for reunions, then we began marching forward again. It was Boo who warned us next, sniffing deeply and bullying past me to get in front of Ellie, earning a startled yelp from Astra. What is it, Boo? Ellie asked, pressing her hand into his thick brown fur. Oh, there's someone coming, they smell like blood. I stepped out in front of the group and waited, ether swirling between my fingers in case I needed to form a weapon. Slow, unsteady footsteps resounded down the tunnel just before a silhouette coalesced out of the darkness. For an instant, I thought it must be some kind of monster, then I realized the truth. A tall, broad-shouldered man was approaching, and in his arms he held another, thinner figure. Mahogany-colored hair rose up from the man's head, spiky like a lion's mane. Intense brown eyes searched desperately for something behind me. Curtis, Kathleen yelled, breaking from the group and sprinting past me only to pull up short. Oh no. I moved forward cautiously, focusing on the unmoving form in Curtis Glader's arms. The blonde, braided hair was matted with blood, the face nearly unrecognizable. Still, I knew the curve of his brows and shape of his ears. Curtis sagged, and I darted forward to scoop up Ferrith's body before it tumbled to the ground. The tunnels went cold and silent as I stared down at the body of my once friend and rival. I didn't expect so many goodbyes, so soon after my return I thought, letting a cold sense of detachment keep the sorrow at bay. Chapter 384. ELEANOR LEYWN. My heart gave a painful squeeze as I saw my brother holding Ferrith's body. Pressure built uncomfortably behind my eyes, but I didn't have any tears left. Albold Ferrith, Rinia, and how many others, people whose names I don't even know. The shock of so many conflicting emotions scraped at me, making me feel raw, brittle. From certainty of my own death to wordless amazement and joy at my brother's return, to the slow dawning realization of how much had been taken from us in the last several hours. As if sensing my discomfort, Mom wrapped an arm around me and pulled me close. We stayed back and watched as Durden hurried forward to conjure an earthen bier for Ferrith's body. I felt a pang of guilt thinking of all the bodies we'd left down in that weird chamber, but reminded myself that the living were more important right now. The dead had time to wait. Then we were moving again. Arthur and the Gladers walked ahead, and I found my gaze constantly settling on my brother's back, watching his soft, strong steps and the effortless way he seemed to command the others without even trying. It was like his mere presence settled our minds and spirits, or maybe it just settled mine. I caught Mom watching him too, her face slipping between little frowns and half-hidden smiles. Just a couple minutes farther down the tunnel, Curtis and Cassillon broke away, heading to get all the people who had been traveling in Curtis's group. He confirmed that all the refugees who had been hidden with Ferrith, at least 50 people, were dead. After that, we found the rest of the surviving groups one by one. Hornfels and Skarn Earthborn had each led separate groups, but in similar directions, and had sealed the tunnels behind them, only letting the conjured barriers fall away when they sensed our group approach, and Curtis confirmed through the walls that the Usra was dead. By the time we reached the main cavern, we were a long, winding river of tired, frightened, surprised-to-be-alive people. The tunnel mouth had collapsed, but the Earthborns easily moved it aside, revealing a pile of corpses. The guards who had been at the rear. Arthur went through first, along with a group of our strongest mages, instructing everyone else to stay in the tunnels. It was so comforting to have him there, to watch him step right back into the role of protector as if he'd never left, but I couldn't help but also be a little sad. Seeing how the others looked at him, how even the members of the council seemed to walk just a step behind him at all times, it felt like he was there but still somehow just out of reach. Like he was keeping us all at arm's length, or maybe it was the other way around. By immediately treating him like he was some storybook savior, everyone was pushing him away, putting him in front of us like a shield instead of welcoming him back with open arms. I shook my head to snap myself out of it. We would have time to do all the lovey family stuff when we were safe. From the mouth of the tunnel, I could see Arthur and the others fan out, carefully scanning the wreckage of the sanctuary, which had been our home for so long. The place was in ruins. Huge gashes had been carved in the ceiling and walls, giant boulders had fallen down on the village, crushing entire houses, and everything was blasted with ice and lightning. There was movement to our left, and a figure stepped up onto a higher shelf of rock to look down at everyone else. I slipped free of my mother's grip and took a few quick steps out into the cavern, stepping over familiar bodies in order to see what was happening. "Lance Baron," Curtis shouted, his voice echoing eerily in the otherwise deathly quiet. You're okay." Despite standing straight and tall, it looked for all the world like the lance had been chewed up by some giant mana beast and spit back out. I was lucky that he cut off suddenly, staring down at the group of mages. "Who?" "Baron," my brother said. Anyone who didn't know him might not have sensed it, but I could hear the undercurrent of tension in his voice. "I'm glad to know I'm not the last of the lances." "Arthur," Baron burst out, sputtering. The wounded lance half slid, half jumped down a section of crumbled wall that made a ramp up onto the higher ledge, rushed toward my brother, whose eyes went wide with surprise, and grabbed him by the shoulders. The usually stoic lance had tears in his eyes, and he stared at Arthur in disbelief. Then he leaned forward, resting his forehead against Arthur's in a sign of respect and care. Two more figures appeared on top of the ledge, and I felt my jaw fall slack. Lance's Vere and Micah looked a lot different from the last time I'd seen them, in the castle, before Elder Rinia had rescued us from the Alacrians. Lance Vere followed Baron down. Her long, snow-white hair had been cut short, and instead of her uniform she wore battered and ruined silver armor. As Baron finally released my brother and took a step aside, Vere stepped into his place, her arms slipping around my brother's waist in a soft embrace. One of her arms was an icy, deep blue and shined like glass. I was surprised by how small she seemed next to Arthur, how normal. Still standing on the ledge above, Micah snorted, "You're late." The dwarven lance was badly injured. An ugly wound marred the left side of her face, and a black gem glinted in the socket where her eye should have been. She was leaning on a huge stone hammer, watching Arthur and Vere with a look I couldn't read. I realized with a spike of alarm that I could barely sense the lance's mana signatures. Even though it must have been hours since their battle with Tassai ended, they still seemed near the edge of backlash. Vere pulled back from Arthur, inspecting him closely. "It's good to have you back, and apparently in the final moments before disaster. You must have been what the old elven seer saw coming." Arthur cleared his throat, looking uncomfortable. That seems to be the case, yes, though I had no idea what I would be walking into. He paused and looked around. Where is Aya, brother? I said, the word slipping out almost without my meaning to. Everyone turned to look at me, brows raised in surprise or lowered in clear irritation, like I should know better than to interrupt when the adults were speaking. Boo stepped around me, his eyes narrowing in the direction I had felt it. There are mana signatures coming, I said past the lump in my throat, pointing toward where dim beams of light were piercing the cavern's ceiling. Sand was raining down through the light, and as we all watched it seemed to pick up, becoming a steady stream. A whole lot of them. I realized then that people had been slowly trickling out of the tunnel mouth behind me because they all began to panic and surge back toward the tunnel entrance, pushing at the people just trying to come out, and I was suddenly caught in the middle of it, being jostled from all sides. Boo gave a warning growl as he stepped in to shield me from the rushing bodies. Everyone back to the tunnel, Baron barked, his voice still heavy with authority despite his injured state. Despite his own words, he and the other lances hesitated. Vere said something questioning, her expression strained. Arthur's reply was short and met with clear frustration from the others, but then someone bumped hard against my elbow and I stumbled, reaching out to Boo for support. By the time I looked back, the lances were marching in our direction, though not without throwing resigned glances back at my brother. Arthur's form grew smaller, the only one still moving away as he walked toward the oncoming mana signatures. Alone, you can't just let him go by himself, I said as Kathleen hurried past me. The once princess gave me a wry, apologetic smile as she slipped her arm into mine. Wordlessly, she began pulling me gently but firmly back toward the others. Boo gave me a sniff and nudged me hard with his nose, growling. Boo thinks we should fight too, I muttered, a sense of foreboding filling me with nervous energy that made my fingers tingle and yearn for a bow to hold, since mine had yet again been destroyed. Boo is brave, Curtis said from Kathleen's other side, smiling sadly. Grodder has been eager for battle as well, but to be honest, I think he's enjoying his current duty. I looked into the dark mouth of the tunnel, but it was packed with people, and Grodder was too far back for me to see. I knew, though, that Curtis had set the giant world lion to guard the many children that were with us, including my friend Camellia, who was no doubt chafing at being treated like a little kid. When I turned back to the cavern, Arthur had crossed over a pile of rubble that had fallen across the once beautiful little stream that ran through the cavern. His steps were light, almost relaxed, as he approached where the sand pooled over the smooth stone floor. The movement of the flowing sand shifted, taking on an undulating pattern of waves, then condensing into several smoothly flowing pillars. Up above, I could just make out a bunch of shadows descending down through the pillars like they were elevators, followed immediately by several more. At the bottom, 50 feet from where Arthur stood, Alacrian soldiers began pouring out of the sand. The ground beneath my feet trembled, and walls of semi-transparent ice began growing up from the floor in a rough curve around the entrance. Only Arthur was outside the barrier, facing a literal army of Alacrians all by himself. Helen Shard appeared at that moment, shuffling through the crowd to stand next to Mother. She waved for me to join them, reaching out for me to take her hand. Next to me, the wall was growing quickly. It was already beginning to curve overhead, and in moments would entirely contain the tunnel opening and everyone inside. Half the faces were turned inward, calming and encouraging, while the rest stared out through the ice, trying to see what was going on. The air was thick with tension and a smothering sort of silence. The other lances stared most intently of all, some complex combination of hope, frustration, and fear written on each of their faces. Once again, everyone was standing back, looking to my brother as a savior, no one standing at his side. Has he been alone all this time? I wondered, trying and failing to imagine what might have been on the other side of that portal. It wasn't fair that all these people were just going to push their burdens off on Arthur. It didn't matter how strong he was, he shouldn't have to do everything by himself. He needed to know that there were still people by his side. Without deciding to, I was moving. Helen's eyes widened as I plucked the bow right out of her hand, then shot toward the still-growing walls. My mother's voice cut over the general din, but I didn't look back as I leapt up the stone wall of the cavern, caught my toes into a shallow indentation, and then pushed upward, reaching for the top of the curving ice. My chest hit hard, and I nearly slipped and tumbled backwards as I struggled to hold onto the moving edge of the ice barrier. Swinging inward, I kicked off the ice and pulled my body up over the lip, so suddenly I was on the outside of the carve and sliding downwards. A moment later, I landed in a roll, curling myself protectively around the bow and then letting momentum carry me back up to the feet, already running. I could still hear my mother's yells for a few seconds, then the ice barrier must have closed over everyone and sealed them in because the sound cut out. Staying close to the cavern wall, I jumped down the rocky slope that led to where the now dry stream used to run down into a series of cracks in the wall and floor that were too small for a person to get through. I leapt the algae-slick stones at the bottom of the stream and scrambled up onto a higher shelf of rock on the other side, then from there to another, before finally hiding myself in a fold in the cavern wall that perfectly hid me from the Alacrians. Arthur's eyes flicked to me. I was over 100 feet away, but I could see into his bright gold eyes as if he was standing right next to me. He made a face like he was concentrating on something, the same face he always made when he would talk to Sylvie in his head, and the shadow and fire wolf leapt out of him and ran in my direction. I felt a moment of uncertainty, and Boo appeared next to me with a pop. The shadow wolf jumped up to me with a single leap. "Stay back, stay quiet," he said gruffly before turning and settling protectively in front of me. Boo eyed the wolf Regis, I reminded myself, and moved next to him, matching his defensive posture competitively. So much for staying hidden, I thought, but at least Arthur knew I was out here with him. He knew he wasn't alone. Arthur still hadn't attacked, only let more and more of the Alacrians come down through the earthen elevators. As each battle group appeared, they rushed into formation before conjuring swirling barriers of air, translucent panels of mana, and flickering walls of flame. I didn't understand why he wasn't doing anything. Why let them prepare? He wasn't afraid, anyone could tell that just by looking at him. Arthur was calm almost to the point of seeming casual, his golden eyes tracking across the enemy force intently, but without any sign of concern. Finally, an Alacrian soldier stepped forward. He was a thin man in silky black battle robes that were tied tightly to his body by a series of belts. Dozens of daggers were sheathed to the belts on his arms and across his torso. A bright white scar cut across the almond skin of his hard-lined face, and his dark eyes were watching Arthur carefully. At the man's back, at least 50 battle groups were arranged in rows, all of them focused entirely on Arthur, ready to launch spells at the man's command. "Give me your name," the Alacrian leader shouted, his voice rough and slightly nasally. When Arthur didn't immediately reply, he went on. "We are hunting Dicathen rebels. There was very recently a large-scale disturbance of mana in this location, and we have reason to believe that a sizable group of rebels is hidden here. Are you their leader? Tell your people to surrender peacefully, and we may avoid any unnecessary bloodshed." "Avoiding unnecessary bloodshed is what I would like as well," Arthur said nonchalantly. Then firmer he added, "So turn around and leave." The Alacrian's face reddened. He flicked his wrist, and the knives all over his body flickered out of their sheaths, hovering around him, the gleaming steel blades all pointed at my brother. At the same time, his soldiers all stepped forward, igniting spells and conjuring magical weapons and armor. By the decree of Retainer Lyra Drade, in her position of interim regent of Dicathen, all native-born Dicathians who raise arms against any faithful servant of the Vritra, or who willfully disobey any order by an Alacria soldier or official operating in the High Sovereign's name, may be struck down to ensure the peace, the man said, rattling the words off as if he'd said them many times before. "If you resist, you and all those who have been foolish enough to follow you will be put to the—" My knees gave out, and I sank down to the ground, unable to escape the sudden weight pressing down on me. I felt lost and trapped at the same time, as if I was being swallowed up by an ocean of thick black tar. Boo spun, whining, his own huge bulk shaking with a fear I could feel in my bones. Through the gap between the two mana beasts, I could just see the Alacrian leader sputtering out a series of wheezing, choking breaths. It was Arthur's intent, I realized. Even from where I was, all the way at the edge of the cavern, it stole the breath from my lungs. Among the rows of soldiers, many fell to their knees as I had, their held spells fizzling out in their hands. My senses sharpened as I instinctively slid into the first phase of Boo's beast will, and suddenly I could hear their whispered prayers to the Vritra and the heady stink of their fear. With my sharper senses and instincts provided by the beast will, I could tell just how controlled and precise Arthur was being. This was only a warning, a stifled show of power. "Casters," the leader gasped out. "Release spells," I sucked in a terrified breath as dozens of spells shot toward Arthur. Regis stiffened, but did not move away as we both watched Arthur raise a hand. A shower of bright purple light exploded forward, like 10,000 lightning bolts all tied together at their tails. The hail of spellfire converging on Arthur vanished into the radiant blast as it kept fanning out from him. The leader's eyes widened and he scrambled back, several shields appearing in front of him, but it wasn't enough. He too vanished in the blast, shields and all. The amethyst wave rolled over the front line of the enemy forces, then crackled out, leaving only a bright pink afterimage that I couldn't blink away. Arthur was unhurt, none of the spells had even reached him. The Alacrian leader was entirely gone, and the closest battle groups had been reduced to smoking lumps. The rest were so motionless I would have thought time itself had stopped, except that Arthur took a single, steady step forward and leveled them with an imperious glare. "Leave now, it's not too late." Like the breaking of a spell, the Alacrians burst into sudden panicked movement, stumbling over themselves and each other as they began to flee. The columns of sand shuddered and reversed course, falling back up to the desert it had come from. The Alacrians were sprinting back into the columns, their shadows just visible as the magic lifted them up and out of the cavern. I squeezed my eyes shut hard, still struggling to catch my breath as the weight of Arthur's intent chased the Alacrians away. I couldn't believe what I'd just seen. At least 50 men, trained Alacrian soldiers and mages, had just fallen before Arthur in the blink of an eye, and my brother hadn't even been scratched. I'd seen him fight before, raining down spellfire on the mana beast hordes that attacked the wall, but this was different, a casual kind of massacre. Arthur had waved his hand and snuffed the life out of the enemy, as simple as that. It was scary. As the last of the Alacrians hurried to escape, I slipped down from my hiding spot and made my way toward Arthur, who had only watched as they fled. His strange, golden eyes left the enemy and turned to me, a slight frown wrinkling his older, sharper features. The weight of his gaze made my back bend and my knees tremble as I found myself suddenly nervous to be alone with him. Boo nuzzled my side, and that glowing golden energy that gave me courage pushed away the moment of hesitation. Arthur smiled. "You've reached the acquire stage. I wasn't even sure if your and Boo's bond worked like that, considering." "Oh, yeah," I said awkwardly, caught off guard. My eyes jumped to what was left of the Alacrian corpses, and Arthur's followed. "Why did you let them go?" Arthur frowned toward the sand, which had returned to falling in rainy sheets, the magic affecting it broken. He put his hand on my head and mussed my hair lightly, his expression suddenly strained, like his sour frown was hiding a deeper, stronger sense of hurt. "Those people aren't our enemies. They're just following orders, trying to survive, same as us. I'd like to give them a chance." The sound of ice cracking fell away, and I glanced toward where the rest of the Dicathians were starting to spread out away from the tunnel entrance. "Do you really think we can win like that?" I asked, wondering again what Arthur must have been through while he was gone. "It's not like they've treated us like people. If we're afraid to—" Arthur wrapped his arm around my shoulder, cutting me off. "I'm not afraid to fight, El." He gave me a wry smile. "Neither are you, obviously, but we should be afraid to become as bad as the thing we're fighting against." Arthur left me to ponder his words, turning toward Lance Vere, who was the first to arrive, flying as she was, but Mom was right behind her, looking thunderous. She looked from me to Arthur as she approached, though, and slowed down, taking a deep breath. I hurried to her, wrapping my arms around her waist, not saying anything. She smoothed down my hair, taking my lead and remaining quiet. Most of the crowd stayed well back, and I could see the same hesitancy and intimidation I had felt only a minute ago written plainly across their faces. "We can't stay here now," Vere said, eyeing the aftermath of the battle with a calculating expression. "General Arthur, did you have some plan for what to do next?" Arthur glanced at Lance Micah, approaching on foot next to Baron. "Yeah, I have an idea." Chapter 385, Arthur. There was too much to do after the Alacrian attack. With the Jinn sanctuary exposed, it was no longer safe. Somehow, we had to move several hundred people across the Darvish Desert, keeping them safe both from the elements and the Alacrians. As people continued to pour out of the tunnels, the leadership gathered across the stream near where I'd fought the Alacrian forces. Vere flew up through the holes in the ceiling to scout, while the rest of us discussed what the next step would be. "Xyrus would make more sense," Madame Astra was saying. She was leaning back in a conjured chair of soft earth, massaging the stump of her leg, the broken prosthetic abandoned on the ground nearby. "We can disperse the non-fighters throughout the villages around Sapin's southern border. If we can make it to Blackbend City, General Arthur can easily get us to a teleportation chamber." The old soldier wore a cold smirk as she added, "Then we just unleash him on the forces guarding the city. It would be hours in a night." There were a few murmured agreements at this idea, but Hornfels Earthborn was quick to step in. "The Sapin border is twice as far as Darv's capital city, and there aren't any tunnel systems that far north. Plus, we'd be abandoning the civilians if the Alacrians pursued them after we'd left. But surely they wouldn't waste their time, would they?" The Elven Council member, Saria, asked softly. "The Alacrians will almost certainly pursue the stronger force." Madame Astra gestured to Saria in agreement, but was looking at the dwarves. "Exactly, plus we can trust the people of Xyrus, and what the bloody hell is that supposed to mean?" Skarn Earthborn, Hornfels' brother, growled. Hornfels pressed his hand against Skarn's chest, holding him back. "The meaning is clear enough, but you're mistaken, Madame Astra. The dwarves—" A thin, almost childish voice silenced all others as a pulse of heavy, frustrated intent pressed down on everyone present. "The dwarves have suffered from some very poor leadership and have been exposed to constant propaganda since before the war even began." Micah paused, her gemstone eye glinting as she stared around. "But the people of Darv are not cruel or evil, and Micah, I know they have started to see through the Vritra's lies." Madame Astra nodded deferentially. "As you say, Lance. Still, we should hear from everyone." She eyed Baron and Helen, who had largely stayed silent. Virion had insisted he needed to look for something and excused himself before the meeting started. "Do the rest of you have anything to say for yourselves?" The people of Xyrus may prove less trustworthy than you hope, Baron said, an edge of poorly suppressed bitterness in his tone. If Generals Arthur and Micah believe the dwarves will work with us, then I stand with the lances. Helen shrugged. It'll be a fight wherever we go. Arthur gives us the best chance of victory, so the twin horns will be staying close to him. She looked at me with a blend of fierce pride and respect that reminded me of my father, and a warm tightness moved up from my chest and into my throat. Look at you getting all mushy. Being surrounded by your enemies for so long has made you must be bored, I pointed out to my incorporeal companion. Go help my mom if you're just going to be narrating my emotions. Mess. She's better company than you anyway, Regis thought with a mental snort before jumping out of me and loping off toward the town. There was a chorus of gasps and a choked yelp from Saria at his sudden appearance, but then it fell quiet again as the group watched him bound over the dammed stream. Everyone reluctantly turned their gazes back to the meeting when Madame Astra began to struggle to her feet, doing her best to hide a scowl. Hornfels took her arm to steady her as he conjured a simple stone prosthetic around her leg. I was glad to see that, despite any disagreements they might have about our course of action, they still treated each other with respect. We should leave immediately, I said, looking pointedly at the sunlight still streaming in from the cracks in the ceiling. I caught them off guard just now, but we don't want to give the Alacrians time to regroup and attack again. I advise you to give these people some time, Astra replied, countering my suggestion with her own. Both to rest and to gather what little remains of their belongings, and we need to prepare defensive positions, map out our path, conjure transportation for those who can't walk. I matched her steel-hard gaze for a moment, then nodded. So that's it, Skarn Earthborn said, focusing on me. Just, let's all run off to Vildoriel meeting end. Nothing about how you just sent 100 Alacrian soldiers pissing themselves back into the desert. Skarn threw his hands in the air and glared at Micah. What in the red blazes are the rest of us supposed to be doing then, eh? If this boy can crush armies and Usuras alike, what is the purpose even of lances, cousin? Skarn stopped suddenly, spitting on the stones before marching away. Hornfels gave the group an apologetic shrug, then followed his brother. He does have a point, Baron said, frowning at me. There was a complex emotion in his expression, something existential that was leaking up from the deepest roots of his sense of self-worth. How are any of us supposed to help you, Arthur? Micah looked down and away, not meeting my eyes. The others did the opposite, peering hungrily at me, eager for my protection and the hope my presence gave them. This war isn't over, I said simply. Alacrian soldiers, even retainers and scythes, they aren't the threat Dicathen has to be ready for. My lips turned up in a wry, mirthless smile. Tassai was just the beginning, Baron. The gods themselves are our enemies now, and, whatever you all think, I can't fight them alone. Baron's jaw clenched and a tremor ran along the muscle of his neck. Through gritted teeth, he said, then we must find some way to grow stronger. Yeah, reaching into my dimension rune, I withdrew Tassai's long spear and threw it to Baron. This will be a start. He snatched it out of the air, then seemed to realize what he was holding and nearly dropped it. I don't want the weapon that killed Aya, he said after a moment, spinning the handle toward me and holding it out for me to take back. Don't be a thickhead, Micah grumbled, though she looked at the scarlet spear with unsuppressed loathing. That is a powerful weapon, and there is no better way to pay your respects to Aya than using it to kill a few more Usura. She reached out and flicked the head of the spear, making a clean, silvery ringing. Then she was moving off after her cousins, her despair and rage a nearly physical thing burning like a mantle of fire around her. Baron's fist clenched around the haft. By simply holding the weapon, the lance already seemed stronger, more present. Thank you, Arthur. I nodded, and Baron spun on his heel and marched away, effectively ending whatever was left of our meeting. Saria gave me a small bow, then took Astra's arm as the pair began making their slower way back into town. You all right, kid? I looked up to realize Helen was watching me. Kid, I asked, my lips quirking up in amusement. She mirrored my expression. I've seen your mom wipe poop off of you. You'll always be a kid in my book. I rubbed the back of my neck, chuckling. Well, I guess that's fair. The two of us began moving back toward the sanctuary, which was swarming with activity as people did their best to reclaim what items they could from the ruins. Although Ellie had wanted to stay with me, I'd asked her to keep an eye on Mom, who was worn down after so much healing. But there wasn't time to rest yet. I'm fine, you know, I said as we crossed over the rubble-dammed stream. Just feeling impatient, I guess, but I am glad to be back, I trailed off, not sure how much I could tell her. Home, Helen filled in for me. There was a lilting curiosity in her tone, an unasked question buried in that single word. I nodded, and we walked in silence as the noise and motion of hurried preparations grew around us. A man's ankle turned on a loose stone, and he stumbled under the weight of his pack as he marched by, but I caught him and helped him straighten. A crying child sat on a collapsed wall, squeezing a battered and torn stuffed mana beast as her tired, red-faced mother struggled to wrap their belongings in an old blanket. An older woman scrabbled frantically at the ruins of a house only to collapse back on her rear with a crumpled piece of parchment in her hands. She held the paper gingerly to her chest and wept. They've lost everything. Again, Helen said softly. Then she cleared her throat and squinted down at the ground, looking embarrassed. I wish there was more I could do, but for all my power, I couldn't use Aroa's requiem to mend their broken hearts or God's step to take them away from their grief and fear. Their lives would never be the same, and although the holes left behind would heal over in time, there would always be the ache of loss, scars reminding them of everything that had been taken from them. I'm sorry, Helen said, reaching out and grabbing my wrist. Come on, we should take a moment to mourn properly. With settled spirits, we can straighten our backs and help these people carry their burdens. She led me to the far edge of the cavern. My breath caught as I looked down on a large crystalline tomb. Even in the dim light, it shined with blues and greens. Floating in its center was a familiar body. Aya's hands were crossed over a wound in her stomach, not quite hiding it. Her eyes were closed, her expression one of peaceful rest. Several smaller tombs, simple slabs of cold gray rock, had been raised around Aya's. To her right was a marbled tomb overrun with vines and bright, out-of-place flowers. The words Ferith Ivsar III were carved into the top of the stone. In smaller lettering below it said, "The most important truths are sought within the cracks of one's own self." I ran my fingers along the grooves of the lettering, uncertain as to their meaning. Helen was walking in between the other slabs, touching each one briefly. When she saw me look in her direction, she smiled sadly. Ferith and Albold, well, your sister can probably explain it better than I. You did good out there, old friend, I said to the cold stone, echoing my own words from what felt like yet another lifetime ago. Moving on to Aya's tomb, I rested my hand atop it, looking down at the elven lance's serene face. I didn't need to be able to sense mana to see how the other lances had worked together to craft Aya's resting place. Bright lights like frozen sparks gleamed within the crystal, and her body rested on a nest of fractal, frost-like patterns. Closing my eyes, I nudged Etha into the tomb. It rushed along the sharp edges and frozen contours, into the subtle striations within, grabbing onto the frozen sparks and filling in the fractal patterns. Helen's breath caught, and I opened my eyes. A light sheen of purple infused the blues and greens, seeming to move constantly inside the crystal, swirling and gusting like slow-motion wind. This tomb will be an enduring testament to all you've accomplished, I spoke softly. Because that's something even death can't take from you, Aya. Boo grunted irritably as he shook sand out of his coat, jostling Ellie atop his back. She scratched his neck fondly. It'll be okay, big guy. Not too much farther now. A gentle breeze had blown consistently into our faces for the last few hours, and like Boo, everyone had sand clinging to them, which actually worked like a form of camouflage, helping to blend our long train into the surroundings. Hundreds of people wound along in the rifts between shallow dunes. It was black and moonless in this part of the desert, with the only light coming from the bright stars overhead. We carried no lanterns or lighting artifacts, which would have been visible for miles across the empty central deserts of Darv. Regis and I walked alongside Ellie, Boo, and my mother, near the head of the train. Vere guarded the line's rear, while Baron and the Earthborn brothers guided us at the front, and Micah flew ahead to scout the route. If Hornfels and Skarn's estimate was accurate, we were getting close to the outermost tunnels that would lead us to Vildoriel. And so then there I am, getting processed out the thing's backside, Regis was saying. Ellie laughed and Mom's eyebrows rose uncertainly. But I got the better of the thing in the end. Well, Arthur helped, I suppose. Another, Ellie wheezed through her giggling. I want to hear everything. You know, Princess here has quite the temper. It almost got us in trouble a few times, like when Mom stumbled as the sand slipped away beneath her feet and she barely managed to catch herself. I'm okay, she said before anyone could ask. Just lost my hay. As my mother had spoken, Regis slipped up beside her and scooped her off her feet and onto his back. The sight of my surprised and frightened mom frozen like a statue atop Regis would have been comical if I wasn't so surprised as well. Arthur. Mom's wide eyes turned in my direction. He's just trying to be helpful, I said, reaching for the link between us. Uncharacteristically, Regis stayed silent, his bright eyes staring seriously ahead. Sitting stiffly, Mom wrapped her fingers into his fur, careful of the flames leaping and gusting around his mane. Ellie hid her mouth behind her hands, but I could still hear her half-suppressed giggles as she shot me a "what is happening right now" look from Mom's other side. We walked on in silence for a few minutes until the call of Alice came from somewhere behind. Some half-healed wound had become infected, and so, his chin up regally, Regis carted my mother off down to the line to help. The sun was just beginning to brighten the eastern horizon, and Ellie was little more than a shadow atop her bond. Still, I could tell from her hunched shoulders and downturned head that something was bothering her. Over the last few hours, Regis had kept his stories mostly lighthearted, and in exchange Ellie had told us what she'd learned about Boo and the training she'd done in my absence, but mostly she'd listened, eager to hear everything about my time away, especially in the relictums. She'd been a quiet and patient listener, asking a few questions but otherwise just letting Regis talk, something he could do at length and without encouragement. "Brother?" Ellie asked after a few minutes of silence between us. I looked at her expectantly. She hesitated, then seemed to steel herself. "Why didn't you come home sooner?" My gaze settled on Durden's broad back, which was slung with several heavy bags. The big conjurer was walking not far ahead of us, while the rest of the twin horns were spread throughout the train, constantly on the lookout for any approaching danger. Although it hadn't even been a day since my return to Dicathen, I had felt my inability to sense mana more distinctly. I was entirely reliant on the other mages to forewarn us of an approaching enemy. And unlike the other lances, I couldn't even fly to scout. It was a limitation I had maneuvered around in Alacria, but now, with many more lives than my own at stake, finally I spoke up. I did want to come back sooner, as soon as I realized where I was, but I knew if I came back too soon, if I didn't take my time, grow strong again, then the same thing would have happened all over. There would be no one to save me this time, and then I wouldn't be able to protect you. Ellie's body sagged in defeat, and I quickly added, "But I did keep an eye on you." She rose again just as fast as she had deflated. "What do you mean?" I withdrew the Jin-seeing relic and showed her, turning it so the pink light of the horizon caught on its many facets. "It uses ether, lets me see a person even from a long way away. It only ever worked for you and Mom, though." "That's kind of creepy," Ellie said, her face scrunching into a wrinkly frown. I chuckled and stowed the relic. "That's what Regis said you'd say." I paused. "I am sorry, though, Elle, for being gone so long." She looked past me, her gaze unfocused, then said, "I know, and I think I can forgive you for that," but I raised a brow, unable to keep a frown from my face. "But what, coming home without even bringing me a present? That's unforgivable." She crossed her arms huffily, like she had done when she was a little girl, and stuck her tongue out at me. Bending down, I scooped up a handful of sand and chucked it at her. She squealed and leaned to the other side of Boo, trying to use him as a shield, but not quick enough. Just like Boo had done, she shook herself to knock the sand from her hair and glared at me. "You know, I forgot how annoying you can be." I gave her my widest grin. "Isn't that what big brothers are for?" She rolled her eyes, her mouth opening to respond, but she froze for an instant, focusing on the sky, and the light-hearted moment came to an end. I followed her gaze to Micah, who was drifting down toward us. "Are we nearly there?" She waved her hand, and a stone platform coalesced out of the sand. "We're flying ahead to scout the entrance." She inclined her head to the platform. I gave Ellie an apologetic smile, brushed sand off Boo's face, then stepped on the platform. Micah turned and sped forward, and the platform followed. We quickly outpaced the train, but didn't go too far ahead. Hornfels, Skarn, and Baron were waiting. They had taken shelter behind a formation of sharp beige rocks that grew up from a hilltop. In a valley below them, a dark rift broke the rolling waves of tawny sand. One of the entrances down into the spiderweb of tunnels that made up the Dwarven Kingdom. "What's the plan?" I asked as soon as my feet were on the ground. Hornfels pointed to the shadows. "Behind that door will be miles of tunnels to hide the civilians in, and a more or less straight shot to Vildoriel. These smaller gates aren't guarded, only patrolled at random, so with a bit of luck we'll have time to get everyone inside without being bothered." "Then you lot hit the city," Skarn said, sounding even grumpier than usual. "The lances, he means," Baron confirmed. "The rest of the mages will stay and ensure the people are safe." Sending just the 4 lances into Vildoriel allowed us to keep a solid fighting force in the outer tunnels to deal with any random patrols, although the twin horns and other mages present in our band of refugees wouldn't be enough to defeat a sizable Alacrian assault force. "And you're sure it won't be guarded?" I asked. "Not this far out, it won't be," Hornfels assured me. "There aren't enough dwarves in Darv to guard every crack and crevice." "The priority right now is getting these people out of the open," Micah chimed in. "The strike against Vildoriel will need to be hard and fast." Skarn was scowling deeply as he tugged at his long beard. "If the dwarves fight with the Alacrians, it'll be a damned bloodbath." Micah smacked her cousin's arm. "We won't let that happen." Skarn rubbed his arm and spit in the sand. Well then, we better get moving." The brothers turned back toward the train as Micah, Baron, and I made our way down the hill toward the entrance. Just inside the shadows of the small ravine, a heavy stone door was inset in the wall. When I'd snuck into Darv during the war to search for proof that the dwarves had betrayed Dicathen, I had been able to bypass the strange magical locks with Realmheart, but with Micah at my side there was no need. She reached into what looked like a patch of stone, and I knew she was releasing bursts of mana in a specific pattern. Moments later, the door began to grind open. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust, which is when I saw 5 men sitting around a table in a small carved-out room off the side of the tunnel. They hesitated for a few seconds, then leapt to their feet, sending their chairs clattering to the ground. Micah made a quick downward movement with her hand, and all 5 men in the table collapsed, crushed to the ground. One of them managed to send out a bolt of sickly green energy toward us, but it only burst against the stone wall of the tunnel, pulled off course by Micah's gravity field. Alacrians, I pointed out, noting that none of the guards were dwarves. Micah clenched her jaw and there was a wet crunch. I thought there weren't supposed to be guards, I asked, moving forward to inspect the remains. Do you feel that? Baron asked, looking at Micah. She glanced around, the line of her gaze tracking something invisible through the stone, then her eyes widened. It's an alarm. Shit, she held up a hand, her wrist and fingers working in the air as if she were manipulating some complicated pieces of machinery. When this apparently wasn't working, she clenched her fist, and I heard stone shattering inside the tunnel walls. Subtle, Baron said, moving quickly into the tunnel. Assuming that signal reached the city, we don't have time to wait for all the people to file in, we have to go now. Vere? I asked, looking back out the door into the desert. She'll catch up, Micah snapped, already flying away at top speed. Baron made to follow, then hesitated. Can you? Go, I urged him, God stepping well ahead of both of them. Tendrils of purple electricity arced off me to ripple over the smooth walls of the passage, and I began to sprint, pushing ether into my muscles in order to keep up with the two flying lances, whose speed were limited in the tight quarters anyway. The journey of miles took us 20 minutes, and we didn't even slow down when we approached the massive stone gates that closed the tunnel off to the city of Vildoriel. A hook-nosed Alacrian mage was leaning against the edge of a small square opening. He only had time to widen his eyes as Micah hit the gates. Instead of exploding inward, however, the stone rippled out from the point of impact, turning into sand that splashed down to the tunnel floor. Several Alacrians had been standing along a rampart that ran along the back of the gates, and their screams were cut off abruptly as they were swallowed by the sand. We rushed through the now empty 20-foot opening into the huge cavern of Vildoriel. A wide road of reddish paving stones curved down to the right and up to the left, connecting different levels of the cavern. Several dozen dwarves were arranged along this road, rushing into positions, shouts of alarm accompanying the sounds of defensive spells being cast. Up and down the path, cave-like homes were carved into the outside walls, and a few doors opened as the residents stepped out to see what the commotion was. A cheer rose up from nearby. A dwarven woman, her fist raised in the air, was shouting, "Down with Alacria, down with the Vritra." A nearby man hissed for her to be quiet, but she only gave him the back of her hand across his stunned face and resumed cheering. A few others joined in. The dwarves' spells and weapons alike dropped, heavy steel clanging off the stones and the crackle of fading magic filling the air. A look of utter shock was carved into each dwarven face, surges of horror and guilt fracturing their features like tremors. Tears began to spill from wide, wet eyes, and one by one the dwarven soldiers fell to their knees before their lance. The rest of us stayed silent as Micah observed her people. She grimaced, her own eyes shining with the long hurt of watching her people betray Dicathen again and again. But as she wiped a tear with the back of her arm, her expression softened into a sad smile. She flew up into the air, making herself more visible while also being able to look down on the terrified soldiers. First the Graysunders and then Radias. They poisoned our minds with rose-colored lies, promising us equal footing with the humans and elves, no superiority to them. But the whole time they were doing everything in their power to ensure that they were raised up but that their people, you, remained in squalor. You have been lied to, betrayed. The Alacrians only use you like tools, like livestock. Since before this war even began, our leaders have plotted against us, convinced us to fight against each other and our own well-being. Micah, I understand. And I forgive you. There was a moment of stillness and silence as all the dwarves present to hear this message struggled to absorb it. This stillness was broken a moment later when a line of Alacrian mages appeared from above, marching around a granite tower and down the curving road toward us, shields hovering in front of them. Micah conjured her huge stone hammer, and Baron floated up off the ground, lightning crackling around him. Vere flew in behind us, taking in everything with a single glance before landing next to Micah. The two exchanged a nod and an icy aura leaked out to freeze the ground around Vere. A magically projected voice boomed through the city. Warning, dwarves, return to your homes, Vildoriel is under attack. Return to your homes. Before the voice had even stopped echoing, a crimson lance of energy fired from the approaching soldiers, but it wasn't aimed at us. God stepped into the path of the spell and released a burst of ether that devoured the ray before it could strike its target. The woman who had cheered at our arrival. After a moment of delay, she gasped and stumbled back against the wall of her home. Still clad in purple lightning, I moved out into the center of the road and away from people's homes, eyeing the approaching force. There were around 30 battle groups, all hardened men and women, but I still saw more than a few fearful looks tremble across their faces. It was hard to say, but I thought some might even have been at the sanctuary during the attack there. Spells began to fly. Arthur, Vere shouted, but I held my hand up to the other lances. Pushing as much ether as I could manage out to the barrier clinging to my skin, I let the spells hit me. Stones broke against it, fire fanned out and faded, wind dispersed. A few of the strongest spells broke through, cutting or burning me, but ether rushed through my body, coalescing around the wounds, and I healed faster than I was being hurt. After a minute or more of constant barrage, the spell fear slowed, then stopped entirely. The ground around me had been blasted black. The far edge of the road gave an ominous crack, and several large chunks of paving tumbled down toward the lower level of the city. Light steam and dark smoke mingled around me, drifting up from the broken stones, obscuring me in mist. I stepped forward. A heavy, threatening silence hung like a storm cloud over the city. For several heartbeats, no one moved. Then one by one, the Alacrians began to shift, looking at one another or back the way they'd come with pale faces. Shields flickered as the soldiers conjuring them struggled to focus, and the straight, organized lines of men wavered and broke apart, their strict training failing them. I waited until the tension was nearly ready to burst apart. Anyone who wants to live, go now. For the rest, I activated God's Step, appearing in the center of the Alacrian force and unleashing my etheric intent. I can offer only a quick death. Chapter 386. Caradnoir. The sun was setting behind roiling storm clouds over central Dominion, the sky's mood mirroring my own. It had been a tense and dull few days since the Victoriad's incomprehensible finale. Read first at Highblood Denoir had, expectedly, gone on full alert after the Victoriad. They had immediately withdrawn me from my post at Central Academy and arranged for the entire extended blood to return to our primary estate for an all-hands-on-deck meeting. For days, the estate had been swarming with lower-ranking cousins and vassal lords, but Corbett and Lenora were keeping me isolated even from our own blood. It seemed like they didn't want anyone else to ascertain the full depth of my connection to Grey until they had laid the appropriate political groundwork. This suited me just fine. I had been unable to speak with Scythe Sarah since the Victoriad, and I hadn't heard from Grey, not that I expected to, which only led to more and more questions, none of which I had answers for. I found myself frustrated in a way I hadn't experienced since I was a freshly awakened teenage girl, forced to hide a power that I simultaneously wished I didn't have but also wanted to explore and understand. Until I could go to Scythe Saris, however, I saw no better alternative than simply lying low and playing along with my adoptive parents' wishes. A boy suddenly appeared in the yards below my window, sprinting with all his might. Not far behind him, a slightly older boy was giving chase, a sling spinning in one hand. With a jerk, he let a projectile fly, but the younger boy dove forward, rolling under it. When he popped back to his feet, he took just enough time to stick his tongue out at his pursuer, then vanished out the other side of the frame, the older boy close on his heels. I smiled. It was a faint thing, heavy against my cheeks, but it felt good to know that there was someone out there unburdened by everything that was happening. Even if it was only my young cousins, who were both about as intelligent as the average toadstool. A thunderclap shook the glass of my window pane only a moment before heavy raindrops began to patter against it. The boys began to shout as they were no doubt soaked by the sudden deluge. Closer at hand, barely audible beneath the noise of the storm, fabric rustled. Grabbing a silver hairpin from my desk, I spun to my feet and brandished it like a weapon, then sighed and lowered my hand. My adoptive brother, Lawden, was leaning against the doorframe of my bedroom. His muscular figure filled the doorway in a vaguely threatening way, although the look on his face was more amused than hostile. He swept his carefully trimmed olive hair to the side, his smile widening. "Your senses are growing dull, little sister. If I were an assassin, then this pin would be in your eye and your blood would be on fire," I said coolly, turning my chin up slightly. "And I would be saved from listening to any of your didactic dithering. What do you, or rather, what do Corbett and Lenora want?" Lawden held up his hands as a sign of peace. "No need to punish the messenger, Kara. Your tongue is sharper and burns worse than that of a sun-scythed toad. Father would like you to be ready, that is all. We'll be meeting within the hour." I set the pin down and leaned against the desk. Within the hour. Message received. Lawden's brows rose, but he said nothing else as he turned on his heel and marched out of my rooms. "Perhaps it is a good thing my brother is an ignorant oaf," I muttered under my breath as I followed him to the suite door and locked it. There was a guilty squirming in the region of my stomach. What I was feeling had nothing to do with Lawden, and he had actually, perhaps for the first time in my life, made a genuine effort to be pleasant since the Victoriad. Of course, he also teased me several times about my boyfriend Grey, who, as it had turned out, was somewhere above scythe level in strength, so it may have been fear spurring his sudden good manners. Moving to my dressing table, I took a seat on the cushioned stool and gazed at myself in the mirror, my mind lingering on Grey. "Where is he now?" I asked the mirror, but there was no answer except my own expectant face staring back at me. The Victoriad had changed everything for Grey and me, maybe even for all of Alacria. That was yet to be seen, which was in large part the purpose of the meeting I was supposed to be getting ready for. The events of the Victoriad had shone light through a crack in Agrona's perceived infallibility. His own right hand had been challenged and killed, and when Agrona arrived to show off the power of his new pet mage, they had both been outmaneuvered, failing to capture Grey in what could only be seen as a stunning defeat. But not every Alacrian would understand what had happened. And even if they did, most could be made to forget amidst the threat of war with the other Asuras, or would simply continue to toe the line for fear of the Vritra. Cowards, I thought, watching my lip tense into a frown. Read first at taken by a sudden reckless impulse, I unclasped the medallion that I always wore around my neck and set it down hard on the dressing table. In the mirror, my horns simply appeared, no longer hidden by the medallion's illusory powers. I pulled my lips back from my teeth and snarled at the mirror. Now that would be quite the look for this evening's meeting, I mused before letting the expression fade. The face left behind was cold, almost forlorn, lonely. I was so tired of hiding who I was, of being isolated from the people around me. Grey had been something to me that I'd never had before, a peer, a confidant, a friend. I pictured again his regretful gaze in the moments before he vanished. He didn't want to leave me behind, I assured myself, but how well did I really know him? Sighing, I took up the amulet and reclasped it behind my neck. In the mirror, the horns disappeared in a blink. Reaching tentatively up, I ran my hand along the invisible horns, feeling the curves, grooves, and points. Just because I couldn't see them, that didn't mean they were really gone. With practiced efficiency, I prepared for the meeting. Lenora wished for my face to be painted, and Corbett had already picked out a gown for me. They expected me to appear graceful and elegant but non-threatening. Many a highblood had devoured itself tail first in less dire circumstances than what the Denoirs now faced. And as an outsider, an adoptive Vritra blood, my entire life had been a double-edged blade for the Denoirs. As much as I was a point of pride and potential empowerment, any misstep either with or from me could just as easily lead to their ruin. Thus the tight leash I had been kept on my entire life, which only grew tighter by the day. I had just finished pinning up my hair when there was a light knock on my door. Read first at standing, I twisted the gold gown around me, watching the light glint off blue gems that matched my hair, which I had folded into a slightly messy twist and fixed with a gold and ruby pin that doubled as a blade if necessary. I didn't expect to be attacked in my own home, but one could never be too careful. Slipping into a stately walk, I crossed the room and opened the door. Nessa was waiting outside with Arian. Nessa clicked her tongue, her eyes narrowing critically at my hair. Her fingers twitched as she said, "Lady Cara, High Lord and Lady Denoir request your presence in the parlor." "By all means," I said, and she turned and began marching down the hall. I fell into step behind her and heard Arian's soft footfalls behind me. We crossed paths with only a few other Denoirs on the way to the parlor. Each of them stopped whatever they were doing to give me a shallow bow, but I could feel their eyes burning into my back once I'd gone past. There was curiosity there, but also fear, frustration, and even outright hostility. They may not know what my relationship with the mysterious Grey had been, but they knew it was a beacon drawing unwanted attention to High-Blood Denoir. While other bloods, high named or otherwise, were excitedly gossiping about recent events, the Denoirs were on high alert, uncertain if they would survive. Read first at, although I was certain the Denoirs would place the blame on me. In reality, it was Corbett and Lenora's insistence on involving the High-Blood in Scythe Saris's business that had led to this point. Inviting Grey for dinner, meeting with him in public, asking endless questions about him around Cargadon and Central Academy. They had tried to draw connections between themselves and Grey. And they had succeeded, which put the entire blood at risk. Not that I'd fault them for that. Whatever their reasoning, they'd given Grey a chance, even protection during the trial. It almost made me dread what was to come. I hadn't been able to read Corbett's mood at all over the last few days. Instead of entering the parlor through the main doors, Nessa took us down a servant's stairs and in through a shadowed alcove. Corbett, Lenora, and Lauden were already there, as was Corbett's brother, Arden. Tejan and a woman I didn't know, one of Arden's guards I assumed, were flanking the parlor doors. Lenora's hand went to Corbett's arm when she noticed our entrance, interrupting whatever he'd been saying. The pair of them looked me over with the same critical air Nessa had, although with 100 times more judgment, but Arden didn't give them time to say anything. Seeing the line of their gaze, he turned around, grinned, and then held out his hands in a gesture of welcome. "Cara Dove," he said, his voice deeper and slightly more raspy than his brother's. "Uncle," I replied, giving him a courtly curtsy. I knew well enough to be on my best behavior, including using the preferred titles for my adoptive parents and their many relatives and vassals. But I'd always called Arden Uncle, in part because he had insisted on it throughout my childhood, and I hadn't seen him often enough as I grew into adulthood to break the habit, but also because I knew it irritated Corbett that I didn't fight back against the familial title the way I did with mother and father. "What kind of trouble have you gotten us into now?" "I little bird," he chuckled, moving over to give me a stiff one-armed hug. Despite being Corbett's younger brother, Arden looked 10 years older. He was shorter and heavier, with a pronounced belly and olive hair that was receding away from his temples. But he used these softer features to his advantage, hiding a blade-sharp mind behind his outwardly unimposing features. That and a potent regalia. That remains to be seen, Corbett said, drawing the words out so they lingered in the air. My adoptive father wore white and navy as usual, but his suit had an aggressive, military-style cut, and he wore a single shining pauldron that extended into a narrow gorget that wrapped around his neck. His thin blade hung from his belt as well, making him look like he was prepared to lead a charge into battle. Lenora, on the other hand, wore a soft, flowing navy gown, billowing out and lending matronly curves to her thin frame. Sugar and spice, I thought. It was a presentation they had perfected over their long marriage, one intimidating, one welcoming. In reality, they were more hammer and anvil. I'd never seen them engage in these political mind games with their own blood, however. My pulse quickened, it made me nervous. Bring the rest in, Corbett said next. Instead of sending one of the servants, Lenora went herself. Corbett waved for me to join him in Loudon. Arden stood slightly to the side. No other words were exchanged, and I felt like the three men were carefully not looking at me. Within seconds, Lenora returned, followed by Arden's wife, Melita, who entered with their children, Combe and Arno, the two little boys who had been playing so roughly beneath my window. Arno, the younger of the two, still had the grass stains on his clothes. The three bowed deeply to the High Lord and Lady, and I caught Alden give his sons a wink as they marched by. Lord Justice Denoir followed. Corbett's uncle was in his 60s. His hair had gone gray, and there were two gray streaks in his goatee, but he stood straight and strong, carrying himself like the lifelong nobility he was. Corbett and Justice had always had a difficult relationship, as Justice had intended to become High Lord when Corbett's father, Corvus, died, but the deceased High Lord had outmaneuvered his brother and set Corbett in his place. Still, infighting and backstabbing was an inevitable path to see your own high blood crumble, and so the two willful men had kept a forced sort of peace between them for the last 15 years. Following Justice was Lady Gemma Denoir, Lenora's oldest sister. She walked stiffly, like she was carrying a sword in her backside, taking her time entering the room. Her white hair was carefully coiffed and shining with black gemstones that matched her glittering black gown. The effect made her crystalline blue eyes shine like diamonds. Though Lady Gemma smiled, there was a simpering, frustrating tone to every movement she made, and her bow to the High Lord and Lady was shallower than was proper. When her eyes caught mine, her smile slipped away entirely, her nose wrinkling in disgust, and she simply walked past. And so it went for a while. The Denoirs traipsed in by ones and twos, starting with the highest-ranking members of the blood and working down to the lowliest vassals. There were others who were also technically considered members of the High Blood but who lacked any station within it, and so had not been invited to this meeting. Finally, when the last of the High Blood had been seated and plied with drinks by Loudon, Corbett gestured for me and my adoptive brother to take seats as well. The parlor was just large enough to accommodate such a crowd, but small and private enough to give the meeting a conspiratorial air. When Corbett's chief attendant closed the doors, leaving only members of the High Blood and a handful of trusted guards, such as Tejan and Arian, inside the room, the impression deepened. As you are all certainly aware, Corbett began without preamble, the events of the recent Victoriad are without precedent in the known history of Alacria. Lady Gemma snorted, drawing a raised brow from Lenora. Despite being the older sister, Gemma was an adoptive member of the blood, taken in after her own husband died, and she carried no position or authority beyond what her relationship with Lenora granted her. There was nearly always an edge of bitterness and one-upmanship between the pair when they were together. True enough, High Lord, one of the older cousins, Dareth or Drothel or something, I'd forgotten, said amicably, but his bushy brows were pinched in a nervous frown. But what does that have to do with the Denoirs? Are you confirming that there is truth to the rumors that our High Blood is somehow entangled with this Ascender Grey fellow? Read first at Corbett glanced to where I was lounging back in a thick cushion chair, my face hidden behind a glass of bright red wine that I wasn't drinking. That subtle tick was the only sign of his agitation, however, and when he spoke again, his words came out clear and calm. Before we speak to High Blood Denoir's relationship with the man called Grey, first we must share information only very recently acquired. He gestured to his brother. Arden stood, clasping his hands behind his back so that his pouchy belly stuck out even farther. Yes, indeed, thank you, brother, he cleared his throat. Just yesterday, a large detachment of Alacrian soldiers, thousands of mages in all, returned from Dicathen. Arden was carefully watching the rest of the blood, likely trying to ascertain who else might know whatever he was about to tell us. From the eager way Gemma stared at him, the wine glass in her hand suddenly going still, it was clear she at least certainly did. All from the homeland of our dwarven allies, Arden continued. Darv, for those of you who don't follow these things, and with a number of Dicathian dwarves in tow. Read first at this caused a stir. I shifted forward in my chair slightly and set down my drink, keeping my back straight and my expression poised. So far, Dicathians had only been brought to Alacria for public displays of punishment, like those at the Victoriad. There was little other reason for prisoners to be teleported from the other continent, and no allies had been offered quarter in our land before. Or if they had, it had been kept very quiet. The return force accounts for nearly 70% of the soldiers stationed in a city named Vildoriel, the dwarves' capital, Arden continued. And they returned not under order but because they were defeated. A chorus of disbelieving chatter interrupted Arden, some expressing bewilderment, others even calling Arden's story into question. He scowled and the High Lord called for quiet. Were any members of our High Blood present? Justice asked, his deep baritone ringing like a gong over the lingering remnants of chatter that struggled to die out. If so, they should have been brought before the entire High Blood to explain their cowardice. No, Arden confirmed, nodding to the older man. He took a moment to compose himself, then continued. The small force we fielded are staged in a city called Ediston. But, Arden paused, his gaze now flicking to me in a way that made the small hairs on my neck stand on end. But I was able to secure several first-hand accounts of what happened there. Arden began to pace, cleverly using it as an opportunity to meet the eyes of several different people, somehow making it feel like he was speaking to each of them individually. The strike on Vildoriel came out of nowhere. There hasn't been any real resistance in Dicathen in months, and the largest cities have already begun transitioning, building newer, larger forges and foundries for the imbuers. And so Vildoriel's peacekeepers had little warning before a small group of Dicathen's elite warriors, the Lances, I believe they are called, smashed down the gates. Oh, I read all about the Lances, little Arno piped up, his small voice cutting right through the electrified tension building in the room. There were a couple of surprised chuckles at this, but his mother pulled him close, quieting him. I'm afraid I'm not following, one of the more distant cousins asked, giving Arden an embarrassed smile. While this is stunning news, what does it have to do with us? The attack on Vildoriel was led by a man with golden eyes, Arden said slowly, who, it appears, could walk through lightning and conjure purple flames from his hands. The bottom dropped out of my stomach. Whatever the rest of the blood's reaction, I didn't hear it over the sudden pressure in my ears. It was a simple description, but there was only one man on either continent who fit it. Gray, I mouthed noiselessly. Like a single stone that falls and begins an avalanche, this piece of information tumbled into place amidst everything else I knew about Gray. The strange questions in the relictums, his lack of basic knowledge despite being so powerful, his unusual magic, his lack of blood connections, Scythe Saris's interest in him, the fact that he'd fought in the war but never talked about it. The pieces of information all came crashing down around me. But it didn't make sense. Gray couldn't be a Dicathian ... could he? Scythe Saris knew him, apparently trusted him, and that alone was enough for me to do the same. But should it be? I asked myself, suddenly wary. You've destroyed us. Justice's voice thundered over the tumult, bringing the scene around me back into focus. He was staring at Corbett, his finger pointing accusingly. You've always been too greedy and power-hungry, Corbett, clinging to Scythe Saris Vritra like a bloodworm ever since she was forced on our high blood. He ground out, his accusing finger momentarily turning in my direction. The parlor fell quiet. Though some may have agreed with him, no one had the spine to join in his accusations, and in fact, those sitting closest to him scooted away, as if worried he might spontaneously combust. And if Ascender Gray returns, Uncle, Corbett asked, breaking the uncomfortable silence, would you prefer we were on bad footing with a man capable of felling two scythes? But what actually ties us to this man, Gray? The same cousin from before asked into the silence, again feigning embarrassment. Lenora had wrapped her arm around Corbett's waist, and together they looked defiantly out at their blood. Read first at we were made aware of Scythe Saris Vritra's intense interest in Ascender Gray some time ago, she said pleasantly, her tone as simple and non-confrontational as if she were discussing the weather, and so we made inroads to establishing a relationship with the man. He kept himself rather apart from the normal social circles of Cargadon, but through a happy accident had already made the acquaintance of our daughter, Kara. I stiffened slightly as all eyes jumped to me, then just as quickly away. Only the red-faced Justice let his gaze linger, his brows lowering angrily as I gazed back at him, refusing to be intimidated. Couldn't it be that this accidental acquaintance was really Gray worming his way into High-Blood Denoir's good graces? Justice asked, standing and copying Ardent by pacing around and looking not at Corbett but the rest of our blood. Taking advantage of us in order to place himself at the Victoriad, in a position to weaken the leaders of the war in Dicathen and embarrass the High Sovereign. Only then did Justice look at Corbett, a disappointed sneer marring his face. An act that by aiding him you have made us all accomplice to. I can assure you that isn't the case, I said before Corbett could respond. When all eyes yet again turned to me, I paused to take a slow sip from my glass, gathering my thoughts. It is fundamentally impossible for our meeting to have been by design, considering we were in the relictums at the time, and I was the one who initiated that contact, not Gray. Justice opened his mouth to counter me, but I spoke over him, keeping my tone calm but firm. And before you embarrass yourself by making accusations about either my or Scythe Saris Vritra's intentions regarding Gray, know that my parents' assumption was entirely correct. She saw his power, the same power you all saw for yourselves at the Victoriad, and grew interested, that is all. I felt Corbett's gaze on me but didn't look away from Justice. Although his features were rigid and angry, I could see the fear in the jittery back-and-forth movements of his eyes. The room devolved into several layers of loud conversation, each voice fighting to be heard over every other. I mean, he did defeat a Psy that makes sense, should throw ourselves at the High Sovereign's mercy, be a counterattack. Perhaps we could save face by joining Pure Fire and to escape the Victoriad apparently unscathed. Does this mean for Highblood Denoir, High Lord? Corbett focused on Melita, Arden's wife. A good question, Melita, thank you. Slowly, the room around him quieted again. We would not be meeting like this if the situation did not present some danger to our Highblood, but Lenora and I believe there is opportunity here as well. For of course you do, Justice muttered, loud enough for all to hear. A muscle near Corbett's eye twitched, but he kept going. For the moment, outwardly we will take no action, only biding our time and watching, Corbett said, focusing on Justice. If there is an official inquiry into Highblood Denoir, rest assured that we have only extended what welcome and courtesy was due to a potent ascender and member of Karaz's team. Foolishness, Lady Gemma said, leaning farther back in her chair and swirling her wine glass. Her predatory gaze lingered on Arden. What about the counter-attack already being prepared? Do we plan to participate, to make up for your failure of judgment? Corbett and Lenora exchanged a glance. We've determined it is best to maintain our current strategy in Dicathen, Corbett answered, Justice scoffed. This only makes us look more guilty. Read first at no inquisitor, not even the Scythes themselves, will find a hint of wrongdoing in Highblood Denoir's actions, Lenora insisted. But change is on the wind, Denoir's. Lenora gazed around the room, masterfully letting her expression vacillate between a small frown and conspiratorial smile. And as we all know, sometimes the wind blows hard from the mountains. We'll need sure footing to weather it. I blinked, unsure I had understood Lenora's words properly. It almost sounded as if she were endorsing Gray and Scythe Saris if there were some kind of power struggle between them and the High Sovereign. The rest of the blood was quiet and thoughtful. Little Arno caught my eye as I surreptitiously scanned the room, gave me a big smile and waved. Justice stood, his shoulders back, chest out, chin held high. His steady eyes cut into Corbett and Lenora like daggers. I'm afraid this line of thinking is untenable with the continued well-being of this Highblood. High Lord Corbett Denoir, I am forced to officially request you step down from your position. Beg mercy of the Scythes, Scythe Saris Vritra herself if you must. Assure them that your mistakes are your own and that leadership of Highblood Denoir will rest in steadier hands. I will, the words hissed into silence as Justice jerked his sword free of its sheath. Tejan was by Lenora's side in an instant, Arian rushing to stand over me, the bare steel of his thin blade glinting in the soft light as he looked frantically in every direction at once. There won't be any need for that at the moment, a calm voice said, drawing all eyes to the shadows of the servants' entrance. A gray-skinned man in dark leather armor stepped out of the shadows. He was quite handsome, with an undeniable strength despite how he suppressed his mana. I stood as everyone else, everyone except Justice, went to a knee, bowing deeply before Silrit, retainer to Scythe Saris and the dominion of Saze-Clar. His scarlet eyes met mine, and I felt a bolt like lightning pass between us. He could only be there for me. Finally, Scythe Saris was rescuing me from these long, dreary days of tedium and tension. Do as the High Lord and Lady command, Silrit said to Justice, who had somehow managed to go pale and flushed at the same time. Highblood Denoir should take no action at this time. Lady Karaz is to come with me. What do you mean? Lenora stammered, her mask of absolute control and confidence cracking. Karaz is, read first at let them take her, Justice said, very carefully resheathing his sword and taking a knee. Please, Lord Silrit, with your approval I would, Silrit smiled, a subtle, dangerous thing, and Justice's mouth snapped shut. Lord Denoir, the retainer said slowly, enunciating each syllable carefully, do as you are commanded. Or things may go poorly for you. The last of the color left Justice's face and a muscle in his jaw pulsed. Like that, Silrit seemed to dismiss them all entirely. To me, he gave a softer smile and held out his arm. Please, Lady Karaz, Scythe Saris is expecting us. Read first at chapter 385, Purity, Arthur. Spending 5 hours listening to these dwarves play the blame game is making me miss passing through a mana beast's colon, Regis grumbled. These meetings may not be exciting, but they are important. Just try to enjoy the view or something, I thought tiredly. The Hall of Lords within Vildoriel's royal palace was an astonishing sight. The hall itself was within an enormous geode that stretched at least 70 feet wide and was perhaps 100 feet from floor to ceiling. It was difficult to tell how much exactly because the floor was hidden by a swirling pool of silvery mist. The long, hand-carved table where the dwarven nobility met rested atop a thin sliver of crystal that floated unsupported in the air in the geode's center. To reach it, we had crossed a series of hovering stones that made a kind of walkway. The geode itself shone with a kaleidoscope of colors, aquamarine bleeding into rusty orange cut through with purple striations, sparkling with yellow and white. When the light shifted, the colors seemed to jump and run together. Instead of lighting artifacts, ever-burning candles floated at intervals throughout the space, ensuring constantly flickering light that made it look like waves of color were washing across the geode's million little surfaces. I had examined it at length, mostly when the gathered dwarves began pointing fingers or arguing about who had failed in what duty, which clans deserved a seat at the table, and who had proven the worst failure to dwarvenkind. With all respect to Lance Micah, Lord Silvershale said for probably the 7th time, the Earthborn stayed nice and chummy with the Alacrians in Vildoriel throughout the occupation. Never had to leave their homes, none of their kin died defending, a blatant lie, Carnelian Earthborn responded, rolling his beetle-black eyes. And not even a clever one, considering that my own daughter led the damned war. I looked from Silvershale to Earthborn. The former was older, with shoulder-length hair that had largely gone gray and a beard braided into 3 prongs. Carnelian, on the other hand, looked relatively young. His mahogany red hair didn't match Micah's at all, but there was a roundness to his cheeks and a bright shining youth in his eyes that gave him that same childlike appearance as his daughter. Where has the Earthborn clan been then these last many months? Lord Silvershale looked around the table, not at Carnelian but the rest of the dwarven nobility. Certainly not in the tunnels fighting against the Alacrians and turncoats, he finished, crossing his arms and flashing the others a victorious grin. Okay, you're right, I admitted to Regis. The important part appears to be over. Before the two could take the argument further or worse, draw in any of the other lords, I stood. The crystal below my feet rang against the petrified wood of my chair, drawing all eyes to me. Everyone in attendance, as many dwarven nobles as we could round up on short notice, the surviving members of Virion's council and the other lances, hurried to stand as well. Read first at I'm afraid I need time to prepare before moving on to the other long-range teleportation gates, I said. Micah let out a relieved sigh, then seemed to catch herself, stood straight, and smoothed her expression into something slightly more noble. All the lances, in fact, have other duties to attend to, father, she finished with a slight inclination of her head. Indeed, Carnelian said, beaming at his daughter, we've kept our guests far too long. Let this meeting of the Lord's assemblage be adjourned to reconvene tomorrow midday. He rapped his knuckles on the tabletop like a judge swinging his gavel. From across the table, Helen caught my eye, widening hers just slightly, her lips pressed tightly together. I knew exactly how she felt. It was hard to feel sorry for the dwarves, difficult to avoid comparing their pain and loss to that of the elves, but there was no denying they had suffered. Since the war began, they'd been quietly slaughtering each other in the tunnels beneath the desert. The two factions saw each other as fools and blood traitors, each side betraying what was in the dwarves' best interest. This animosity wouldn't fade in a day, and I felt certain we hadn't seen the last of the bloodshed between the dwarven factions. Still, we had done what we could in such a short amount of time. Read first at most of the dwarves had been thrilled to see the Alacrians pushed out of Vildoriel. Almost as many had been furious when the Alacrians had been allowed to teleport back to Alacria, however. Even among the Lord's assemblage, many complained that we hadn't executed all the Alacrian soldiers for their crimes. I couldn't exactly blame them. Even more controversial was the decision to allow those dwarves who were most dedicated to the Alacrians to leave with them. Despite the dwarven nobility's concerns that we'd just given Agrona more soldiers, I hardly thought they'd be treated as equals in Alacria. But by the time they realized their own folly, it would be far too late. For those men and women, however, I felt no sympathy at all. An attendant opened the doors that led back into the palace proper, which, after the grandeur of the Hall of Lords, felt almost plain by comparison. Gideon was leaning against the wall just outside, while 4 heavily armed and armored dwarves glowered at him unwelcomingly. Read first at the inventor pushed himself away from the wall at the sound of the doors opening and gave me a wide, boyish grin. Finally, these dwarves think as slow as the stone they live in. Gideon trailed off, then cleared his throat as the guards' faces darkened. I kept walking and he fell into step beside me. Anyway, I've been waiting for you, boy. I've got a few things to show you, inventions I worked on while in the Alacrians' care. There are a few things that I really think. I held up a hand, forestalling the deluge of information about to spill from Gideon. I want to see it, I do, but not right now, Gideon. The old inventor's face fell. Twisting the ring of polished black stone off my middle finger, I held it out to him. The moment of disappointment melted away as he plucked it out of my hands. I need you to focus on this. He held it up to his eye and turned it over several times, but this is just a dimension ring. What? He trailed off, his wide bloodshot eyes jumping from the ring to me as an excited grin spread across his face. Oh, please tell me you've brought presents from the other continent. He bobbed on the balls of his feet, nearly skipping. Some of their technology, perhaps. Very specific technology, I confirmed. Figure out how it works if we can replicate it. Whatever else you've been working on, this takes priority. Read first at We made our way out of the palace together, Gideon peppering me with questions that I answered to the best of my ability. He hurried off from the front gates, rushing toward the Earthborn Institute to unpack the dimension ring and begin his studies, assuring me he wouldn't eat or sleep until he had answers. From the front gates of the royal palace, which was on the highest level of Vildoriel, I could see the entire cavern laid out below me. The city was bustling with activity. Soldiers preparing defenses against Agrona's inevitable counterattack. Food and materials being carted in from the expansive tunnel system that surrounded the city, and temporary homes being found for the hundreds of refugees we'd brought with us, all of which mingled with the day-to-day activities of the city's residents. The city center, a huge plaza that dominated the bottom level, had become ground zero for receiving the hundreds of mostly elven refugees we'd brought with us. Even from the palace, I could see that the plaza was filled with large tables, crates, and tents for handing out fresh food, and giving the most tired and feeble refugees a place to rest while they waited for more comfortable lodgings. Plenty of dwarves were lined up to receive food as well, although I couldn't help but notice how little they mingled with the elves. Pushing Etha into my eyes, I looked more closely at the individuals. No one bothered to hide the bitter sideways glances between the two races, and there was a palpable tension hanging over the plaza. Read first at unfortunate, but not unexpected, I thought. The elves see the dwarves as turncoats, while these struggling, starving dwarves see the elves as competition for too few resources. They better figure it out, Regis chimed in. They'll all be in Agrona's crosshairs together, or Kezes. Pick your megalomaniac. I took a deep breath, held it for several seconds, then slowly let it back out. I know. I still think the relictums would have been better, Regis thought with the mental equivalent of shrugging his shoulders. Less complicated. It was true that the relictums would have been an impenetrable shelter from the Usuras, considering they couldn't even enter it. But then I would be no better than the Usuras, I thought with an edge of rebuke. The relictums would be as much a cage as an asylum, and I'd become their master. Better a master who protects them than one ready to sacrifice them for his own ends, Regis thought mullishly. I imagine that's what Kezes and Agrona both thought before they became the tyrants they are today, I refuted. The real problem is that you won't make up your damned mind, he shot back, agitated. Arguing with yourself, and by extension me, every moment of every day about what's the best way to do something. It's war. There are going to be consequences, and you have to be ready to accept that no matter what you do. I know. Read first at Do you, Regis pressed. Like this whole portal to Alacria thing, you want to destroy it but don't want to give it up as a tool, but just turning it off is still dangerous, and you're afraid of what will happen if you're wrong. It's exhausting being in here. His huge shadow wolf form leaped out onto the road beside me. He shook out his mane, causing the flames to flare. I'm going to go exploring, he grumbled, loping away down the road and ignoring the chorus of surprised and frightened shouts from the dwarves he passed. I sighed as I watched him go, but my mind was settling into a discordant blankness, my thoughts fluttering like tattered cobwebs in the dark, disrupted by Regis's frustration that was still leaking into me. I closed my eyes hard, then opened them and focused on the crowd again, looking for Mom and Ellie. After a minute, I found them at one of the long tables. Mom was ladling soup into bowls while Ellie handed out chunks of bread and full water skins. I wanted to go to them, almost as much as I wanted to be alone. I couldn't bear the thought of all those people, their eyes turned expectantly in my direction, pleading and begging. I didn't blame them, not at all, I understood. I'd lived it all before, after all, as King Grey. But now wasn't the time. Instead of descending the looping path down to the lowest level, I turned and moved around the edge of the royal palace and through a garden filled with glowing mushrooms. Around the far edge of the palace, where the cut stone merged back into the rough, natural cavern cliff, there was an arched tunnel carved into the wall. Steam and the heavy, sulfuric smell of a natural hot spring wafted out. The short tunnel opened up onto a ledge above a series of round pools. The water had a subtle blue luminescence, almost like it was absorbing and reflecting the light of the many glowing fungi and hanging vines that grew over the walls and ceiling. No one else was present. During our short tour of the royal palace, Carnelian Earthborn had explained that the Alacrians had forbidden dwarves to use these pools. I suspected the nobles would move back in soon enough, but for the moment, it was the perfect place to rest and think. Letting myself move slowly, almost meandering, I walked along the edge of the pools until I found a spot I liked. next to a small, private pool where a patch of long-stemmed mushrooms grew. They waved on their stalks like the antenna of some subterranean mana beast. Slipping off my boots, I eased my feet into the water and took a seat on the soft, mossy ground. Reed first at the keystone had become my primary tool for meditation, and so I withdrew it from the dimension rune. I turned the heavy, matte black cube over in my hands a few times, considering it. So far, I had discovered that the blackness within the keystone realm reacted to mana use, but not in a way I could see or manipulate. It was nothing more than inky black ripples in the dark. Thanks to Kara, I had learned that the black ripples were mana itself, and theorized that having a mana core allowed one to see the mana particles around them when they entered the keystone. My lack of a mana core seemed to be the primary obstacle preventing me from moving forward. As I'd done dozens of times now, I imbued ether into the keystone. My consciousness rushed into it, passing through the purple walls into darkness. And I stayed there, surrounded by blankness, the lightly sulfuric smell of the hot water only barely pressing through to my conscious mind. I didn't bother activating any of my etheric abilities, didn't hunt through the nothing for signs of magic or mana. I didn't even think, at least for a little while. It was like being asleep, except I didn't have to struggle as I would to sleep naturally. Then, after some indeterminate amount of time, something changed. I wasn't quite sure what at first. It was a subtle sensation, like a prickling at the back of my neck when someone was watching me. But this feeling was coming from within the keystone realm. Read first at near the edges of what I would consider my vision. Something shifted in the darkness. It wasn't the black-on-black slithering I had felt before. More like stars barely seen through light nighttime clouds. They were barely perceptible gray motes that pulsed, turning this way and that, almost like they were hunting for something. I opened my eyes. Across the room, Ellie crept out of the entryway, her hand on the wall, her nose wrinkled up against the thick air, tension tightening every muscle. She squinted into the strange, fungi-born light, saw me, and relaxed. Wow, her whisper carried in the silence of the hot springs. Elle, had my sister been the source of the gray motes inside the keystone realm? But if so, how, why, what had she been doing? Instead of firing off these questions like arrows, however, I gave her a warm, if tired, smile. How did you find me? She wrinkled her nose again. Okay, it's going to sound weird, but I smelled you. Smelled me? I chuckled, one eyebrow raising. I'm pretty sure I don't stink that bad, do I? I sniffed at my tunic just to make sure. It's part of my beast will, she said, tucking a lock of hair behind her ear. She hesitated at the stairs that led from the ledge down to the moss-covered stone that ringed the pools. Is it okay if? Read first at, of course, I said immediately. As much as I wanted to be alone to explore the keystone, to discover more about the gray particles I'd seen, after all this time I also just wanted to spend time with my sister. Come sit with me. The water feels amazing. Ellie beamed at me as she practically skipped in between the pools to join me, kicked off her turn shoes, and plopped down with her feet in the water. Where's Boo? She laughed, kicking her feet in the water and splashing us both. He was terrifying the dwarf children in the food lines, so I sent him to hunt in the tunnels. She frowned suddenly. I hope he'll be okay. What if someone thinks he's a wild mana beast or something? I should have thought of that sooner. I can send Regis to keep him company, I told her, pinging my companion mentally to do just that. I had felt the boredom trickling back from him, so I knew he would eagerly agree. Both of them were technically born of Ephiodus, and I had sensed Regis's curiosity about Boo several times since returning. Ellie smiled in thanks, but the smile flickered at the edges. Hey, why didn't you come down to see us? It's not because of Mom, is it? No, it's not. I stopped, forced to gather my thoughts. It was mostly the crowd, but maybe a little because of Mom. Don't get me wrong, I have nothing but love for her, it's just complicated. I kicked my foot and watched the ripples move outward, slowly fading as they went. I don't know what's best for her, Elle. Time with me, time apart to digest everything that's happened, starting the conversation, waiting for her to take the lid. Ellie shrugged. It'll take time. But you need to know that Mom really wants to fix things between you two, she grinned. And not just because you're some crazy superpowered hero now. I laughed, pushing her sideways. She slid down the mossy slope and got soaked up to her knees, then splashed water at me. When the laughter subsided, she noticed the keystone in my hand for the first time. What's that? A Jinn Ancient Mage keystone. It's like an instruction manual for Etha arts, but I've been working on this one for a while and I can't seem to make sense of it. Every time I think I'm making progress, I just end up at another dead end. Except, I hesitated, weighing my curiosity about the gray motes versus my concern in involving my sister. She ran a finger along one edge, peering closely at its surface. How does it work? There was no way to separate these parts of my life, I decided with a sigh, not anymore. Do you want to help? She nodded excitedly, so I quickly explained the training process I'd used with Enola and Kara. It'd be just like when we used to practice forming different shapes with your mana back at the castle. Read first at Ellie's face scrunched with concentration as she held up a hand. An identical cube formed on her palm, but this one was made of her own bright, pure mana. Like this, I nodded. Now my mind is going to go into the keystone. It's hard to concentrate on my other senses, so I may not be able to hear you, but just keep going until I come back, okay? Got it, she said seriously, letting the cube dissipate as she prepared to conjure a different shape. I nervously slid back into the keystone realm, quelling any hopes or expectations. For a moment, all was still, quiet, and empty. Then the mana began to move and my heart stopped. Burning amidst the otherwise formless black was an uneven orb of blurry gray motes. After a few seconds, the orb began to change, adding in more mana particles as it became more complex. Like watching a ball of clay be molded into shape, the shadowy mana particles became a rough but recognizable bear. I could see Ellie continuing to work at it, thinning the body, widening the legs, adjusting the bear's heavy brows. When the bear began to walk, I lost focus. My eyes snapped open and I stared at the water in front of Ellie, where an identical little bear of pure mana was slowly maneuvering across the surface of the water. She was so intently focused on her creation that she hadn't noticed me return. Read first at most mages adapted an affinity toward a specific element quite early on, but Ellie's mana had never manifested in that way. Like an augmenter, Ellie used the pure mana from her core to cast, but used a bow to focus that mana and project it away from herself, giving her a longer range than most augmenters could manage. Most augmenters eventually revealed an affinity for a specific element, with their augmentations taking on aspects of that element due to the abundance of elemental mana in their core. But Ellie's had stayed pure. She was the only non-elemental caster I knew. The mana used for her spells was entirely pure. Closing my eyes again, I returned to the Keystone Realm. There was the bear, out of focus but clearly visible, pacing around in the darkness. Then the bear melted away and a simple silhouette took its place. At first the silhouette was featureless, but Ellie slowly added more detail, giving it long hair, a little face, and distinct horns. A girl, Sylvie. I felt my throat constrict as her face came clear. Molded from the blurry mana, she looked uncomfortably similar to my last moments with her, like I was watching her dissolve all over again. Sensing my focus slipping away again, I pushed those old, painful memories to the back of my mind, focusing entirely on the shape. What am I supposed to be seeing, sensing? The purpose of the keystone was to guide me toward insight over some principle of ether. The first keystone had led me to Aroa's Requiem, but the path to that understanding had been bizarre, almost nonsensical. But that was the point, I thought. It was the journey that provided wisdom, not the keystone itself. Less of an instruction manual, more a map. Sylvie's figure began to change again. It bloated out, mana particles rushing to it as the figure expanded, forming wings, a tail, and a long neck. Sylvie's draconic form. While the end goal was a mystery, it seemed clear that the path involved watching the mana particles as they moved or reacted to the casting of a spell. Although I couldn't be sure, I doubted that the Jinn could see individual mana particles the way Realmheart had allowed me to. This keystone gave them that ability, which must have allowed them to then gain some additional insight. But what could that be, and why can I sense Ellie's pure mana but not elementally aligned mana? The Jinn's focus had been on learning about ether, not mana, so whatever the keystone's purpose, the insight it provided had to be related to ether. Kara had been able to see the mana with it, but simply seeing had not granted her any greater understanding, and I doubted it even could since she had no affinity for ether. Growing frustrated, I released my hold on the Keystone Realm and let my consciousness drift back into my body. Ellie was trying to make the dragon's wings move, but was having trouble with the complex motion. Her face was pinched in a frown of concentration. Read first at I stayed still and silent, embracing the quiet peacefulness of my surroundings. As a quadrelemental mage with the ability to use Realmheart, at one time I had a better understanding of mana than just about any other mage in Dicathen. I didn't need to see it now to understand it. Although it wasn't physically in front of me, I could still picture the jagged energy of red fire mana, the liquid grace of blue water mana, the sharp, cutting gusts of green air mana, and the heavy rolling of yellow earth mana. The Jinn may have needed the keystone to see and understand how mana particles moved and reacted to spells being cast, but I didn't. Earth, air, water, fire. My gaze jumped from the cavern walls to the steamy air to the warm pools. Mana was drawn to the physical elements it represented. This room was full of all four elements. Without a spell being cast, however, the atmospheric mana was dormant. I needed to agitate it. Ellie, I said, louder and more forcefully than I'd intended. My sister jerked out of her highly concentrated state and the dragon vanished. Oh darn, never mind, I need you to try something else, I said in a rush. Create shapes that interact with the elements in the room. Disrupt the water, stone, air, shoot it, whatever, get creative. Without waiting for a response, I dove back into the keystone. After a moment there was a flash, a beam like an arrow flying in the dark. Distantly I heard the cracking of stone. In the keystone I watched a ripple spread out from where the arrow had vanished, inky black but not formless. Earth, I thought, watching the way the mana bumped up against itself like stones rolling down a hill. Read first at E again, I said. This time I watched the spot even more closely. The arrow appeared, flashed, then vanished. Ellie shot arrow after arrow, and each impact set the atmospheric mana into brief motion. Then she made spinning blades to push the air, and finally spheres like cannonballs to hurl into the peaceful water. But although the tremors and waves and ripples made logical sense, it changed nothing about how I saw them. I tried picturing the inky black disruptions within the Keystone realm as the brightly colored particles they really were, began anticipating how they would react to Ellie's spells. I understood the mana could see it even without seeing it, but maybe that was part of the problem. I wasn't learning anything. There was no new insight here. What am I missing? I thought back to my childhood, how I had taught myself to be a quadri-elemental mage. In Xyrus Academy, learning to focus on my weakest attributes. Then Ephiodus, and how I needed to entirely change how I looked at mana manipulation, inventing new techniques to adapt to the challenges I faced. And then I learned about Etha. Lady Meyer had told me that Etha was creation. It was like a cup, mana like water. Etha shaped mana, it controlled the forms it could take. But I had already learned that the dragon's understanding of Etha was limited. This simplistic comparison was flawed, but that didn't mean it couldn't be useful. I attempted to channel Etha through my body. It didn't work. My mind and body were too separate, too metaphysically distant. I tried again, trying to reach back for my physical form without losing my connection with the Keystone realm. It was like trying to make my arms longer or force a bone to bend. I needed to sense two things at once, hold two separate ideas in my mind at the same time. And slowly, very slowly, I began to feel the hard edges of the keystone in my hands, hear the trickling of the spring water flowing from one pool to the next, and feel my breath moving in and out of my lungs. I asked, testing. Yeah, should I? Oh, are you still in here? I said, my mouth forming sluggishly around the words. Going to try something? And then I pushed. I didn't try to form the ether, just expelled it from my core and body, sending a pulse of formless, harmless etheric particles out into the atmosphere. I struggled to keep my senses open from both directions, feeling the ether moving through the room while also watching the invisible mana particles move inside the ether realm. I lost track of both. Resisting the urge to leave the Keystone realm in pure frustration, I tried again, then again. I wasn't sure how long I kept trying, with Ellie continuing to disturb the atmospheric mana in whatever ways she could think up. Slowly, two opposing pictures formed in my mind. One was the shape of the ether, the way it moved based on a fusion of its will and my own, but regardless of the physical space around me. Then there was the mana tied to individual elements, dormant until agitated by Ellie's magic. I understood how the ether moved, and I understood how the mana moved. No new insight to cultivate there. But where they interacted with each other, the ether simultaneously contained and gave shape to the mana, and yet the mana continued to move exactly as expected of its nature. Read first at like a cognitive illusion, I realized. A picture that is two things at once, with the negative space of one image creating the other. My perspective shifted. Suddenly I wasn't just sensing the ether, but the shape of the mana in between it. The Keystone realm realigned itself to my new perspective, and between one breath and the next, everything changed. Instead of an endless field of black nothing, I saw the rough shape of the grotto, painted in the colors of mana. Next to me, my sister glowed with it, all the elements being drawn in through her channels to be purified in her core. The colors ran together, the scene disappearing into a spinning vortex of mana, with me at its center. Unlike the previous Keystone, I didn't feel the scouring sensation in my mind. Instead, I felt warmth spreading across my physical body, while at the same time a window opened in my head, letting golden light bathe my innermost thoughts. My eyes fluttered open. Ellie was staring at me, no longer casting her spells. I sensed for the god runes. They were there, dormant, waiting for Etha to touch them, give them life and purpose. And there was a new one still warm against my skin. I pushed Etha into it. Whoa, Ellie breathed. You've got glowing purple tattoos under your eyes, that's so cool. As before, my mind was filled with knowledge. This new godrune had a name, a purpose, a history, but it felt incomplete. Unlike before, it was not my understanding that was incomplete, but the djinn's. I instinctively understood that they had not taken this ether art to its full potential. I could do more with it. And so I abandoned the name it had come with. As my vision shifted and the atmospheric mana suffusing the cave appeared all around me, I decided what I would call this godrune. Realmheart. Read first at chapter 388, ALDIR. Lord Indrath's great hall was as full and loud as I remember it ever being. Representatives of all the great clans were present, but Lord Thyestes had brought an unusually large entourage, rivaling even the Indraths in number. The other clans mingled between the dragons and pantheons, but not freely. One only had to open their eyes to see how the political turmoil shaped the room. The Ekalia clan of the Leviathan race had also brought a large delegation, and the Leviathans carefully moved between Indrath and Thyestes, making sure to give both clans time and attention. That was in contrast with the Mapelia clan, chief among the Hamadryad race. Their alliance with the dragons was as old as the foundations of Mount Geoluz, and they honored it unflinchingly, lingering among the dragons while giving the pantheons only perfunctory greetings. The Titans, on the other hand, had long been friends of the pantheons. Though they showed no outward signs of enmity toward the dragons, the members of the grandest clan gravitated to my own. Conversation between my clan and theirs was open and accessible, whereas the few Titans who spoke to dragons did so in a more formal manner. There were few sylphs in attendance, as the carefree people did not enjoy subjecting themselves to such tensions. Lady Errant had come herself, however, and the few of her clan to accompany her mingled carelessly between the other clans. Even fewer were the phoenixes. Their antipathy toward the dragons was deep-rooted and slow to burn, and the Avignes clan largely kept their people out of both politics and courtly turmoil. After their predecessors, the Asclepius clan, were removed from the Great Eight, it had been difficult for the Avignes clan to rebuild trust between the Phoenixes and other races of Ephiatus. Lord Avignes and his daughters kept to themselves amidst the frustration and anger of the Pantheon warriors smoldering in the air. As I scanned the Great Hall, my brother caught my eye. It was rare for Cordry to attend court, but as Tassai's trainer, Lord Thyestes would have demanded his presence. The death of an Usura, any Usura, much less a Pantheon warrior, at the hands of a lesser was unheard of. Our clan demanded answers. Ah, General Aldir. Turning from my brother, I realized that Lord Ekalia had appeared at my side. The Leviathan was an elder of his long-lived race, nearly as old as Lord Indrath. Unlike the Lord of Dragons, Lord Ekalia wore his age proudly. His pale skin was thoroughly wrinkled, and the ridges that ran along his temples had lightened from the deep ocean blue of youth to a light, nearly transparent hue. A milky white film covered his once sea-green eyes. Even of those with several working eyes, only few could see the world as clearly as he seemed to, however. An unpleasant setting for a pleasant meeting, he continued. It's been at least 100 years, I'm sure, far too long. Please allow me to extend my great sorrow for your clan's loss. He held out a hand to me, palm down. Taking it gently in my own, I bowed and pressed my forehead to the cold skin on the back of his hand. Thank you, my lord. He smiled, deepening the wrinkles around his eyes and mouth. Should Lord Indrath ever allow you even a moment's rest from your duties, you must visit our clan, Aldir. Zelina still harbors feelings for you, I believe. She's settled down a bit now, you know. Not quite the firebrand she used to be. I said nothing, and Lord Ekalia's cheek trembled as he tried to suppress his amusement. Well, can't be seen playing favorites between the clans. I suppose I'll have to find some dragon to talk with until Lord Indrath makes his appearance. He gave me a quick wink, turned, and melted away into the crowd. After my odd conversation with Lord Ekalia, I kept to myself, exchanging simple greetings with a few dignitaries, but otherwise doing my best to avoid being pressed into conversation and staying to the rear of the crowd. There was a gnawing sort of guilt growing in me, and it sharpened each time I heard Tassai's name. Although I had no way of knowing the truth, it was possible my actions had contributed to his death. While I had hoped he would fail to wipe out Virion Aralith and his refugees, I had never imagined he would die in the effort. He was a Pantheon. A youth perhaps, but with decades of advanced training within the Etha Orb. Had he returned from his mission, he would have been welcomed back as an adult. The white flames of Lord Indrath's throne flared, interrupting my thoughts. The myriad voices filling the great hall went silent in an instant. Lord Kezes Indrath appeared before his throne, stepping through the flames. His perpetually youthful face was carefully impassive, lightly welcoming, and entirely controlled. When his purple eyes swept across the still, silent crowd, however, there was a predatory intensity to his gaze. Reed first at Indrath didn't speak until the silence had reached the point of discomfort. Lords and ladies, greatest among your great clans, it is too rare that we meet in this way. You stand in the heart of my home and I welcome you. As one, the attending Usras all bowed. Hail and welcome to his grace, Lord Indrath. The ceremonial greeting carried a rough edge, drawn begrudgingly from the lips of my clansfolk. Though I was certain Lord Indrath noticed and kept a carefully mental tally of all who replied without the expected vigor, his demeanor didn't change. Once the last Usra had stood, Indrath eased himself back on his throne, the white fire dancing harmlessly around him. I have brought you all here because one of our own has been lost. We all understand how easy it is for lies and misinformation to spread among our people, which is why it is essential you know the truth of this unfortunate death. Lord Thyestes stepped forward but did not immediately speak. Instead, he waited for Lord Indrath to address him. Lord Indrath looked him in the eye but continued speaking. As war with the Vritra clan creeps closer, pruning our relationships in Dicathen is ever more important. It was also an opportunity for me to see for myself how the young Pantheon, Tassay of Thyestes' clan, handled himself on the battlefield. Lord Thyestes took a firm step forward, putting himself directly in line with the throne. Read first at the rumor has already spread that Tassay was defeated in battle by the Lessers, Indrath continued gravely. At best this is a ridiculous falsehood born of fear. At worst, a cruel lie meant to disrupt relations between the clans. And who would wish such a thing? Lord Thyestes snapped, speaking out of turn. My clansfolk burst out with a low rumbling of support for our lord, and those present who were not already watching him carefully turned to stare. Indrath's face stayed cool and impassive as his attention settled back on Lord Thyestes. Ademir, go on then speak. You clearly cannot contain your thoughts any longer. Nor should I have to, your grace, Lord Thyestes shot back. The lord of the Thyestes clan, Ademir, was tall and lean like most pantheons. His forefront eyes stared fearlessly at Indrath. His long black hair was shaved along the sides, revealing two additional eyes, one on each side. These bright purple eyes tracked with a jittery quickness across the faces of the other Usura, no doubt scanning the room for support. Lord Thyestes was in a difficult position. Our clan demanded answers and satisfaction, but if he pushed Indrath too far, the Thyestes clan could fall just as quickly as the Asclepius clan had. But pantheons were not easily cowed, and Ademir would find it difficult to back down from Kezes's threats in front of his peers, a fact Kezes understood full well and would not hesitate to take advantage of. We were a warrior race, and we responded to threats with strength. Tassay was a talented and promising young pantheon, Ademir said, his words directed to the half of the great hall where the Thyestes pantheons had gathered. I was unsurprised when Lord Indrath expressed interest in testing the boy. Tassay had trained extensively within the Etha Orb with Cordry, had studied alongside young dragons in this very castle, and was whispered to be a suitable heir to learn the Forbidden World Eater technique, currently safeguarded by General Aldir. A few eyes turned in my direction, most notably Lord Indrath's, but most of the hall remained fixated on Lord Thyestes. But this will never come to pass because his future has been taken from him, and for what? Why have we been deprived of a son, a friend, a pantheon with thousands of years of grace, strength, and life remaining to him? Ademir's eyes turned back on Kezes, who hadn't moved, not even the flicker of an eyelash. Tell us, your grace, explain this escalation. First you fail to destroy the outcast, a grown of Vritra, then you break our treaty with him by using the Thyestes clan's forbidden mana art, and now you lose a pantheon warrior to the Lessers. Read first, and as Ademir spoke, his tone became harsher and sharper, and the force of his mana swelled until it distorted the air around him. You must forgive us if some of your subjects have begun to question your judgment. Raised voices crashed through the great hall like waves against a rocky shore, rising and falling, tumbling over one another as Usura turned against Usura. How dare you, not a justification for, removed from the Great Eight immediately, damned good question. A shadow fell over the hall, and the outpouring of Indrath's power stole the oxygen from the air, quenching the arguments like candle flames. Each Usura in attendance was considered among the strongest of their clans, and yet we all flinched away from our lord, knees going weak, breath shuddering out of our lungs. Lord Kezes Indrath didn't move. He didn't scowl or even frown. His eyes became a slightly darker shade of purple perhaps, but that was the only outward sign of his displeasure. You forget yourselves, he said after a long moment. We are Usura. We do not squabble and yell like Lessers. Lord Thyestes' hands curled into tight fists, his own king's force radiating around him, pushing back at Indrath's aura, but he kept his silence. It is unfortunate that you overrepresented Tassay's abilities to me, Indrath continued. Had you been more open, I could have sent another. Ademir's scowl deepened, but Indrath kept speaking. For it wasn't a lack of martial prowess or control over mana that condemned Tassay, but a lack of wisdom. He was not defeated by the Lessers, but tricked into destroying himself. There are no Lessers in either Alacria or Dicathen that pose a threat to us. That is the message you must take home to your clans. What a load of read first at enough, Indrath said, smothering Ademir's curse. My decrees are not subject to discussion, even among the great clans. Indrath's gaze traveled through the room, and he finally withdrew his king's force. You are dismissed for the moment. We will reconvene when tempers have calmed so that I am not forced to do something dramatic. The sudden dismissal after so short a meeting caught the room off guard, but I didn't wait for Indrath to repeat himself. Moving quickly, but not so quickly as to draw attention to myself, I was at the doors by the time the guards heaved them open. Both snapped into quick salutes as I moved past. I took the first side hallway, then turned again, and then again, losing myself in the sprawling interior of the castle. Tempers among my clan were sure to be running hot, and I had no desire to be drawn into the indignant debates that were certain to follow such a heated conference. I hadn't gone far, though, before I became aware of the steps shadowing my own. At the next corner, I took a careful look behind me, but whoever it was kept out of sight. One of the guards, I wondered. Or perhaps Cordry or some other member of my clan sent by Lord Thyestes to track me down. Despite my desire to stay away from the well-trafficked areas of the castle, I took the most direct route to the front gates, which stood wide open. A cool breeze blew in, carrying little eddies of cloudy fluff that dissolved almost immediately. The sun winked off the translucent, many-colored bridge that spanned the gap between the two peaks of Geoluz. I hesitated before stepping foot on that bridge. "Where are you going, General Aldir?" I resisted the urge to sigh deeply and turned to face the man who had been following me. "Winsome. I didn't see you at the council." "I hardly stand out among so many Assyrian leaders," he said, giving me a small, humorless smile. "You left very quickly." "I've decided to return home," I said immediately, making up my mind that I would do so in the moment. "I will be away from the castle for some time." Winsome's brows rose. "And have you informed Lord Indrath of this leave of absence from your duties?" I didn't reply. We both knew full well I hadn't. "I have become aware of two small but interesting facts, Aldir, which is why I sought you out." He gave me that smile again, and I felt an incomprehensible tremor run up my spine. Winsome was a dragon, but he'd spent his long life minding the lessers. He was no threat to me, so why do I feel so threatened? When I returned for Tassai, I discovered that the lesser's sanctuary was empty, but a tomb had been left behind. A tomb for one of the lances who you were meant to have killed. I felt for the threads of mana that connected me to my weapon, Silverlight. "That is because I let them go," I said slowly, watching for any hint of aggression from the dragon. He inclined his head slightly. "I know, I appreciate your honesty, though I should expect nothing less." "And what is the second interesting fact?" I asked, unsure what game Winsome was playing. "There was a certain amount of carnage left at the lesser's sanctuary," he said, his nose wrinkling. "A large number of Alacrians were brutalized. Based on what I saw there, I am certain that Arthur Leywin has returned to Dicathen and that it was he who killed Tassai. Additionally, I believe Arthur to be the same person as this mysterious Grey who killed the scythe Cadel Vritra at Agrona's Victoriad." "You believe quite a lot," I said, crossing my arms and looking out over the edge of the mountaintop. There was nothing but an endless sea of clouds below. Reed first at Winsome took a step toward me. "Aldir, come with me to Lord Indrath. Throw yourself on his mercy. Tell him what you've done." He paused as if weighing his words carefully. "Offer to go to Dicathen and complete your task. Prove that you can still be a leader among the Usura." When did being a leader among the Usura come to mean destroying lessers? People who once relied on us called us their allies, I said, trying to sound musing, but my words came out hard even to my own ears. Winsome waved a hand dismissively. "The lessers of Dicathen only exist because of Lord Indrath. We both know very well what he'll do if it becomes necessary to wipe them out and start over again. What is a handful of lesser lives when held up against the well-being of all of Ephiatis?" Winsome's words slammed shut a gate in my mind. It blocked the way forward, or rather the way back. This immediate and unthinking acceptance that Kezes could determine which lives had value and which did not, and that we were expected simply to be the tools of his will, was too much. I couldn't accept it. Anyone capable of labeling one group of lives as unimportant can just as easily make the same determination of another. How long until the dragons determine the phoenix's lives do not matter, or the titans, or the pantheons? Winsome opened his mouth to respond, already wearing a condescending, dismissive smirk, but I quieted him with a pulse of my king's force. "The Usura have lost their way. We have been led astray by the corruption and selfishness of Kezes Indrath." Winsome darkened. I saw the edges of his true form flicker around him, the alchemy of fury, fear, and frustration boiling into something only barely controlled. "You know what this will mean," he said through clenched teeth. "Do not expect that Lord Indrath will tolerate such seditious speech just because of your long service to him, Aldir." "I hardly expect loyal service means anything at all to him," I answered, spinning on my heel and marching across the bridge. The colors flared wherever my feet touched, and I wondered what Kezes was sensing. It hardly mattered. He would not make a scene here now, not with Lord Thyestes and so many of my kin in the castle. No, he would wait until a more convenient time. As I expected, nothing happened as I crossed the long bridge. I had hardly stepped off it when a figure stepped out from the shadows of the tree arch. I stopped again, reaching for Silverlight, but did not summon it. "A bit edgy, are we?" I felt the tension ease from me. "Renkine, it's been a while." The frail man looked as disheveled and emaciated as ever, hardly living up to the name of Titan. His dingy hair hung down over his face, which was covered with uneven stubble, but I knew there was a steel-hard core to his outwardly feeble appearance. "Lovers quarrel?" he asked, looking past me to the castle gates. Winsome was no longer standing there. I grunted, unamused. "Ephiatis is changing." Ren chuckled and scratched his chin. "Is it Aldir, or is it you who has changed?" I bent down and took up a handful of soil. It was dark and moist, full of potential, full of life. I'd never noticed before. I hadn't looked. Maybe I had changed, but I didn't understand what that meant. If I wasn't General Aldir, keeper of the World Eater technique, then who was I? Ren wiggled his fingers and the soil came alive in my hand. It shifted and ran together, forming a small wolf with dusty clouds around its neck and tail. Did you know that's the form Arthur's achlorate manifested? Fascinating, huh? Heard from the boy lately? Don't bury your meaning with me, Ren, I said tiredly. What are you doing here? He tutted, rolling his eyes and crossing his arms as if I'd offended him. Just because Lord Grandis didn't see fit to invite me to the party doesn't mean I wasn't curious about what's happening inside. The animated wolf in my hand melted back into soil, which I let trickle between my fingers. Winsome believes Arthur killed Tassai, I confided, curious what Ren might think of that. But Lord Indrath wants the great clans to assure everyone it was a fluke, a trick. Ren whistled, a low sound thick with disbelief. What are you going to do? Read first, I straightened, careful of each word and movement. Ren had never been sycophantic in his service to Kezes, but this was a dangerous moment for both of us. I believe my service to Lord Indrath has ended. Ren's nose twitched. You'll go to Dicathen then, to Arthur, try to teach the Lessers the way of the Pantheon warrior. He gave me a wry smirk. So that maybe in 100 years they'll be slightly less incapable. I shook my head. Nothing is certain at the moment. Ren tapped the side of his nose, giving me a knowing look. You know, Aldir, I'd love to get a closer look at that weapon of Arthur's. Read first at chapter 387, Long-Worn Shackles, Arthur Leywin. The violet markings of Realmheart burned hot against my skin as I focused on the Godrune. Now that I could once again see and sense mana, I felt connected to the physical space around me in a way I hadn't since waking in the relictums. The smell of sweat and ozone, the sight of mana particles rolling and tumbling out of Micah's core, the sound of Baron's heavy breathing, and even the weight of my own body pushing down on the ground beneath me all wove into one intertwined tapestry of sensation. I focused on the mana along Micah's arms as it rushed into the huge hammer she swung with both hands. The hammer thickened and hardened, swelling to become even more unnaturally large. The sound of thunder crashed and rolled through the cavern, and the hammer shattered, exploding into a million knife-like shards. Micah rolled under a lightning spear as the stone shards all shivered to a stop in midair, turned, and hurtled back at her target. Crackling static shivered through the air, and the stones became magnetized, snapping to each other and veering off course. The few that managed to reach Baron burst against his mana barrier. Next to me, behind a layer of transparent ice that protected us from any stray spells, Vere shifted. Her eyes were half closed as she focused more on sensing the two sparring lances' cores and the strength of their mana manipulation than the physical aspects of their fight. Their cores both feel strong, nearly replenished. I bit my tongue. It is true that they've nearly returned to their full strength, but their full strength barely dented a toddler Usura, Regis cut in, looking up from where he lay in the corner, uninterested in the sparring. The air in the room grew heavy as the gravity swelled. Going stiff, Baron strained against the massive weight of his own body, which threatened to pull him to the ground. Sand was swirling up all around him and hardening into boulders that immediately flew in his direction. Another thunderclap shook the training cave, lightning attribute mana shivering and sparking in my real heart-enhanced vision. The stones quivered but didn't break, their forms momentarily seeming somehow indefinite, and then they hit him. Instead of solid rock meant to crush and bludgeon, the stones exploded across Baron like mud, or maybe quicksand, caking him from head to toe. Micah's core again thrummed with the release of mana, and the sand became stone, hardening around his body. Baron's eyes dilated and the hair on his head stood on end. A cloak of lightning coiled around him and the crack of thunder shivered through the stone, causing it to burst apart before it could fully harden. Reed first at lightning spread out like a web across the floor around his feet, creating many individual bolts that snapped up from the ground to destroy the pieces of stone that Micah tried to control, including the hammer forming again in her hand. The currents of electricity, visible as streams of bright yellow mana, raced up Micah's arm, causing her fist to spasm and tighten around the hammer. Her eye went wide as her muscles were swiftly paralyzed by the overload of electrical energy. But even when she suddenly reversed gravity and sent Baron plummeting up toward the ceiling, it wasn't enough to break his spell. With Thunderclap Impulse active, Baron was able to react with near-instant precision. He spun in the air, stabilized himself so that he was hovering upside down, and activated the lightning web burning across the floor. Each individual tendril of electrical energy formed a small bolt and struck out in a seemingly random direction, ricocheting off the walls and ceiling to create a chaotic maelstrom of lightning bolts filling the cave. The mana felt so close like I could almost touch it. The muscle memory was still there, and it twitched as I watched the fight, like a one-armed soldier trying to lift his missing arm to ward off a blow. With a sigh, I glanced at Vere's conjured arm of ice. A thin but constant stream of deviant ice attribute mana was trickling from her core into the arm, holding its form. If she could use mana to duplicate the effect of having a physical arm, was there a way that I too could replicate what I'd lost? A haze of fine sand had risen to fill the cave, absorbing the electricity and nullifying Baron's spell. A new hammer was growing in Micah's second hand, this one formed of dull iron. The lightning mana paralyzing her muscles was drawn out of her and into the metallic hammer. Baron's hair fell flat, signaling the end of the thunderclap impulse spell, just as Micah hurled the lightning-infused chunk of iron at Baron. At the same time, gravity flipped again, and this time he was slammed backward into the closest wall. I focused on how the atmospheric ether reacted, or didn't react, to the mana. It seemed to ignore the mana completely, while at the same time always fitting into the space not occupied by mana. It was neither avoiding nor shaping the mana, not really. It was more accurate to think of the two forces as shaping each other, like a mountain stream following its banks after having formed the banks through erosion. Read first it, however, like the water and cup metaphor, this idea failed to properly explain the relationship between the two forces. Pinned against the wall, Baron couldn't react in time to avoid Micah's electrified metal hammer. It crashed into him and he was lost in a cloud of dust and debris. The visible mana particles faded away as my concentration on Realmheart gave out. Baron, Vary said, stepping out from behind the protective layer of transparent ice. A dry cough came from the dust, then Baron's silhouette appeared, hunched slightly. He straightened and cracked his neck as he strode back out into the open. Behind him, the dust faded, revealing a hole in the cavern wall several feet deep. Well fought, Lance. Micah, I'm feeling nearly recovered. You seem to be as well. Micah flexed the arm that still held her oversized hammer. Micah does feel much better, yes. The lances had been strained to the point of backlash during their fight with Tassai, with wounds that would leave a mark for the rest of their lives. Although the scabs around Micah's eye had already fallen away to reveal shining scars beneath, the eye itself would never heal. Vare's arm of magical ice and the onyx stone resting heavily in Micah's eye socket would stay with them as stark reminders of their near deaths, but for me, they were something else entirely. The other four lances together hadn't been able to defeat Tassai. Aya had sacrificed her life just to slow him down, and Tassai was only a boy by Asuran standards. How could I expect them to stand against the likes of Aldir or Cordry, much less Kezes and Agrona? The truth was that we were preparing for a war against deities, but we'd already lost a war against men, and our most powerful mages not only hadn't grown in strength but couldn't. Read first at There Is Still Fate, Regis reminded me. Maybe they wouldn't have to fight if we went back to the Relictums. Or by the time we came back, there might not be a world left to save, I thought, feeling a dark melancholy creeping to overtake my mood. Instead, I turned back to the lances and forced a smile onto my face. So Baron, how did Micah manage to win with only one eye? A scowl flashed across Baron's face, but it quickly transformed into a wry grin as he took in my expression. Well, you know how grumpy she gets when you don't let her win. Micah stamped her foot and crossed her arms, making her look more childlike than ever. You let me win, did you? Maybe if you were more versatile, you wouldn't have ended up buried 10 feet into the wall. I chuckled and felt the sourness leaving me. Even one side of Vare's lips quirked up in something that almost looked like a smile. I'm curious though, what were you doing with the lightning tendrils while you were under the effects of thunderclap impulse? I asked. I couldn't keep up with the micro-movements while your reactions were so fast. Baron's head turned to the side slightly as he regarded me in surprise. You noticed, but how? He cut himself off with a disbelieving laugh. Never mind, nothing you do surprises me anymore. As for your question, I can extend my senses out through the lightning attribute mana when casting thunderclap impulse. So you've even improved on my spell. Impressive, Micah snorted. If you're going to be a one-trick pony, it better be a good trick. Perhaps your head has grown too big for your small body, Baron said, flexing his hands and making electricity jump between his fingers. I think a rematch is necessary. Actually, Vare cut in, raising her brows at me, I was hoping Arthur might agree to a bout with me. It's been a very long time since we sparred. I know I speak for all three of us when I say that we'd like to get a closer look at your capabilities. Read first at I thought about this, then shook my head. Although I knew I needed to help the lances grow stronger somehow, I didn't think that sparring was the way. Actually, I was just about to excuse myself. I've been waiting on Gideon for something and I'd like to check on his progress. Understood, she replied. I suppose I should check in with Lords Earthborn and Silvershale on the defensive alterations they are making to the city. I could sense the mostly concealed hesitation in Vare's voice. When I gave her a wry smile, she sighed. Their bickering is tiresome. Chuckling, I said, well, good luck with that. I gave the three lances a small wave in farewell, then started down the long tunnel back to Vildoriel, where I circumnavigated the city to arrive at the Earthborn Institute. Regis padded along silently behind me. The gate into the school was guarded, but the dwarves there only watched warily as we passed by. The school's carved stone halls hummed with the constant rumble of machinery, folding in any noise Gideon's lab may have made, and eventually I had to ask for directions from a passing faculty member in order to track him down. Read first at this led me deep into the bowels of the school, where the hallways were plain and unadorned, looking more like a prison than an educational institution. Heavy stone doors lined both sides of the hall at regular intervals on my right, while those on the left were much more spread out. I found what I was looking for halfway down the hall. The door was propped partially open, a fact that probably had something to do with the dry heat and burning stench that was wafting out into the hall, Gideon's harsh voice coming along with it. Bah, let's start from the beginning. Emily, have you been writing all this down? Writing what down, Professor? We haven't covered anything new in hours, she said, her tone teasingly insubordinate. Don't call me that girl and just write down everything I say. Yes, sir, she answered, the rolling of her eyes practically audible from the hallway. I slipped through the door and leaned against the frame but didn't announce my presence. Regis poked his head in beside me. It smells like burnt ass in here. Gideon and Emily were standing next to a metal table draped with a ragged, scorched leather cover. Several lighting artifacts hung over the table, casting bright light down on several artifacts that had been carefully laid out atop it. Read first at we know, think, Emily interrupted. That the obsidian staff is the primary device used in what we have been told is the bestowal ceremony, a ritual using these artifacts to grant Alacrian mages runes. Spell forms, Emily said. But simply channeling mana into the staff does not cause an immediate reaction. Resting lengthwise across the table was an obsidian staff, just like the one I'd seen used in Marin Town during their bestowment ceremony. The gem at its head glittered green, yellow, red, and blue. Not visible to the naked eye but clear as day to me was the concentration of etheric particles contained within the crystal. Curious, I activated Realm Heart. Warmth flooded through my back, along my arms, and under my eyes as the Godrune lit up. The world around me shifted as the mana became visible. Earth mana clung to the stone walls, floor, and ceiling. Eddies of wind attribute mana were tossed around on the subtle currents that moved away from where fire mana blazed in a couple of low-burning forges built into one wall. Emily tensed, and I could see the goosebumps forming on her arms from across the room. Slowly, she turned toward the door. Arthur, what? Gideon turned a second later. He stared at me, his head cocked slightly to one side. You going to a party, kid? Read first at I smirked at the joke, but my focus was on the staff. Densely packed mana particles gave it its glow, and even without being activated, it seemed to be drawing more mana toward itself in a slow trickle. Mana clung to the other items on the table as well, but being able to sense this didn't tell me anything new, so I stopped channeling ether into the Godrune. The mana particles faded away until they were once again invisible, and my ability to sense them cut out. I blinked a couple of times as my eyes adjusted to the change in my vision. So, it sounds like the research hasn't been very productive. Gideon and Emily exchanged a look, and Gideon scratched his half-regrown eyebrows. Hard to put a puzzle together when you don't know what the hell it's supposed to look like, he grumbled, waving a hand at the artifacts. Maybe if you would have graced us with your presence a bit sooner. Well, I'm here now, I said as I crossed the room to the table. And I brought a research assistant. I gestured to Regis, who reared up to put his front paws on the table. Understanding this technology is essential if we hope to match the Alacrians, much less stand against Usuras. So you implied, Gideon said wryly, his consternated gaze on the shadow wolf staring thoughtfully down at the artifacts. I think, he shot Emily a sharp look. The runes woven into the ceremonial robes have something to do with activating the staff, like a key. But there is a sequence to the runes that isn't immediately obvious, and I don't want to just blindly try things. Someone could get hurt, or worse, we might destroy the robes by accident. Emily's brows rose as she considered her mentor. Your priorities seem to be out of alignment, she muttered. I don't know, I think I agree with Professor No Brows, Regis said offhandedly, eliciting a giggle from Emily. The robes are definitely necessary. Thanks, I think, Gideon grumbled. Read first at do your memories from Udo contain anything useful about the bestowal? I asked. Regis's lupin brows knitted together as he struggled to parse the mix of thoughts and memories that had originally combined to give him consciousness. Udo'd seen 100 bestowals, usually higher-ranked officers or highbloods, but only the officials who actually perform the ceremony, and I suppose the instillers and vritra who design the things, are taught the specifics. And nothing in the book helped, I asked Gideon. Next to the ceremonial black robes rested a thick, well-worn tome. Gideon reached out and opened it to a random page. It's a catalog of the many marks, emblems, etc. that have been handed down by this staff in particular. Fascinating, but no help in using the thing. I guess it was too much to hope it came with an instruction manual, I said. Regis's snout wrinkled. I think you're trying to be funny, but that would sort of defeat the purpose of having a super-secret ritual. Oh good, he insults you too, Gideon said, giving Regis a bemused look. I was worried it was all just you pantomiming through your summons, and I was wondering what I'd done wrong. I'm not being insulting, Regis replied defensively. I just call it like it is. Focus, I thought to Regis, then turned my attention back to the artifacts. The plain black dimension ring given to me by Alaric was also on the table. Beside it, a necklace of small beads had been arranged in a coiling pile between the ring and the book. The beads were dull yellow-white, and I immediately thought they looked like bone. They are, Regis said seriously, the flames of his mane writhing in agitation, the carved bones of Jinn whose remains were stolen from the relictombs. I carefully scooped up the artifact and let the beads tumble through my fingers. Faint grooves were barely visible, distorting the surface of the smooth bone. I squinted and pushed ether into my eyes. Although most of it flowed in the direction I indicated, some of the ether slipped away, drawn toward the necklace. I thought I understood. This technology must have been co-opted from the Jinn ancient mages and requires some small ability to channel ether, I said, rolling a bead around between my fingers. Read first at I don't follow, Emily said, looking from me to Gideon. I set the necklace carefully back on the table. Regis leaned down and sniffed at the old bone. Most of Alacria's technological advancements have come from the Vritra's research into this endless, monster-filled dungeon called the Relictombs. Half tomb, half creepy carnival, but full repository of ancient knowledge, you know. But the Jinn mostly work their magic with ether, which the Alacrians can't use. These dead Jinn beads attract ether, which must simulate the capacity for direct manipulation, Gideon suggested. He grabbed the robes and shook them out, then began tracing the runes embroidered into the interior lining with the tip of his finger. I'm not entirely fluent, and the runes are complex, but I believe the robe serves a similar purpose, only for mana. I tugged down a corner of the fabric to get a better look. You're right, I bet these robes allow for channeling all 4 types of elemental mana, not in a quadri-elemental spellcaster sort of way, but enough, in conjunction with the necklace, to activate a device that requires earth, air, fire, water, and ether to properly use. Gideon tapped his fingers on the table. It seems unnecessarily convoluted. But maybe that's purposeful, Emily suggested, her face brightening. I mean, think about it, if magical strength were as simple as waving around an artifact, she pointed to the staff, then whoever controls this bestowment controls everything. And lesson 1 of megalomaniac studies is that they don't like to share power, Regis replied. I picked up Regis's train of thought. The bestowals allow a Grona to create mages and enhance the purity of their cores with little effort, but the same technology would allow, for example, one of his sovereigns to do the same in an effort to challenge him. Gideon let out a thoughtful hum and leaned over the table, staring down at the staff. By controlling who understands how the pieces fit together and limiting access to the secondary artifacts, you maintain control of the process. Although, Emily bit her lip hesitantly. If the artifacts can simply be stolen. Oh, there are definitely secondary means of protection, Regis said, hopping down from the table. Carefully manufactured ignorance is only one part of it. The threat of a horrifying death alone is enough for most. But I'd bet my horns there's some kind of ward or trap woven into all this technology for anyone who does try to steal it and use it against a Grona. We were all silent for a moment as we considered this thought. Read first at then the silence shattered as an explosion shook the walls and brought down trails of dust from the ceiling. Regis's fiery mane bristled as we both turned toward the door. Orange-gray smoke was filling the hall outside. Gideon chuckled, "Don't worry, that's just the new experiments I've been trying to show you." Without waiting for me to acknowledge his words, Gideon headed out into the hall and toward the source of the blast. Emily shrugged and gestured for us to follow. Regis and I exchanged a look, hesitant to leave the robe and the necklace given the implications we just unlocked, but followed Emily after she locked the lab door behind us. Not far down the hall, thick red-orange smoke was pouring out of a set of heavy stone doors. Just inside, 2 dwarven mages were using what looked like scorched cloaks to wave the worst of the smoke away. They blanched when they noticed Gideon leaning against the doorframe. Sorry, sir, a spark from one of the weapons ended up in a beaker of niter spirits." Gideon was wearing a wide grin, and he took a deep breath of the noxious smoke that was starting to clear. "You can't make an omelet without causing a few explosions," Regis gave a throaty chuckle. "You know, I'm starting to like this guy." Emily sagged tiredly. "Great. It's like there are 2 of them." The old inventor waved us into the room, then practically jogged through the lab to a second set of large doors. "The prototypes aren't completely stable, as you can no doubt see, but I really think you'll like what we've been doing." He yanked the doors open, revealing a much larger chamber. It looked like a war zone. The bare stone walls were scorched black in 100 places. Along one wall, a scarred metal table held a handful of strange-looking devices. "Ta-da!" Gideon held out his arms, beaming at the arsenal. I stepped up to the table and looked down at a series of long, tubular devices that looked vaguely like a cross between an ancient musket and a modern rocket launcher from my old world. Only these were also inscribed with a series of mana-channeling runes. Are these what I think they are? If you think they are weapons capable of converting energy from dwarven fire salts into destructive blasts capable of incinerating even yellow core mages, then yes, absolutely, Gideon said, rubbing his hands together and grinning like some storybook evil genius. Read first at theoretically, Emily mumbled, eyeing the weapons with clear distaste. I call them rune cannons, Gideon added, oblivious to Emily's hostility. I want one, Regis said immediately, his tongue lolling from his mouth. No, make that too, quick Arthur, strap them to my back. They're not perfected yet, but when they are, by not perfected, he means they're unstable and still require the presence of mages capable of channeling both fire and wind, Emily pointed out. They're difficult to use and incredibly dangerous. Well, that's entirely the point, isn't it? Gideon snapped, glaring at his assistant. And those bestowal robes actually gave me an idea how we could use mana crystals and focusing runes to fix the mage problem. The idea is that, with the right training, anyone could use them. Although I wanted to plan to win this war, I understood much better than Gideon the wide-ranging effects of his invention, as well as the barriers to its use. My hesitation must have shown on my face because Gideon's excitement faded away. What is it? I decided a long time ago not to be the filter through which Dicathen technology was either held back or escalated, but I couldn't hold my tongue. I was just thinking of the Dicatheus. Emily crossed her arms and shot Gideon a vindicated look. See, he pouted and kicked the floor with his toe, like I didn't consider that myself. With the appropriate safeguards. What about training? I asked, cutting him off. Manufacturing, distribution, you're talking about entirely changing the way Dicathen approaches warfare. Gideon leaned against the table and began to tap his fingers on its surface. Yes, but to balance the power dynamic between Dicathen and Alacria, as well as mages and non-mages, a large-scale change is both necessary and warranted, isn't it? It does seem a little hypocritical to worry about putting weapons into the hands of non-mages in a world where single beings are capable of wiping out entire countries, Regis added. Read first at exactly, Gideon said, rapping hard on the tabletop. I regarded the rune cannons, considering both Regis's and Gideon's words. Perhaps there was a way to utilize Gideon's discoveries without handing untrained soldiers weapons that might literally blow up in there and our faces. Tell me more, I said, especially about the fire salts. The eccentric inventor launched into a rapid-fire explanation of his many discoveries and many experiments that led him to this invention, and as he talked, an idea grew in my mind. Gideon was right, though. We did need a way to make our non-mage soldiers more effective. As I opened my mouth to explain the idea, another explosion shook the underground tunnels, this one larger and farther away. I shot Gideon a questioning look. He turned from me to Emily and then back. His face had gone pale. That wasn't me. Read first at chapter 388, Defending Vildoriel, Varyaurae. The shifting earth of the battle map rotated around under the careful control of 3 dwarven mages working in concert. The 3-dimensional blueprint showed the tunnels and egress points in and around Vildoriel in detail, the image of it held in the dwarven tacticians' minds. In the short time since our arrival and ouster of the Alacrian forces, most of the tunnels had already been diverted or capped off, isolating the Darvish capital from the larger underground network that connected it with other dwarven cities. Just a handful of tunnels remain open to the north of the city here. Carnelian Earthborn, Micah's father, pointed to a section of small tunnels that laced into several much larger thoroughfares. But they'll be closed off in the next couple hours. All mining and farming operations outside of the city have been halted, and all civilians have been brought into the city. Fast work, I said appreciatively. And the city gates? I asked, turning to Daglon Silvershale, who had been given charge of the work within the great cavern itself. The city's sealed up tighter than a rockworm sphincter, he confirmed, nodding grimly. And the royal palace has been opened up to provide shelter for a few thousand at least. I bit my tongue. This had been a part of the plan I hadn't agreed with, but the dwarvish lords had insisted that the highest-ranking dwarves, themselves in other words, and their families be evacuated to the Greysunder's royal palace. Carnelian himself had wheedled a promise out of Micah that she would stand guard over the estate. Despite this frustrating waste of resources, I had been forced to acknowledge that the lances were not in charge of the dwarves and had no right, other than that provided by our power and prowess, to give orders or make proclamations. We had already agreed that the lances would not force control away from the lords in some kind of authoritarian military coup. There had been enough infighting already, and we needed to be focused on the Alacrians. The dwarven people had a lot of soul-searching to do when this war was over. Again and again, their leaders had failed them. If the people wanted the lance's help to rectify that after the war, I would be more than happy to acquiesce, but we had to survive the oncoming storm before we could begin to clean up the mess that was our own house. However, I didn't try to hide my contempt for their plan as I met Lord Silvershale's eye. And fortifications to the other city structures as I requested, he cleared his throat. Ongoing Lance. Read first at. ORG Carnelian stepped in with a grim smile. A squad of mages from the Earthmovers Guild can be reassigned from the tunnels into the city to strengthen fortifications. Silvershale tugged at the braids of his beard, and he looked like he wanted to argue, but eventually seemed to think better of it, deflating slightly. We could use the assistance. If the Alacrians attacked the city, they would have to blast their way in. This placed the many dwarves whose homes were built into the walls of the cavern directly in harm's way, and stones dislodged from the cave's ceiling would have the velocity of catapult stones by the time they reached the lower levels, easily demolishing unfortified structures. Simply instructing people to shelter in place wasn't enough, not nearly. There's no telling how long we'll have to prepare, I reminded the two lords. We've bitten the Alacrian's hand, but somewhere that hand is curling into a fist to strike back. As if conjured into reality by the weight of my words, an ominous rumbling shook the foundations of the Earthborn Institute, sending tremors up through the soles of my boots. Carnelian rushed to the door of the chamber and looked out into the hall. Panicked voices could be heard echoing through the school. The three-dimensional map crumbled back into dust as the mages turned to their lords for direction. Defensive positions, I said immediately. Get a squad of mages to those northern tunnels to finish closing them off. They'll be right in the line of fire if the Alacrians come from the north, Carnelian said, his tone hesitant and lightly questioning as if asking for confirmation. And our defenses are breached before the battle even begins if those tunnels are not sealed, I replied, fully understanding the risks. This was hardly the first time I had sent soldiers to what could very well be their deaths. And send up the alarm, people need to take shelter wherever they can. Waiting only long enough to see the two lords' sharp nods of understanding, I wheeled around and flew out of the room, along a series of square tunnels, and then out through the front gates of the Earthborn Institute. Micah flew up from some lower level, the black gem in her eye socket giving her a menacing look as she glared through the stone walls in the direction of the rumbling. Someone is opening the blocked tunnels, or trying to. They must have set off one of the stone sheath traps. The dwarves were, unsurprisingly, quite adept at hiding all manner of devious traps within the tunnels of their home. Even if the Alacrians had dwarves among their forces, they would find it difficult to brute force their way through the many obstacles the Voldorians had erected around the city. The approach of a powerful aura made Micah and me turn in unison, but it was only Arthur appearing from the Earthborn Institute's gates. As he strode purposefully toward us, I couldn't help but stare at him, my eyes traveling slowly across his features as I tried again to match this man to the 16-year-old boy he had once been. His wheat-blonde hair was set waving by the speed of his own movement, hanging down around a face that could have been chiseled from stone, any youthful softness erased by the trials of this war. The most startling, though, were his eyes. Those golden orbs burned like the sun, his gaze carrying a physical warmth, a raw and indefinable power whenever it fell on me. Chai's sudden presence caused goosebumps to raise along the backs of my arms and neck, uncomfortably reminding me of how I'd felt in the presence of General Aldir. Small, insubstantial, without purpose. Read first at or gee, what's the situation? Arthur asked, stopping next to me. I gave myself a mental shake before answering. Movement in the tunnels. No word from the scouts yet, but some of our traps have been set off. The Alacrians are coming. Then let's get ready for them, Arthur answered, his tone unwavering. After the hurried rush of preparation, Voldorial fell into a tense, quivering stillness. I had ensured the defensive forces were moving into position as directed, then fallen back to a remote curve of the highway that ringed the city so that I could see the entire cavern at once. Watching, waiting, but there was no sign of the Alacrians, not yet. An approaching mana signature drew my gaze upward, and I watched as Micah flew across the open expanse to land next to me. The lords and their families, as well as a few select, important residents, have been seen safely to the royal palace, Micah said, her cheeks red with clear embarrassment. Micah, I'll be guarding the palace. Is there anything you need before I shook my head, trying not to target my irritation at her. The dwarven forces have been posted around the city at the most likely points of entry should the Alacrians reach the city. Baron and I will rotate between these forces. Has the scouting party returned? Again, I shook my head. We'd sent a dozen elite mages, all highly capable of Earth attribute manipulation, out into the eastern tunnels to investigate the source of the original disturbance, but they'd been missing for hours. Almost as if he had heard our wondering, the air thrummed and Baron appeared, flying at speed. A cloud of dust burst from the ground at the force of his landing. A handful of mages just returned from the northern tunnels, he was saying before the dust had cleared. Less than a quarter of the mages sent to close the tunnels. What happened? Micah said, her agitation setting the stones beneath my feet vibrating. They claim they were attacked by shadows, Baron said, his voice low and cut through with an edge of superstition. And then the corpses of their own dead. This proclamation was met with a moment of silence. Then, are you fucking kidding me? What kind of magic could do such a thing? I asked, ignoring Micah's foul language. None that I've ever encountered before, Baron said ominously. I clenched my ice fist and let soothing mana flow through me, cooling my nerves. Did they succeed in closing off the tunnels before the attack? Baron floated up into the air, a gust of wind rippling across him as electricity arced over his armor. They did, though not as thoroughly as should have been done. It may not hold, especially if the enemy is already there. Baron, see that the wards are in place over the last two entrances. Micah, to your duties. Read first. ORG, the other lances both gave me grim salutes, then they were off, leaving me alone. Dwarves scurried like ants below, hurrying to whatever safe haven they'd arranged for themselves. Most of the elven refugees had been taken to the Earthborn Institute, while our strongest mages, the Gladers, Twin Horns, and surviving guards, had joined in the defense throughout the cavern. I wondered idly where Virion was holed up. He had been absent from most of the preparatory meetings, and I hadn't seen him at all in the last day. Though my blood oath had been sworn to the Gladers, Virion had been our commander during the peak of the war, and I had great respect for the man. Watching him fade away caused a slow-moving, glacial ache that I wasn't prepared to navigate at the moment. A flash of purple light cut through my thoughts, and I took a quick step back before realizing that it was Arthur. I will never get used to that, I muttered, chagrined. Arthur's stoic features were carved down into a slight frown. Have you seen my mother or sister? He asked without preamble. They aren't with the refugees at the Earthborn Institute. Then, looking slightly embarrassed as he rubbed the back of his neck, he added, I just wanted to make sure they were someplace safe before. You don't have to explain yourself to me, I said, saving him from explaining further. And yes, to set your mind at ease, I did see your sister and the bear leading your mother to the highest level earlier, toward the royal palace. And a tiny smirk forced its way across my lips despite myself. I may have overheard Alina berating Alice about how the palace would be the safest place for her, considering Lance Micah will be guarding it. The hardness of Arthur's features relaxed, and he let out a sigh of relief. Oh good, I was worried she might run off into battle again. I cleared my throat, then turned my attention back to the movement below. I hate this waiting. Arthur flashed me a smirk that very much reminded me of the boy he'd once been. Is the unflappable General Vere perhaps slightly flapped? I laughed, caught off guard by his teasing. I shouldn't be. After all, we have the mighty Lance Godspell present to protect us. Arthur's smile faltered, twitching into something more wry and, I thought, even slightly bitter. A title I'm not sure I ever earned, Lance Zero. I hadn't expected such self-deprecation and had to take a moment to consider a response. It was easy to forget that Arthur was still just a boy, really no older than perhaps 19 or 20. Although he had tremendous power, more than I could safely wrap my head around, he had been subjected to horrible trials and great pain both before and during this war. But then, perhaps that is what makes a lance, I thought before immediately cutting myself off and returning my mind to the conversation at hand. If not that one, then maybe another. I've heard some of the sanctuary survivors calling you Godkiller. Arthur snorted in disbelief. I wouldn't exactly. A piercing static hum vibrated through the air, making my ears ring uncomfortably. What in the people of Vildoriel? A magically magnified voice announced, resounding from every surface at once, folding in and over and through itself, like a wave striking and then receding from the face of a cliff. Lyra Drade, I hissed, searching the cavern for her mana signature. Please listen carefully to what I have to say, the voice pleaded gravely. You have committed a most unfortunate error in fighting back against the Alacrian soldiers in your midst. By aligning yourself with the rebels known as Lances, you have angered High Sovereign Agrona. She let these words bowl over each other, echoing round and round within the great cavern. But the Lord of the Vritra is not without mercy. He knows that many of you feel as if you have no choice. He does not blame you for your confusion, your lack of courage. You will be offered a second chance at a life in his new Dicathen, so long as you simply don't fight back. Arthur cursed. More likely, he'll kill everyone in this city to make sure the rest stay in line if we let him. We won't, I assured him. We've already defeated the retainer once. She can't hope to stand against you in combat. Please, people of Vildoriel, as your regent, I do not wish to see you slaughtered, but I will ensure all who stand against High Sovereign Agrona are appropriately punished. Her words stuck grotesquely to the insides of my ear. Awful creature, I muttered, shaking my head as if I could dislodge the voice. Generals, a hoarse voice puffed. I turned to see a stocky dwarf sprinting furiously in our direction. He coughed, choking on his own tongue as he struggled to form the words without enough breath in his lungs. Arthur vanished and reappeared at the man's side, clad in dancing purple lightning. What is it? The portal, he gasped out, coming to a stop with his hands on his knees. A group of dwarves took it, reactivated it. I met Arthur's eye, my mind spinning. If they're drawing our attention to the outskirts, then their strongest force is likely coming through the portal, Arthur finished for me. I watched as his unyielding gaze swept across the cavern, lingering on the royal palace where his family was. Then something clicked into place in his expression. I'll hold off whatever forces come through the portal, destroy it if I have to. Can you and the others? Of course, I answered firmly, drawing myself up to my full height. I'm done losing battles, Arthur. His jaw tightened and then he was gone, leaving nothing behind but the purple-white afterimage of a bolt of lightning. Should we gather reinforcements to guard the tunnel mouth in case any of the attackers escape Lance Godspell? The man asked, stumbling over his words. No, I said, my eyes still on the place where Arthur had vanished. We need the resources elsewhere. If this enemy can get past General Arthur, then we are lost in any case. The dwarf, shaken and slightly pale, saluted. Yes, General. Then he was off again, huffing back down the wide spiral of the highway. I was looking from sealed entrance to sealed entrance, sensing for any mana signatures, trying to guess which direction they would come from when my vision flickered strangely, and I had to hold out a hand to steady myself. Screams of complete and utter terror trembled up to me from the lower levels, thousands of voices so piercing they cut through rock and earth to fill up the cavern. I watched, horrified and paralyzed, as a black scythe of energy slashed through several buildings, collapsing them on the civilians huddled inside. The screams only grew louder. No, I breathed out in disbelief. How had the Alacrians gotten inside the city? Stepping forward, I plummeted off the edge of the highway and toward the commotion below. The light changed again, like a shadow crossing over me from above, and I wobbled mid-flight. A pressure stabbed at my temples, white-hot pain bleeding in behind my eyes, making the world go dark. At the last instant, I pulled up, but I still struck the ground with enough force to shatter the paving stones. Nearby, the frame of a partially collapsed house shifted and fell in on itself. Down here, the screams were louder still. Where is everyone? The dwarven forces, Baron, who is making all that noise? I spun around, searching frantically for any signs of life, but it was just the voices, screaming, and there were words in the howls of pain. I sucked in a choked breath that caught in my throat. Your fault, the screams said. You could have protected us, saved us. Why? Other voices pleaded through their piteous dying moans. Why didn't you make sure we would be safe? You saved the lords and left us to die. You should have done more. My pulse quickened, and a sense of dread seemed to steal the air from my lungs. A cold, bitter voice sounded in my head, cutting through all the other noise. You can hide your fear and self-doubt from the rest of the world, but not from yourself. Put on your Ice Queen mask and take shelter behind your own inadequate power, but when the frost melts, the real you will always be just under the surface. Read first it. I closed my eyes hard, squeezing until I saw snowflakes glittering in bright rainbow light. Deep breath in, long, steady breath out. A half-seen shadow writhed just at the edges of my vision. You can never escape what you truly are, frightened, lonely, and weak. Even the strength that made you a lance isn't your own. You couldn't save Aaliyah or King and Queen Glader or Aya. You lost the war and soon everyone you know will be dead. Just lie down and die, coward. My eyes snapped open. I'd heard these words before. Whispered them to myself in the dead of night in our dark, hopeless cave in the beast glades after we'd been defeated and sent into hiding. When I'd watched King and Queen Glader continually succumb to their own weakness and selfishness, I'd heard these words in my plush rooms in their castle. And I'd heard them when the scythe Cadel had sneered down on me, his red eyes burning with disdain just before he'd swatted me like a fly. I focused on shielding my core at the same time as I gathered mana into my hand. The shadows shifted at the edge of my vision, an ice spike flew, the world twisted sickeningly then snapped back into place. The shadows vanished and the reality of my situation came surging in. I was on my knees in a crater at the center of the city's lowest floor. Several buildings around me had collapsed, and dozens of people were huddled in corners and behind whatever meager protection they could find. Bulging, terrified eyes stared not at me, but a woman standing at the edge of the crater staring down. She lifted a hand to her neck and wiped away a thin trickle of blood where my spell had wounded her, then licked the blood from her thumb. Given Cadel's stories about how pathetic you lances were in the war, I'm surprised you were able to break through even part of my illusions. Dark purple hair flowed down over her shoulders and framed the pale gray skin of her face. Her eyes were colorless in the gloomy cavern light, two black coals set in her expressionless face. White and gray robes fit tight to her wispy frame were hung with silver cord, and from these cords dangled gray-yellow lumps that could only be dozens of vertebrae. Her expressionless mask didn't change as she followed my gaze to the chunks of bone. Macabre, I know, but each represents a life, a story. Some even carry the faint aura of the previous owner's mana. Yours will go here, she said, tapping a cord that ran from beneath her ribs and across her body to her opposite hip. You're trying to wear me down by playing on my worst fears, but something like this. I paused, my mouth suddenly dry. I see and hear worse whenever I close my eyes, Scythe. She nodded as I stood to my full height. I am here because you lances have scurried around in the dark and avoided this fight for too long. Rich of you to accuse us of cowardice, I said, fighting to keep my voice even. Where have you been during this war? Safe at home, hiding behind the Vritra clan's skirts. The Scythe did not bat an eyelash, only looked off to our right. There was a crash of stone and the head of a huge hammer exploded through the wall of a half-fallen building. I tensed, ready to attack alongside Micah, but then I saw her. The dwarven lance scrambled through the hole she'd made, eyes huge and shining, like two moons reflected in the surface of a lake. Her pale face was smeared with dirt and blood, and she was swinging the hammer around her in short, sharp, jerking motions. Several civilians scrambled away, crying in fright. "No, Alfred, stop, Micah is sorry." "Please," her plea choked off, and she flipped the hammer around and smashed it into the floor. The stone gave out, and she tumbled into the chasm she'd made with a scream of absolute terror. "Micah," I lunged up the side of the crater, prepared to hurl myself into the chasm after her, but the light flickered sickeningly, and when it came back she was gone, along with the hole she'd tumbled through. A harsh growl emitted unbidden from the back of my throat, and I sent the blades of ice hurtling at the scythe. They passed harmlessly around and threw her to shatter against hard rock. "Where is she? What are you doing to her?" I demanded, conjuring a new arsenal but not wasting my energy in attacking again. I needed to figure out what this scythe's power was and how to defend against it. "The dwarf has a staggeringly complex labyrinth of inner demons to navigate," she said, wiggling her fingers. When she did so, I could just hear the echo of Micah's voice, like it was seeping up through the solid floor, but I couldn't make out the words. "You, on the other hand, are quite simple, really boring, cliché." I felt the white-hot pain behind my eyes again. Reaching inward, I found the cold comfort of my power waiting for me. Ice began to form along my skin, racing from my sternum up over my shoulders and down my legs, finally enveloping my head. The touch of it soothed the burning and dimmed the scythe's power and voice. "Get out of my head, witch!" Throwing out both hands, I sent the array of spikes and blades hurtling at her. A black shadow slashed the air and the projectiles exploded. The scythe took a step back, her form seeming to ripple as she did so, splitting into three images. For one hideous moment, the figures seemed to be several people at once, and then they solidified. In the middle, Lord Glader looked down at me disapprovingly. He seemed taller and stronger, but his look of cold disapproval was as bitter and sharp as it ever had been. To one side, Aaliyah Triskin was glaring at me out of ruined, empty eye sockets, her legless body hanging in the air like some horrible mannequin. To Glader's other side, Aya, my longtime friend and companion, had a gaping hole where her core should have been. "You were supposed to be the strongest of us," the three said in unison, their voices bleeding together into a tinny, unrecognizable cacophony. "But you failed us all." Aaliyah's one remaining arm rose. 20 feet to my left, there was a rush of wind. 4 dwarves, huddled behind an overturned trolley, were lifted screaming into the air. Their wild eyes turned to me for a single devastating moment, then they burst into red mist as slashes of black wind erased them from existence. I ground my teeth in impotent fury, then threw out my hands to wrap the remaining survivors in thick barriers of ice. "You can't protect them," the blended voices said again. "How many were there just like us? How many have you failed? How many have you sent to their deaths?" Something burst up from the ground between my feet and grabbed hold of my ankle. I looked down in horror as more and more hands clawed free of the earth, reaching for me. I tried to fly upward, but the grip held, keeping me tethered. Then the heads were free, and I saw a dozen dwarves recently dead, their flesh pale and torn, their eyes sightless and wounds bloodless. Squirming horror threatened to rip my last meal from my guts, but I couldn't turn away. "Read first at or gee, you ordered us into the tunnels knowing we'd die." One dwarf moaned around a gray, lifeless tongue. "Join us," another grunted, baring her teeth and brandishing a mud-caked axe. "It's only fair, Lance." The axe swung, but I lacked the wherewithal to even try to block it. When it hit the ice around me, the shaft snapped and the head went tumbling away, leaving a shallow chip in my armor. Unlike the images of King Glader, Aaliyah, and Aya, the axe wasn't an illusion. She was animating the corpses of our dead and using them against us. "I'm sorry," I muttered, then let out a deep breath. Frosty mist roiled over and through the walking corpses, then froze solid where it touched their skin, cocooning them in shells of ice. I yanked my ankle free of the murderous corpse, still gripping it. The dead hand shattered. "Your tricks are stale," I ground out, doing my best to ignore the illusions as I searched for some sign of the real scythe. The others were more straightforward. They knew how to stand and fight. I forced a sarcastic smirk onto my face. "Have the rest of you gotten cold feet since one of your own was butchered?" I lifted an arm just in time to deflect a line of dark wind, then watched as the black line went through the ice, cladding my body and then through my arm, which clattered to the broken stone tiles and shattered. Shadows coalesced in front of me, forming the pale, purple-haired scythe. The back of her clawed hand caved in the ice around my chest and sent me hurtling backwards. I felt myself glance off one of the ice barriers protecting a group of huddled dwarves, then lost all sense of up and down as my body bounced along the ground like a skipped stone. In the distance, I could hear the melded laughter of Aya, Aaliyah, and King Glader fading away. She seemed to float as she approached, her dark eyes hellish voids that threatened to consume me. "This is over. My sister will have finished your Thunderlord already, and the dwarf will soon succumb to my power." The barest hint of a smile turned up the corners of her lips for the first time. And if you think your guardian angel with the golden eyes will sweep in to save you, I'm afraid you are so very, very wrong. I pulled myself up out of the dust and brushed off my clothes, then stared straight into her dead eyes. No reason to keep spitting pointless barbs at one another then, is there? The ground beneath the scythe exploded upward as the head of a dragon formed entirely of deep blue ice ripped through the stone tiles. The huge jaws snapped shut around the scythe, lifting her up into the air as the construct clawed its way from beneath the earth. Inside its belly, stunned and nearly unconscious, was Micah. Black lines of stabbing wind pierced the dragon's skull, but I reformed the ice before it could shatter. The dragon kicked off the ground and began flying up into the air, while at the same time the pocket of air containing Micah slid lower through its body, eventually expelling her 50 feet up. I held my breath, trying to keep the dragon's form whole while also watching Micah plummet 10 feet, 20, 30. When it was clear she couldn't stop herself, I conjured a sloped ramp just beneath her body. She slid uncontrolled to its base and rolled to the ground just at my feet. Above, ice shattered as the head of the dragon burst outward. The scythe, wrapped in a black cloak of her deviant wind mana, spun like a top. Dark lines slashed through the dragon in a dozen places, and I released my hold over its form, letting the ice dissipate harmlessly instead of crashing down on any nearby civilians. Micah moaned. Above, the cloak of shadows was expanding out around the scythe, while at the same time curling inward like huge black claws, all pointed down at me. Reaching for my core, I prepared to defend the attack if I could. But before it fell, a red line slashed through the air straight at the scythe. Her power coalesced into a shield, but the red line punched straight through. She twisted at the last second, avoiding the scarlet missile, but I could see the ripple running through her mana from the smoldering hole it had left. The burning red line turned in the air and flew back past the scythe and over my head. I spun around. Reaching out a hand, Baron caught the spear. A red gleam stained his blonde hair as the spear flared with its own internal light. When the light faded, though, I realized it wasn't only that staining him red. Baron was covered in blood from the tips of his well-trimmed hair to the heels of his boots. From the wounds I could see, it seemed to be his own. He strode forward, favoring his left side. His leg dragged and his arm hung limp, but there was a blazing fire in his eyes that told me he was far from accepting defeat. "A scythe," he said, his deep baritone strained with the pain of his many wounds. I only nodded, looking back up at the purple-haired woman. She was struggling against the growing agitation in her magic as the shadows bucked around her like a wind-tossed sea. "No, another," Baron said, leaning into the spear to take the weight off his left side. "I fought a horned woman with white hair. There are two." Coughing, Micah pushed herself up to her knees. Blood dripped like a tear from her ruined eye socket. Her core felt drained. She had used up an inordinate amount of her own mana fighting against herself. "Stop looking at me like that," she grumbled, wiping the blood away. "I'm alive and very pissed off." "The royal palace," Micah waved me away. "The Alacrian forces have moved to block escape routes but are holding back from the city. The lords are only in danger if we lose down here." Wobbling slightly, a second woman appeared in the sky, flying toward the first. Two thick black horns sprouted from her brilliant white hair and curved outward. Her hand was pressed against a cut in her side deep enough to expose ribs. Drops of blood shimmered like falling rubies beneath her. "You fought her alone?" I asked Baron, unable to suppress the wonder in my tone. Baron snorted. "The spear, a lucky blow, cut off her mana, but just temporarily." I remembered well enough the feeling of the scarlet blade disrupting my mana as we fought a losing battle against the Usura. "That's how we hold them off," I said, holding out a hand to Micah. A harsh aura fell like an iron curtain down atop us as Micah pulled herself to her feet, and I heard the barriers of ice I was still focusing on shatter. The people beneath them screamed. "Tricks and gimmicks won't save you," the second scythe screamed, her blood-red eyes bulging in her head. The purple-haired scythe had regained control of her mana after Baron's strike, and she was steadier than her counterpart, the only sign of any emotion a slight flaring of her nostrils. "Two scythes, this was a battle we'd lost before in Ediston." Baron stepped up beside me, the Asuran spear held in a white-knuckled grip as he leveled it at our enemy. Micah moved to my other side, unable to keep the apprehensive frown from her face. I understood, as I was struggling to ignore the cold claws of doubt and uncertainty that clutched at my insides read first at ORG, and then I remembered Arthur, the way he had looked at the royal palace, gauging his family's safety before entrusting us to protect the city, and then what I had told him. "I'm done losing battles." Chapter 391, Arthur Leywin, living with this constant fear of being unable to protect my loved ones. I had nearly forgotten what that felt like. In Alacria, my battles had been entirely distant, separate from my friends and family. It was only ever my own life on the line, or at worst, the lives of strangers and people who I had, for most of my unintentional stay there, seen as enemies. Now, as I godstepped from Vere's side, I couldn't stop considering the potential death toll of a full-scale assault on Vildoriel. The people here were tired and afraid, the lances only recently recuperated from very nearly dying, and our most powerful warriors, mages like Curtis and Catheln and the Twin Horns, could not stand against even retainers, much less scythes. Another god step took me from the edge of the city down 2 levels to where a series of arched gates opened into a long, straight tunnel wide enough for 30 dwarves to march abreast. A miasma of brutal, animalistic killing intent was radiating from the portal room ahead, purposefully projected to loudly announce their presence. I ignited Realmheart, and 5 distinct mana signatures became clear, each burning with the sickly intensity I'd come to understand as the corrupted deviant mana used by the Vritra. Read first at ORG. Hesitating, I looked over my shoulder up to the highest level, where my sister and mother were sheltered with 1,000 dwarven nobles. The royal palace was much too close. This definitely seems kind of sus to me, Regis thought, sharing in the same nervousness that quickened my heartbeat. I stepped beneath one of the arches leading toward the portal room, resting my hand on the cold stone pillar. Of course. It's a trap, after all. Even if I defeated whatever enemy was giving off such an awful killing intent in front of me, there were still the enemies behind me to consider. I didn't know if the lances could hold the line. If it took me too long, the pillar crunched in my fist, which came away full of pinkish dust and stone shards. But what other choice do we have? Hurling the mess to the ground, I took a step forward, and then another. And with each cautious step, I pushed down another question and source of anxiety. The truest way to protect those I cared about was to make any fight as swift and decisive as possible, and to do that, I couldn't be shackled by my own uncertainty. At the end of the tunnel, there was a matched set of arched openings carved of some light red stone. They opened into a huge, empty cave that surrounded the 30-foot-high, 50-foot-wide portal frame, which provided enough space to stage a small army if necessary. Columns of gray and red rock held up a series of balconies that encircled the cave 30 feet up. The room was lit by the natural glow of the still active portal. My eyes moved quickly from the portal's opaque screen of undulating energy, the 4 dwarven corpses bleeding out in front of it, their bodies impaled by black metal spikes, and then to the 5 figures spread out throughout the chamber. Within me, Regis trembled with a mixture of anticipation and nervous energy. I felt Udo's memories bubbling up unbidden in Regis's mind and bleeding over into my own. I saw the sons and daughters of the basilisks who followed Agrona from Ephiatis, the interplay of Asuran and human magic fine-tuned over 100 generations. I knew what these beings were. Winsome had told me about them long ago. The Wraiths, Regis thought, giving a name to Agrona's hidden half-blood soldiers. You must be my welcoming committee, I said curtly, taking in each figure. The foremost was a tall, broad-shouldered man. Flowing locks of earth-brown hair tumbled around thick corkscrew horns that stuck up several inches from the top of his head. He wore red chainmail under black half-plate armor that glowed with protective runes. His dismissive eyes met mine. We are here to eliminate a threat, not engage in witless banter. Oh, come on, Richmal, we hardly ever get to have any fun, one of the others said, whipping thick blonde braids around his head and staring at me with hungry eyes. If it is true that this one killed Cadel, we should have some fun with him before releasing him to the oblivion of death. Like Richmal, this second man also had blood-red eyes and onyx horns. His curled out and down from the sides of his head, nearly touching again under his chin. While they spoke, Regis's Udo memories continued to ripple across the mental connection we shared. I saw a distorted, half-remembered thought of the man called Richmal standing over the gaunt, ashen corpse of a woman with brilliant white blonde hair, through which 2 lightly curved black horns protruded. A dragon, I was certain of it. Her golden eyes stared lifeless up at Richmal as the wraith bent down and wrenched one of her horns free of her head. The noise of it breaking sent a psychic tremor through me that made my stomach turn violently. With an acute sense of urgency, I reached for the thread of ether that always connected the djinn's relic armor to me. The black scales feathered into existence across my body. There was a comforting weight and coolness to it as the armor wrapped itself around me, and I felt the swelling of ether as the limited amount in the atmosphere pulled closer. "Ah, I think he wants to be one of us," a rich, feminine voice drawled. "Look at his little horns." The speaker was a marble-skinned woman in heavy black plate armor. Only her face and head were exposed, showing off her short, bright blue hair, which was styled into spikes around her ridged horns. Runic lightning bolts were tattooed across her scarlet eyes. Ulrich, I knew, her name manifesting from Regis's uncontained stream of consciousness. Cadel must have been sauced on elder nectar to let the skinny lesser best him. The rasping voice crawled like bugs out of the shadows and into my ears, making the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. I traced it back to a wraith whose robes were dark with burn marks, the hood of which was pulled half up over his bald head. 2 dagger-like horns thrust forward from his forehead. Blaze. The bright red of his eyes was interrupted by dark splotches that seemed to float over their surface, matching darker ash-gray patches that marred his cold marble skin. Next to him, the fifth Alacrian was half hidden in living shadows. I caught flashes of jet-black hair curled up into horns atop her head and dark, oxblood eyes surrounded by gray-black skin. Veilska. Enough, Richmal ordered, the deep well of his baritone burying the other voices. You demean yourselves. A coiled lash of dark green, stinking liquid shivered into existence in his fist, and he met my eye. We will waste no more breath on you, lesser. In the same moment, I activated God's Step. The room shifted in an amethyst flash, and I appeared just beside and behind Richmal. Suit yourself, I said, conjuring an etheric sword and sweeping it backwards. The room exploded into chaos. Black iron spikes shot from the ground to deflect my blade, and a gust of black wind seemed to enfold Richmal. I felt the ether blade strike home, then the wind carried my target away. A breath later, he reappeared across the room from me, his armor torn and blood seeping from a wound in his side. Read first at or G, this enemy was fast, and they worked together with flawless efficiency. I couldn't afford to hold anything back against them. Regis, the blade. Mana condensed within the dust and shadows hovering in the air, and a ring of black iron spikes thrust out of nothing to stab at my face and core. Using Realm Heart to sense the formation of the attack, I sidestepped, pivoted, and ducked around the spikes, slashing through those I couldn't dodge. A specter shaped from black flame reached for me, sulfur claws scraping over my armor. My sword spun around, flicking out toward the specter's throat. Just before it made contact, Regis reached the sword, and the thin amethyst blade bursted in dark violet fire. Destruction devoured the specter, leaving behind nothing, not even a residue of mana. All 5 opponents were moving, casting. Shields of black wind and soulfire moved with them, turning the room into an inferno. Twin torrents of black fire and sluggish, bubbling ooze sprayed at me from different directions. I leapt upward, grabbing the railing of the balcony and flipping myself up onto it. The metal twisted when I stepped away again, ripping apart under the force of my movement, and then hissing and melting as a cloud of soulfire chased behind me. The room became a dark blur as I moved near instantly toward my next target, the blue-haired wraith, Ulrich. I had only an instant to be surprised as her crimson eyes followed me, her shield shifting up to block my strike just as her spear lowered into a position to catch my momentum and use it against me. The destruction blade crashed against her towering shield, which was wrapped in a thick shell of blue-black lightning. Her conjured spear hit my armor like a battering ram just above my core. A concussive burst of pure energy shook the chamber as we were both thrown away by the force of our simultaneous blows. I tumbled, landed on my feet, and had only an instant to take in the sight of violet flames engulfing her shield before acidic tentacles wrapped around my legs. I slashed down through them, and destruction ripped the spell apart. The soulfire cloud caught up to me, inundating me within an opaque black mist of seething fire that tried to force itself into my nose and mouth. I burst outward with an untargeted nova of ether, nullifying the flames. The ground heaved beneath me as a partially formed golem made of hundreds of interlocked spikes ripped through the granite tiles and reached for me. I slid 1 foot back across the broken tiles as spiked claws closed on nothing but dust, then flicked out with the destruction blade once, twice, 3 times. Violet flames raced across the golem, which crumbled and burned. Read first at org greenish mana condensed beneath me, and I dodged back just as the floor began to ooze thick, poisonous sludge. A cyclone of black wind forced me to dodge again while deflecting a 3-pronged bolt of lightning with the destruction blade and releasing an etheric blast to ward off the clouds of soulfire. There were too many of them, and they left me few openings between their combined spell attacks to go on the offensive. As I pivoted to stay out of the gusting cyclone, I considered my own capabilities. I needed to maximize my mobility and rebalance the scales. Sensing Regis following along with my thoughts, I prepared my maneuver, condensing ether into my fist until the bones began to ache. God's Step flared and I was standing across the room just inside the arched entryways. The ether blade vanished, as did my connection to Regis and the destruction Godrune. Extending my arm, I released the blast. Ulrich and the braided wraith, Ifeok, vanished in a cone of roiling purple ether. It engulfed the long-range teleportation portal beyond them as well, and the portal frame shattered with a sound like a thunderclap. The hard stone came down in a fluttering wave of glowing confetti as it dissolved. The opaque liquid energy of the portal itself swirled with the turbulence of its failure, then hissed and faded away. At least they wouldn't be bringing in any reinforcements that way. Ulrich lowered her shield, which was pockmarked and burn-scarred from destruction. Scarlet runes burned brightly across its dim metallic surface. Ifeok stepped out from behind her, his braids smoking and one horn cracked. The flesh on the side of his face was torn and bleeding. Now I sent, In the breath that followed, Regis exploded into being between the two, fully manifesting his destruction form in a rush of ether. Caught by surprise, the two wraiths were battered aside by his bulk, and his huge, square jaws full of razor-blade teeth crunched down on the wounded Ithioc's shoulder and arm. Destruction flicked between his fangs, its jagged edges cutting and snapping as they leapt across Ithioc's pale flesh. Simultaneously conjuring a blade and sending ether into every muscle, tendon, and joint, I burst-stepped, blade thrust forward at the side of Ulrich's head, and sank into an ocean of pain and filth. The air had turned into a jelly-like acid sludge that sucked me in and absorbed the momentum of my burst step. It hissed and popped where my ether struggled to keep it back, but the caustic substance was attacking every inch of me simultaneously. My eyes burned and the relic armor trembled as the acid ate away at its structure. Although I couldn't see through the sludge, with Realmheart active I could sense the locations of the 5 enemies, and even their decay-type mana arts couldn't stop me from finding the etheric pathways. Focusing through the pain, I imbued ether into the God Rune and ignited God Step, reappearing just behind Blaze. Read first at ORG. With uncanny quickness, the bald wraith diverted the stream of his sulfur away from Regis, who 3 of the others had pushed back against one curved wall and into a shield between us. At the same time, I formed a sword and slashed across his side. Ether shivered against Soulfire. My blade jolted with the force of the 2 opposing powers, then sank through his shield and slashed across his throat. Blaze tried to shout but only gurgled up blood. His cloudy red eyes squinted into an agonized snarl, then black wind wrapped him up and yanked him away from me. Claws of the same decay-type wind mana raked at me and grabbed for my wrists. I released the blade and pushed ether into my hands, reinforcing my protective barrier until it shone as visible gauntlets of amethyst light around my clawed gloves, so much ether built up that the fine bones in my hands began to ache. The wind scrabbled to get a hold but was unable to grasp the ether. Sensing multiple other spells targeted toward me, I made a sharp cutting motion with one gauntleted hand, releasing the pent-up ether in a wide, curving arc to eat away the barrage of pursuing spellfare. A pained, enraged howl punctuated the sound of fire burning the air, black spikes erupting from the ground, and lightning crashing. Across the chamber, destruction erupted from Regis. A hot wind, like the leading edge of a charging inferno, flash-dried the sweat beading my brow, and all the active spells in the vicinity were burned away like dry leaves. Velska, Ulrich shouted, her drawling voice pierced through with a spike of uncontained fear. In an instant, I took in the chamber. Regis was on the far side of the room, pierced through in several places by blue-black barbs of solid lightning. The stone around him had been carved away by destruction for 20 feet in every direction, and the balconies above him had collapsed. His jaws hung open, thick ropes of saliva dangling from between his teeth, and his bright eyes were entirely focused on his prey. On the floor just beyond the ruins, Velska was dragging herself away with one arm while conjuring a thick shield of wind between her and Regis. Parts of her black hair and the ends of her horns had been burned away, and her face was covered in ugly blisters. One leg was missing at the knee. Ulrich was floating 20 feet off the ground, a bombardment of blue-black bolts spraying from her fingertips down on Regis. Some burned away in destruction before they reached him, but not all, and he was making no effort to defend himself. Ithiok was on a balcony behind me. One fleshless, skeletal arm hung useless at his side, and the flesh of his neck was broken open and oozing. His remaining hand was waving as he conjured dozens of black spikes from the ground to hurl through the room in every direction, carefully cutting just around his allies as they targeted both Regis and me. Blaze had relocated to just outside the series of arched frames that opened into the chamber. He was surrounded by an oval field of flickering sulfur, fingertips pressed to his throat. Purple-tinged sulfur flames danced inside the wound as the flesh knit back together, while clouds of conjured flame continued to burn in the air between us as he struggled to envelop me within his power. Richmal was controlling several long tentacles of dark green acidic liquid that had boiled up from between the granite tiles. The wound in his side had healed, and even his armor seemed to have mended itself. One of his tentacles wrapped around Velska's waist and helped pull her away while 2 others began harrying Regis, going for his neck and legs. Read first at org. Meanwhile, 3 more came lashing at me, cutting whip-like through the air and spraying acidic slime in every direction. Using God Step, I maneuvered out of the middle of the maelstrom of spells to the balcony, then away again immediately as Blaze's cloud of fire seared through the air toward me. Regis's jaws were snapping furiously at the caustic tentacles when I reappeared standing over Velska. An etheric blade formed in my hands pointing down, and I thrust at her core. She let out a piercing cry that cut off suddenly as she was jerked away by the tentacle around her torso. My blade carved a smoking hole in her side in the granite beneath her. A huge iron spike manifested from my own shadow and thrust upward. Bracing my blade against my forearm, I caught the momentum of the spike and let it propel me up into the air and away from the grasping tentacles. Spinning, I deflected a burst of lightning that had ricocheted off Regis, then landed just in front of him. The ether blade swept through the vines harrying him, and then those chasing me, but more spells were already bearing down on us. Move, Regis's deep, half-mad voice sounded in my head. Destruction was swelling within him, building up like magma within the caldera of a volcano, and it was about to rupture. Jumping up, I planted one foot against the edge of an expanding spike and burst stepped after Velska, my ether blade searing through the granite tiles of the floor in a straight line toward her and Richmal. Behind me, a nova of destruction washed across the room, erasing everything it touched, but my focus was on finding Velska. She seemed to operate as the group's shield, hiding them, protecting them, and even repositioning them when necessary. Without her, the rest would be exposed. Richmal tried to repeat his trick of catching me mid-burst step, but I was ready for it. The ether blade swung up at the same time as the chamber blurred past me to the sides, and I sliced through his spell and slammed into him shoulder first. He was hurled off his feet to crash against the chamber's outer wall, and all his spells flickered out for just a moment. Velska had pushed herself up to one knee after Richmal had saved her. Despite her grievous wounds, she was still casting, surrounding herself with a buffeting force while cutting at me with wicked scythes of condensed air. I pivoted and dodged those I couldn't block with an ether-wrapped fist, then when I was nearly on her, invoked God's Step. Jumping, wild arcs of purple lightning ran along my firearm as I punched down at the side of her head from my new position. There was a crunch of bone as my fist connected, and then everything went dark. Black wings were wrapped around my face, flapping and reeling, jerking me this way and that. With my hand still wrapped with ether, I raked my fingers through the spell, shredding it. But by the time I could see again, Velska had already been whisked away. Resummoning my blade, I leapt toward the downed Richmal, swinging at the back of his undefended neck. A blue-black blur flew at me from the side, hammering into me and pushing me off course. My sword cut up and sank through both rune-covered armor and flesh. Blaze, send Velska back, Richmal's resonant baritone rumbled as he pulled himself to his feet. His expression was strained, and his tangled hair was matted to his head and stained red-brown. Ulrich slid to a stop 10 feet from me, pinning me between her and Richmal. Blood was gushing from her leg, which appeared to be nearly severed at the knee. She supported herself on her towering shield, which rested between us, and leveled a conjured spear at my face, snarling, her lax self-assuredness gone. A bestial howl shook the cavern, and Regis leapt in from the side, his massive paws slamming Ulrich to the ground. Read first at ORG. Dozens of sickly green darts flew from Richmal's hands, peppering Regis's side. I watched as the dark green mana seeped into him, circulating through his bloodstream in a matter of seconds. Liquid fire ran through my channels as I siphoned ether from my core down my arm and into the palm of my hand, where it built up until the pressure forced it to explode outward, bathing the cavern in violet light and engulfing Richmal. There was a flash, and a wedge of blue-black static disrupted the air around Regis. He roared, breathing out a gout of destruction, but the static buzzed around and away from the flames before coalescing like a guillotine above him. At the same time, Ulrich was jerked out from beneath him by the lightning bolt in her hand. The static moved through Regis's body like a saw, cleanly dividing flesh, bone, and even ether. My companion howled as his huge, slope-back torso came in two, the rear half stumbling on its shorter, thicker legs, the front struggling to balance as he lunged awkwardly after his prey. Regis's barely contained rage and need to unleash destruction crashed into me through our connection, warring against his survival instinct and a desperate edge of existential uncertainty. A razor-sharp knife of panic slashed at my guts, and I could only watch the horrifying spectacle as I struggled to process Regis's inner conflict alongside my own suppressed emotions. I missed the mana coalescing from the shadows above me just before a spear-thin spike thrust out from the nearest column and drove at my face. I spun at the last moment, taking the blow to the side of my armored head where the horns sprouted out. The spike shattered and a foot-long shard twisted in the air and drove into my cheek. I felt it scrape bone as it deflected downward to push out the base of my skull. The force of the impact knocked me back into a supporting column, where I leaned for a moment, dazed, one hand scrabbling against the jagged butt of the spike where it poked out of my face. The ground shattered beneath my feet, dropping me to one knee in a pool of burning sludge. Dozens of black iron spikes interlocked over the pool to create a sharp-edged dome, pinning me into the poison that I could already feel sapping my strength as it attacked my nervous system. The spikes tightened, forcing me down farther into the ooze. My lungs seized and I felt my heart stutter. The iron dome lit up with blue-black light, and hundreds of bolts of electricity began to crash back and forth between it and the pool of sludge. My body locked up. My mind went numb from the shock as the ooze continued to eat away at my armor. When I reached for God's Step, I couldn't sense it. I couldn't feel anything at all past the pain of mana attacking every nerve in my entire body. Now while he's pinned, Veilska report to the High Sovereign, inform him, read first at or G. My ears popped and stars burst behind my closed eyes and my muscles began to spasm as I pushed back at the spikes, but to little effect. I lost all sense of Richmal's words, only knew that the wraiths were shouting at one another. Although I couldn't understand what they said, the desperation in their voices was clear. Blue-black particles of deviant lightning mana flashed and popped as they impacted the amethyst motes that made up my etheric barrier. Dark green mana sizzled and burrowed into the ether before evaporating. Gray-brown deviant earth mana cracked and broke against the purple barrier. Through a gap in the spikes, I saw Regis, or what was left of him. My companion had been reduced to little more than a wisp of ether trapped within a cage of Ulrich's mana. I could feel him, but just barely burning, his consciousness receding with each passing moment as more and more of his etheric essence was exhausted just to keep his feeble form. I reached for him, tried to pull him to me with the force of my will alone, but he wasn't reacting, couldn't escape the spell burning him away to nothing. Time seemed to slow, almost like when I'd been able to use static void before. Suddenly, I could feel the weight of all that mana clashing with my ether. See the way the particles bent and rippled and jumped as one. The shapes of the individual spells, how they were formed, their purpose, the metaphysical stitching that held them together. The mana wove together in a shape formed by the will of the caster, while the ether both contained the mana and determined its natural behavior, but also moved to accommodate the mana's passing, the two forces fitting together like light and shadow. I couldn't believe I hadn't seen it before. My hand quivered as I reached into the turmoil. All along it, the interplay of metaphorical light and darkness, mana and ether shifted and moved, always together simultaneously in coordination and opposition. And in between them, a kind of curtain separating light and shadow. My fingers twitched. The curtain shifted. Ether wrapped around mana and moved it aside. The interlocking spikes pinning me down released, floating out in the air around me. They trembled, uncertain, Iphiox will pushing them to one purpose, but the flow of ether repelling them, redefining what mana was allowed to do. A web of electricity jumped from spike to spike, crackling threateningly, tendrils reaching out toward me, deflecting and being reabsorbed into the hole, unable to strike farther than what they ether allowed. The pool of acid parted, separating, pulling away from me. Read first at org. As I slowly stood, my legs shook with the effort of enforcing my will on the ether, and through the ether, the mana. My enemies surrounded me, but gone was the physical force of their confidence and their brash expressions. Instead, I saw wide red eyes amid gray faces turned pale with fear. Chapter 392. Chapter 390, Apathy and Ecstasy. The scene around me seemed frozen in time. Richmal's face was slack, his focus on the magic coming undone as he watched with awe. At his side, Ulrich blazed with internal light, more and more mana pouring out of her, the web of electricity growing brighter in coordination with her efforts. Her crimson eyes avoided me as she focused on her spell, the muscles of her jaw working as she ground her teeth. Behind them, Iphiox sagged, sweat pouring down his face, the ruins of his arm hanging limply at his side, his channeled mana trickling away to nothing. Blaze and Veilska had retreated down the tunnel toward Vildoriel, and Blaze was fumbling with a Tempest warp. The familiar anvil-shaped device hummed as it collected and condensed mana. I was still reeling from my discovery of the interplay between ether and mana. Even though I still didn't fully understand yet what Realmheart was capable of, I had no time to question what I was doing. It took a tremendous effort just to lift one foot and place it in front of the other. There were still 5 half-ritual wraiths to deal with, and I could feel Regis's life force weakened by the moment. The orbiting field of spikes and blue-black lightning shifted as I moved, rotating away as I passed, my ether containing and redirecting the mana making up the various spells. The force of my will was matched against that of the 3 opposing mages. I had to maintain a more forceful hold over the ether than they could enforce on their mana, but there was also something else, some resistance from the ether I didn't yet understand. Moving the short distance to Regis sapped even my Asuran physique of its inhuman stamina and strength, and by the time I reached the cage of lightning, my legs were trembling. I released the pool of acidic sludge which splashed back together and then sank between the cracks in the granite tiles and vanished. Richmal gasped and sucked in a deep, desperate breath as if he'd been holding it the entire time. Veilska. Go now, he barked, his voice raw. Releasing ether from my core, I manipulated it around Ulrich's spell, looking once again for the metaphorical curtain separating the two powers. It was just like in the Keystone when I'd practiced with Ellie. I had to let my mind refocus, shift my perspective. 3 steps had once told me something very similar as well, and even Cordry's lessons had required that I experience the motion and interplay of our bodies differently. Perhaps that's what all knowledge boiled down to. New experiences that shifted one's perspective slightly, revealing more of a world that was already there but which we couldn't see. My breath caught and my mind stuttered, and I wrenched myself back into the moment. Dozens of poisonous slime darts were hissing through the air at me. My hand raised too slowly, my mental fortitude drained and exhausted. The darts parted, their path shifting as they swarmed around me to either side, and I let out a breath simultaneously full of wonder and fatigue. I could feel where each particle of mana and ether interacted, how the ether took hold of the mana and redirected it to create a momentary sympathetic binding of the two forces. But I was also shouldering the combined force of all that mana, trying to hold each of the individual spells separately in my mind. And as the darts curved to avoid me, I was forced to release my hold over the spikes and lightning what the other wraiths had used to pin me down. The field of black spikes fired away wildly, nearly impaling Ifeok and crashing against Ulrich's shield. The lightning, which she had continued to pour mana into until it burned to look at, condensed into a single bolt and struck the ground, exploding in a blinding flash. The chamber quaked. Turning my attention swiftly to the small cage of lightning, I looked for the place where the two forces moved to allow each other's presence, and tugged, peeling control of the small cell away from Ulrich. It snapped and seared the air as I pulled it away from Regis. The wisp bobbed drunkenly as it drifted up around my ankles. Reaching out, I closed my fist around it. It sank into my flesh and drifted toward my core. Regis offered no response to my sudden presence, but I could sense his consciousness, distant and unaware but alive. I could only hope he would recover if we survived this battle. Mana flared from the hallway as the Tempest Warp began to activate. The bright mana was clear, as was the rim of atmospheric ether that moved to encircle it. Velska trembled as she leaned toward the mana, her hands stretched out, her fingertips brushing the surface of the portal as it manifested. I reached out, my gloved hand curling into a claw as I attempted to seize the portal. The ether jumped at my command, contracting around the portal and compressing the mana. The Tempest Warp's magic ceased, leaving the half-formed portal wavering tenuously in the air. "I can't get through," Velska screamed as she scratched at the portal's surface. "Take him down," Richmal's deep voice cracked as he roared, and spells rained down on me from every direction. Iron and fire broke against my armor and etheric cladding. Lightning and acid glanced aside, bursting or burning into the ground, shattering the stone with the fury and hellfire of my enemies. But with most of my focus on forcefully distorting the Tempest Warp portal, it was all I could do to deflect even half their attacks. Acid and lightning burns scarred my face and metal spikes ripped through both armor and flesh. My face and skull burned where the metal spike had punched through it earlier. Too much ether was being focused through Realmheart to defend against the Wraith's spells and the portal. But I knew I couldn't let the Wraiths retreat, not even one. In Agrona's hands, information was a weapon. I couldn't give him that. I couldn't let them escape to report on my abilities. They all had to die. Ulrich was repositioning to stand between me and the half-formed portal. Her leg, sheathed in a cast of pure mana that sparked and jumped at every subtle movement, dragged limply behind her. Richmal's arm was pressed down over a huge open wound in his side, where armor, flesh, bone, and organs alike had been cleanly removed to reveal sharp bits of rib poking through a fleshy red mess. A wound caused by Regis's last desperate burst of destruction. Destruction? I hesitated even as spell after spell pummeled me, deflecting what I could, absorbing the rest, the pain at once all-encompassing, and nothing at all as I focused past it to the thing waiting dormant in Regis's meager form. I hadn't attempted to use the God Rune on my own since the Mirror Zone, but even then Regis had been conscious, flying to my hand to help me concentrate all of my ether in one specific direction. I knew all too well the risks of using it now, without Regis to help me focus and control it. With the abundance of ether in my dual-layer core, I could burn through all of Vildoriel. The spells were becoming more random and madcap, their movements jerky and difficult to follow, and I realized Ulrich was imbuing her lightning attribute mana into the other's spells. The resulting fusion of magic was faster, wilder, and much more difficult to counter. As lightning-infused bolts of burning brine struck me like cannon fire, and my pain-racked mind fought to maintain concentration, I understood that there was no other choice. I couldn't defend against the bombardment and keep control over the portal and fight the rest of them. Eventually my focus would slip, the portal would open, and one or more of the wraiths would escape. Even then I would still have to defeat the others. But what would keep them fighting? If they withdrew to the city, made me fight in the Great Cavern, I imagined the power of these Vritra half-bloods unleashed on the defenseless people of Vildoriel. If that happened, nothing else would matter. I clenched my fists. The Godrun contained within Regis's essence came alive with hunger and power, and the violet flames burst to life in my hands, giving off a bright, jagged, deadly aura. A spasm of pain came from my back where the Realmheart rune burned with golden light, and my vision and sense of mana jolted. I found myself caught off guard by the difficulty of maintaining both Godrunes, but couldn't release Realmheart. Not yet, somewhere in the back of my mind, I considered that the hungry, eager power of destruction was all I needed. I lifted my hand. Destruction lurched forward, wild, uncontrolled flames expanding and devouring as they shed their rageful light across the chamber. Ifiok's iron spikes thrust forward to meet it. Purple flames raced across black metal, unmaking his magic as it leapt from spike to spike, chasing them back to their source. Unshackled from Regis's more compatible insight, destruction rushed wildly, like a stampede of stallions on fire, and Ifiok began to scream. It raced up his arm and across his chest, converting his flesh and blood and mana to purple light and then to nothing at all. I spun with a poorly suppressed sense of giddiness, spreading the wave of destruction haphazardly in every direction. Richmal dragged himself and Ulrich out of destruction's path with his watery tentacles while sending out a flood of green sludge to douse my fire, but destruction only ate that as well. Agrona thinks these Lesharans are going to kill Usras for him, I asked the flames, my voice undercut by the force of destruction vibrating within it. Pathetic. I grabbed a spear of black iron out of the air and watched as destruction pulled the spell apart and unmade it. Noxious fumes were pouring out of Richmal's skin, staining the air with a greenish murk and filling what little remained of the chamber with the smell of death, and wrought in a feeble attempt to cut me off from the portal. Above me, the same static guillotine that had destroyed Regis's physical body was forming again. I slammed my will into it, and the mana trembled, caught between my force and Ulrich's. Wherever Realmheart conjured the purple runes, I began to burn and sweat, but I only pushed harder, destruction consuming my pain and fear until Ulrich's spell broke. A bone-crushing shockwave of pure force, created by the static distortion's failure, hurled both the wraiths backwards into the wall. I leaned into the force of the explosion and destruction jumped to wreath my body in a jagged aura of flame, the violet flames curling between the scales of my relic armor, eating it from the inside. Instinctively and without consideration, I dismissed the armor and it dematerialized. I didn't need it anyway. Destruction was better armor than any old Jinn relic. Ulrich hunkered behind her shield as destruction caught up with her, but it accomplished nothing. Destruction ate away the runes, then shield, then Ulrich, her armor, flesh, and then bones vanishing layer by layer. Richmal stumbled back, but he didn't try to run. Instead, he threw himself in front of the exits, and a wall of steaming, stinking liquid rose up to block the way. "Velska Blaze, go," he shouted, and I was surprised to hear something akin to genuine care in his voice. "Weak," I snarled, the word burning like a chant, the force of it sending a tremor through my enemy. Through the semi-transparent wall, I could see Blaze and Velska both fighting with the Tempest Warp, pouring magic into it in an attempt to wrest control of the portal's mana away from me. The misshapen glowing oval shook and striations of distortion ran across its surface, but I held it entirely, the apathy of destruction shielding me from the growing pain of focusing on both godrunes. Velska turned and met my eye. Now there was something akin to real terror in them. These creatures had been trained to wage a quiet, shadowy war against deities, but they were children playing at being gods. They understood nothing. They were nothing. Still holding her gaze, I sent destruction to roll across Richmal. Mana poured out of him in the form of a thick, greasy steam, momentarily holding the purple flames back as they consumed his power instead. With Realmheart, I looked for the curtain separating the light and shadow and ripped it aside. His spell was snuffed out like a candle flame, and then his flesh lit up like much the same, and then he was gone. Somewhere deep within me, something cracked. My vision and sense of mana blinked out, and I had to squeeze my eyes closed against sudden vertigo and nausea. When I opened them again, the glowing oval of a portal appeared over the Tempest Warp device. Blaze was shouting and shoving Velska toward it, but she was still staring at the place Richmal had been only seconds before. I stumbled. Looking down, I realized that violent flames were burning along the backs of my hands and forearms, and my skin was unraveling beneath the fire. I was losing control. "Go," Blaze screeched, shoving Velska hard. Her arms flailed, and her hand, arm, and then face vanished through the portal. A groan escaped my lips as I forced Etha back into the Realmheart Godrune, and it sputtered to life with a wave of sickening agony. I wrenched hard on the Etha around the portal, crushing it. The portal shivered, rippling violently. The mana particles compressed, and the force binding them shattered. The portal died out with a grotesque squelching noise, and what remained of Velska on this side of the portal collapsed wetly to the ground. I trembled as the Realmheart Godrune cut out again, severing my connection to the mana for the second time. I spit out a mouthful of blood and bile. Blaze howled. An enormous serpent of soulfire filled the tunnel, racing toward me. Violet fire subsumed the black and then flowed into Blaze's eyes and nose and mouth before burning him away from the inside out. Grinning and burning, I laughed. A single long, mirthful, insane laugh as the last of the wraiths, Agrona's supposed Usra killers, fell before me, the entire essence of their beings wiped away by my power, not even the stain of their corrupted mana remaining. The laugh cut out and I sank down to one knee, The fingers of my left hand were beginning to disintegrate. There was so much ether in my core now for destruction to feed on. It was a beautiful sight. I could just picture it burning and burning and burning, and in the distance, I vaguely sensed the flaring of powerful mana signatures and a storm of mana raging throughout the cavern of Vildoriel. I could burn the city. All of Darv if I wanted to, Dicathen and Alacria and Ephiatis. I felt my face crack into a wide, vicious, victorious grin just as the flesh of my arms began to crack and bleed under the force of destruction. I thought of Veilska's face and arm tumbling through a portal somewhere in Alacria. That will be a very different message than she intended to give Agrona, I imagine, I said aloud, my voice crackling with fire. With some amusement, I realized my arms had burned away up to my elbows. Destruction was in the stones now, eating away the chamber and tunnel, searching out more fuel, more, reaching for the city where there was so much substance, so much life. Art, Regis's voice distant hollow. Art, more insistent, a note of panic bleeding through the apathy and glory of destruction. It was a voice that would grow silent soon enough. All would be destruction in the end, everyone, everything. I thrust my ruined arms outward. Destruction boiled forth to consume the walls and ceiling and floor beneath my feet. An image pierced my mind like a crossbow bolt. I could feel Regis holding it there, projecting into my consciousness with the last of his strength. Ellie and Mom. They were holding each other, shivering in fear where they huddled with a mass of nameless, faceless dwarves as the ground beneath them trembled and buckled as it was being eaten away by bright amethyst flames. Everyone, everything, above me the ceiling collapsed, and elsewhere I dimly heard the crashing of stones as part of the cavern fell in on itself, but everything within sight was only violet fire. Everything, everyone. No, that's wrong, I thought, the effort of holding even a simple thought like walking across broken glass. Mom, Ellie, everything I've done, but this is victory, a voice uncomfortably like my own replied. This is finality. This is the end of our enemies, and of everything else. Gritting my teeth, I leaned forward and frantically smashed my head into the rough stone of the crater I was sinking into, trying to jar loose destruction's hold over me. When that failed, I attempted to slam shut the gates that controlled the flow of ether out of my core and cut off the flow of ether to the destruction Godrun. But I couldn't. I pushed at Regis, intent on forcing him out of my body, removing my connection to the rune, but the feeble wisp form wavered, and I stopped, afraid that separating him from my ether would destroy him. My arms were gone up to my biceps. Destruction burned in their place. Soon it would replace me entirely, leaving only the void. The void. I thought of the mirror room again, the void beyond it, how I had exhausted all my ether by sending destruction into the empty nothing to save Kara. Except I wasn't in the relictums. I didn't have the luxury of burning away all my ether into nothing. Here, there was always something to burn, something to consume. A sharp spike of adrenaline partially cleared my mind as an idea manifested. I didn't take time to consider what I was doing or what it would mean if it worked. I couldn't let the guilt stay my hand, not if it meant saving my family. Moving as quickly as my failing form could, I clawed my way free of the crater, then stumbled out into the tunnel toward Vildoriel. Sitting against one smooth, destruction-scoured wall was the Tempest Warp. I collapsed in front of the anvil-shaped device. It was half in ruins. Closing my eyes, I focused on the Godrun for Aroa's Requiem. It was distant, and even when ether flowed into it, no rush of power announced the rune's activation. Destruction clouded everything else, and my body was failing, but I pushed harder. That power couldn't be erased, even if my body failed. Warmth bloomed across my back, and I began to shiver uncontrollably. Destruction was jumping from me to the stone walls and floor, eager for more matter to consume. Flickering motes of purple energy began to trickle away from me and into the Tempest Warp device. I focused on keeping destruction away, sending it everywhere but the Tempest Warp, but I only half succeeded. Destruction and Aroa's Requiem pushed back and forth, the artifact dissolving in places while being rebuilt in others. Dragging in a deep breath, I pulled destruction into myself. The etheric motes danced along the pockmarked metallic surface of the Tempest Warp, and the artifact reconstituted before my eyes, the holes and gouges filling back in, the runes reappearing. My breath turned ragged as the fire reached my chest and lungs. I could feel destruction wrapping around my core, pulling more and more ether from it. The feeble form of Regis hunkered in close, huddling incoherently within the core's shell. Aroa's Requiem finished its work, and I gratefully released my focus on the edict. The motes faded into nothing. Above the Tempest Warp, the portal relit, a gray-blue-purple-white oval through which I could just see the ghost of whatever was on the other side. Aroa's Requiem had returned the device to the same state it was in just before destruction reached it. Something hot and wet welled up from my eyes and ran down my face as I crawled on claws of destruction and my burned legs into the portal. The world wrenched nauseatingly around me. Empty space ripped past. I hurtled through a blurred nothingscape. With no other matter to turn on, destruction feasted on my ether and my body. Then I was somewhere else, a rush of cold air. Hard ground beneath my knees. The vague impression of sharp, fang-like peaks in the distance. There were people all around me, dozens and dozens of them, surprised faces jerking away, swirls of color as shields were cast from a dozen different sources, incoherent shouting, questions, commands, pleas, and staring up at me from the ground was part of Velska's face, disembodied and sitting in a pool of blood. Sharp-edged tongues of violet flame tumbled out of me, and I felt only relief as the destruction found something else to feast on. That's him, Gray, several voices shouted, and the people, mages, soldiers, Alacrian soldiers, surged backward. Retreat, retreat! A few spells flew at me, but destruction pulled them out of the air and devoured them. Move aside, a vaguely familiar voice snarled. The feverish confusion I felt cooled, and my mind seemed to shift back into focus. I was in an enclosed courtyard surrounded by heavy gray buildings. In the distance, the faded blue outlines of the Basilisk Fang Mountains clawed at the sky. I was in some kind of military base or encampment, probably around the eastern edge of Vetcher based on the position of the mountains and the brutalistic military styling of the encampment. The soldiers and mages in the courtyard were all wearing the red and black uniforms and armor of Alacrians. A man in clean, azure-lined robes had pushed through the line and was staring at me with a vindictive grin. "What are you all so afraid of?" he crowed, his bright jade eyes gleaming from a cleanly shaven face framed by carefully styled brown hair. "Look at him, there's barely anything left." Violet fire began to spill away from me in waves, tumbling across the hard black stone of the courtyard floor and toward the lines of Alacrian soldiers. A soldier grabbed him by the shoulder and tried to pull him back behind the line of shields. "Professor Graham, sir." "It isn't." Janus Graham's victorious sneer shattered as realization dawned across his face. Destruction caught up with him as he turned and tried to drag himself over the soldier, knocking the young man down. They both went up like so many dry pine needles and then were gone. I laughed. A mindless bark of pure delight, empty of empathy or care. The sound of it sobered me instantly. More shields flashed into existence as dozens of voices crashed together in a concentration of fear and confusion. I pushed and pushed and pushed, all my focus turning back into myself as I tried to force out every particle of ether in my core, projecting the wild, uncontained destruction as I did. Tears or blood, I couldn't tell which, welled up behind my eyes as I watched line after line of Alacrian soldiers vanish within with violet fire. Then the blaze moved into the buildings enclosing the courtyard, and everything and everyone within them, and still there was more. Destruction spread beyond my line of sight, but I could feel it gleefully leap from structure to structure, leaving no tile or brick or timber behind, destroying utterly and without consideration. But I'd regained myself, and I no longer felt the apathy and ecstasy of the ruination I was causing. I felt hollow, like the flames had burned away something intrinsic to my being, like I was shedding a piece of my humanity with each passing moment as the violet inferno spread and massacred all within the base. I pictured Ellie and Mom again and steeled myself. There was no choice, not this time, not when it was between my loved ones and the people who sought to murder them. But I still couldn't help but picture the ring of force speeding through the forests of Elenoir and leaving nothing but devastation in its wake. My core gave a last, final, painful squeeze and the flames guttered out with sudden finality. My reservoir of ether was exhausted, there was nothing left, and with no ether to fuel it, the destruction Godrun dimmed and went quiet. I turned in a slow circle, staring around at what I had wrought. The base was a large complex at the center of an entire town, a circle of ashen nothing spread for half a mile in every direction. The devastation ended suddenly with simple, functional stone buildings, many of which were partially collapsed or destroyed. A three-story complex sagged and crashed to the ground as I watched, sending up a tall plume of dust. In the distance, I could hear the ghosts of screams, dozens of them, perhaps hundreds. Just behind me, the hovering oval of the portal remained intact, the Tempest warp on the other end continuing to project. Turning away from the desolation, I felt something hard turn underneath my boot and almost stumbled. Sheltered by my own body, Velska's single remaining horn had escaped the worst of destruction. Tiredly, I bent down to retrieve it, then stepped through the portal. The sickening rush of long-range teleportation, and then I was stumbling back into Dicathen. I kicked the Tempest warp aside, breaking its connection with the conjured portal, which shivered, cracked, and blinked out of existence. My body and mind gave out, and I slumped to my knees, then onto my side. The true pain of my wounds was gripping me, and without any ether in my core, I couldn't heal. Deep inside me, the wisp that was Regis shook itself awake, nudging me wordlessly, the only comfort my companion had the strength to give. I returned the simple gesture, then sank into unconsciousness. Chapter 393, BAIRONWIKES. I could practically feel the frayed ends of Vere's nerves firing next to me. At her other side, Micah's mana signature was a weak hum. And yet both lances stood firm in the face of a terrible enemy. A swell of pride fortified my own commitment. I was glad to stand next to these warriors in defense of my home. Each of us had faced down certain death at the hands of an Usura. Looking away from my companions, I leveled a ready stare at the two scythes hovering above, refusing to let any fear of them creep into my heart. Cruel laughter echoed through the cavern, resounding from stone to stone as it built like the pressure before a thunderstorm. Done losing, you've already lost. The white-haired scarecrow of a scythe I had wounded shouted down at us, her previously playful voice now full of menace and cruelty. Don't you feel it? On the far edge of the cavern, a horrible pressure was drumming out of the walls in sharp bursts. Several sources of mana and paralyzing killing intent all slamming into one another with the force of maces against a bare skull. Even from so far away, the sensation made my fingers grow weak around the haft of the red spear. But please, don't stop fighting, the scythe continued, her snarl easing as she adopted her darkly playful mannerisms again. Black-purple flames were burning through the wound I'd given her, wiping it away as if it had never existed. It would be oh so disappointing to finally get a chance to fight in the war only for the mighty lances to give up so soon. Speaking for only Micah and me to hear, Vary said, Micah, cast defensively, keep them occupied, distracted. Baron, focus on landing blows with that ungodly spear. We have a chance if we can cut off the flow of their mana even briefly. Yes, that's the spirit, the scythe said, suddenly giddy. Scheme away. I can't wait to shove that cursed spear up your— Enough, Melsry, the purple-haired scythe cut in, her voice oozing like sludge through the air. Let us finish this before the wraiths arrive. The scythe I'd fought Melsry sobered. Of course, Viessa. Good impressions and all that. Even to my enhanced senses, Melsry was little more than a shadowy blur as she suddenly flew into our midst. I had just enough time to pull my spear up into a defensive position before her strike landed. The blow sent me skating backwards, my feet digging long gouges into the courtyard. She wielded a long, curved sword in each hand, one swirled with black wind, the other with dark fire. Both blades snapped out simultaneously, one at Vare's ribs, the other at Micah's throat. The strikes deflected off stone and ice, and the other lances let themselves be pushed away by the force, then flew up into the air. A dark cyclone was spinning into being above us as Viessa worked some horrid spell, but my focus was on Melsry. She didn't pursue the others, but spun again and catapulted herself at me. Ice reached up from the earth to wrap around her limbs, and the dust sank unnaturally to the earth as the gravity between us became several times heavier. The scythe jerked mid-lunge, and I sidestepped and pulled up my spear. Her blades clanged against the shaft, and I countered with a series of lightning-quick thrusts that were batted aside by her blades. Above me, everything became howling darkness, and I lost sight of Vary and Micah. Melsry was a vortex of burning, cutting steel, leaping, spinning, and striking with impossible force and speed, the twin blades seeming to come from every direction and angle simultaneously as I struggled simply to keep my spear between us. She'd been playing with me before, I realized with a sickening certainty, just waiting for the other scythe to finish off Vary and Micah. Otherwise, I never would have landed the blow that forced her to temporarily retreat. Cutting off these spiraling, unhelpful thoughts, I focused on the scythe and her weapons, letting myself sink into the hyper-focused state required to effectively utilize Thunderclap Impulse. Mana infused every synapse in my body. It sparked in my mind, enhancing both my thoughts and reactions by several times over. Her swords were both cutting toward me, one at my right knee, the other at my left elbow. Instead of flailing wildly in an effort to block both blows at once, I leaned into them, the enhanced perception of my lightning-enhanced senses allowing me to thrust my body forward between the two blows. My pauldron rammed into the scythe's face. It was like running headlong into an iron hyrax. Lightning rushed through me, condensed into a single point on my arm, and then exploded outward with enough force to send Melsry hurtling backwards. Her swords closed around me like shears. I dove into a forward roll, so close to her weapons that I felt the fire lick at the back of my neck. As I came to my feet, Melsry was bearing down on me, already recovered, her body rotating and her blades turning around her like those of a thresher. The ground cracked beneath me as I launched myself backward with another condensed burst of lightning. Cocking back, I threw the Asuran's spear with all my might. Melsry twisted in her flight, flowing like wind around the spear. My sped-up senses barely saw as she let go of her own weapon and tried to grab mine out of the air. Her body jerked violently. The grace and precision of her movement were suddenly a chaos of limbs as the spear yanked her sideways and sent her spinning to crash and tumble across the ground. She vanished with the crunch of breaking stone into one of the fallen buildings. The red spear turned in a wide arc and flew to my hand, but I was already moving in to close the distance between me and the scythe. With a curse, she hurled away a large section of wall that had collapsed onto her, giving me the perfect opening. I aimed for her core, driving the spear down with both hands. Her counter was little more than a blur, even with Thunderclap Impulse active. The wind-wreathed blade jumped up to parry my thrust, and the spear's head sank deep into the stone beside her. At nearly the same time, something burned across my back, and then her flaming sword was in her hand again as well. As I hissed in pain and reached for the line of fire across my back, she lashed out with a kick to my chest. The cavern bent and wobbled as my perspective struggled to correct with my sudden backward motion. I was vaguely aware of crashing into and through something very hard, and then I was lying on my back. Above me was the writhing, roaring black storm cloud. Within the cloud, I could vaguely sense the other two lances struggling against the second scythe. They were relying on me, on the Assyrian weapon Arthur had gifted me, and I needed to stand up to help them to fight. But the fire seeped into my blood. I knew it immediately. No matter how much time passed, I would never forget that wretched encounter with the scythe Cadle in the flying castle, or how it had felt to lie there, helpless as a newborn as his magic ate away my life from the inside. I imagined actual flames alive in my blood, each frantic thump-thump of my heart spreading the blaze. Melsry appeared above me, her movements businesslike. One arm was hanging lower than the other, but as I watched she rotated it until the arm popped back into place. She gave me a curious look, her eyes burrowing through my skin and into my blood and bones. "What does it feel like?" Her words were soft, almost reverent. "Tell me and I'll speed your demise." I laughed with derision, then my body spasmed and my back arched with agony, every muscle going taut. "It feels just like I remember," I gasped out through clenched teeth. The spasm settled and I took several deep, painful breaths. It took me months to regain my strength after the other one filled me with fire. Her gaze sharpened and she leaned toward me, the wind-shrouded blade pressing against my breastplate. Her eyes were wide and a muscle in her cheek trembled as she suppressed a manic grin. "Go on." I met her eyes, the color of curdled blood. Outwardly I was calm, peaceful. I had accepted my death again. But inside, the real battle was raging. My body didn't feel like my own, not for a long time, I continued, inwardly focused on controlling my release of mana. This alien force had been within it, and even after it was gone, it had left a residue that I couldn't wash off my soul. The edge of her sword slid across my breastplate, sinking into it with the low whine of metal on metal. "You've got a surprisingly beautiful way with words, Lance. Finish, and I will relieve you of this pain." She bit her bottom lip as she waited, filled with anticipation. I thought I'd never heal, not really. My time as a lance was done. I was cursed to linger as a burned-out husk of my former self. Her eyes closed as her blade slowly parted the leather backing of my armor and then the flesh beneath. But I had so long to think about it, Scythe. I planned and I hoped. What did you hope for, Thunderlord? Slow, steady downward pressure, the feel of steel scraping across bone, and then, that one day some foolish Alacrian would be stupid enough to try it on me again, I growled. Her eyes flashed open, reflecting the white lightning burning from my many small wounds as I completed casting the spell I had designed for this very moment. Thunderlord's wrath, I chanted in my head, nearly gasping with relief. For all her speed, Melsry couldn't react quickly enough. Instead of retreating, she leaned into her blade, and I felt it scrape against the edge of my sternum as it bit deep. The lightning filling my body, my blood raced up the steel and into her. I could feel every particle of mana as it attacked her nerves, crashing along her arms and into her torso. She was thrown off her feet, then crashed through a statue of some ancient dwarven lord. He fell to the ground in pieces, his cracked face staring up at me forlornly. I floated off the ground after her, wreathed in reaching tendrils of lightning. "I just couldn't get rid of that feeling of fire in my blood," I said as Melsry thrust herself up from the ground and into the air. The twin blades jumped back into her hands. One arm was blackened up to the elbow. "So I learned how to turn my blood to lightning." I punctuated this last word by focusing on the deep wound in my chest. A blinding ray of lightning exploded out of me. Melsry brought up both of her swords to deflect the blast, and a shield of wind and fire encircled her. The lightning condensed and built where the two spells impacted, growing and growing until the pressure ripped the mana apart. The explosion sent us both hurtling backwards, tumbling through the air like newborn birds fallen from the nest. Inside me, white-hot light struggled against the devouring darkness. Every vein and artery screamed with the strain of it, but I was winning. The spell she'd used was specific, designed to eat away at my life's blood. Without anything to burn, the sulfur was fading. Taking hold of my tumbling flight, I righted myself and readied the spear, letting mana flow around it, infusing it in a shell of electrical energy. The black cloud above me rippled, and a small dwarven body plummeted out of it, crashing into the ground nearby. I gave Micah one quick glance to ensure she was breathing, then cocked back my arm to throw. But Melsry was gone. With a sound like the cracking of thin ice, the cloud above snapped. Darkness was replaced with fluttering white as it became a snowstorm, and I could see the entire landscape of the battle raging above. Vare and Viessa were both stationary, each facing the other as they hovered 100 feet overhead, their battle one entirely of will and magic. The snow of the conjured storm was falling inward toward Viessa. Within it, the shapes of armed and armored men formed out of the gusting flakes were cutting and slashing all around her. Black scythes of wind countered, defending and destroying the conjured warriors as quickly as Vere could form them. Several mages had gathered along the winding roads that curved around the cavern, and as one they began sending spells hurtling at Viessa. Helen Shard was firing arrows of burning light from one edge of the cavern with her band of adventurers at her back, each casting and throwing spells of their own. From another ledge, the Earthborn brothers were sending earthen spikes like stalactites at the scythe. Beside them, Curtis and Kathleen Glader were both casting defensive spells in the form of shields of ice and glowing golden panels of flame. The cavern shook with the roars of Curtis's World Lion. Adjusting my target, I threw the Asuran spear. It painted a bright red afterimage across the cavern, flying true toward Viessa's heart. I sensed the flare of mana and took a jagged, lightning-infused step away. The tendrils of electricity surging around me reached for the twin swords closing in on my neck. It wasn't enough. Black wind and fire cut through white lightning. Steel glinted hungrily. Melsry had manifested out of the shadow right beside me. Her face was a mask of concentration. Then the light was warping, the air hardening and turning to dark crystal around me, and in an instant I was trapped, my entire body encased within a shell of black diamond. The twin blades rang off the protective spell, lodged into the diamond and stuck fast. Through the opaque crystal, I could just see Melsry's silhouette spin around as a smaller shadow, wielding an oversized hammer, flew at her from the side. I felt each blow of the hammer shiver up through the ground beneath me as the two exchanged strike after strike. I could also sense the strain on Micah's core as she pushed herself to her limits. Whatever magic Viessa had used on her had left her weak. She was almost to the point of backlash. The crystalline structure trapping me in place shattered. Micah was on the ground, Melsry pinning her. The scythe's hands were wrapped in bands of black fire, and each blow burned away a layer of Micah's flesh, leaving her face cracked and bleeding. I channeled all the power of Thunderlord's wrath and lunged, wrapping my arms around the scythe. The lightning coiled around us both, pinning her to me as I yanked her away from Micah's prone form. Desperation fueled my strength, and I held on despite Melsry's power swelling in my arms, threatening to shatter me. Her body burst into flames. Sulfur battered against the energy cladding my body and restraining her. I began to tremble. I couldn't hold the scythe for long, then my mana winked out like a doused candle flame. I was stumbling backwards, Melsry still in my arms. Her sulfur was gone. Together we fell. As I lay on my back, waiting for the pain to hit me, I saw what was happening above. Vere was sagging near the end of her strength. Viessa was winning the battle of wills, pushing back against Vere's conjured army, the lines of sharp black wind cutting closer and closer to where Vere hovered. An arrow slipped through Viessa's defenses and sank into her thigh. Then the pain hit. I sucked in a choked gasp. A bloody hole had been ripped through my side just below my ribs. With no mana flowing through my channels to begin healing the wound, I felt the full force of it. Draped across my arm, Melsry stiffened, and her hand pressed to her ribs just below her chest, where an identical wound had been ripped in her armor and flesh. Without mana, I could no longer sense the spear, which had been returning at full speed while I'd grappled with Melsry. Knowing I couldn't deliver a blow, I'd done the only thing I could, held her and let my weapon come to us. Melsry's twin swords lay several feet away, where they'd dropped from the Black Diamond Vault spell when it failed. I struggled to roll onto my side, one arm reaching out, but every nerve in my body flared with pain. Sensing my movement, Melsry twisted to look at me. As if moving in slow motion, her fist clenched, and she drove it into the open wound in my side. We both yelled in agony. Above, something was happening. I blinked several times, thinking perhaps it was my own delirium, but when I looked again, it was still happening. Shadows were coalescing around Viessa and forming copies of her. One became 2, then 4, then 8, until the sky was full of visions of her. Everywhere I looked, spells were passing through the illusory copies. Melsry was moving again. She rolled over and kicked one leg over me, straddling my stomach. Her hands reached for my throat. I grabbed her wrists and tried to twist them one way or the other to shove her off me, but I lacked the strength. Both our arms shook with effort. Over her shoulder, the Viessa copies were wavering in and out of focus, popping one by one, the air around them shivering with a kind of black static. Then it was just Vere and Viessa again. Suddenly more spells were finding their marks. A squadron of dwarven guards had appeared, abandoning whatever position they were supposed to be guarding, and were flinging spells, filling the sky with projectiles. Viessa seemed shocked as an arrow pierced her arm, then wavered and nearly fell as a boulder twice her size slammed into her from the side. Her mouth was moving, but no sound came out. "That's it," Vere shouted, her voice projecting triumphantly throughout the cavern. "We're wearing her down. Focus fire, everything you've got." Melsry relaxed suddenly and our arms snapped out to the side. Her head surged down and drove into my nose with a meaty thunk. My vision went blurry for a moment, and then her fingers were around my throat. "You've really surprised me." Her words were ground out between gritted teeth. I pulled at her wrists, but my arms were weak and overtired. "It seems like you Lances learned a trick or three since fighting Cadel. This has almost been fun." Her hands tightened as she spoke, and I could feel the heat in them, the vibration of her mana stirring back to life. In the same moment, my own core thrummed as the spear's mana suppression effect began to wear off. Something moved nearby. A small motion, but I saw the glint of a jet-black gemstone eye. Just as Melsry's hands lit up with sulfur, condensed bolts of lightning poured through my own hands and up her arms. I manipulated the currents to target and disable her muscles, aiming to paralyze her. Her body seized, her legs spasming and digging into my wound. Her fingers clenched around my throat. Her sulfur ate into my flesh. Then a hammer larger than me slammed into the side of her head, knocking her to the ground. Before Melsry could recover, another blow landed, then another, driving the scythe into the stones like a nail. Mana flooded my body, lending strength to my muscles and dulling the pain of my wounds. I stood slowly. Above, Viessa fell back, surrounding herself with shadowy shields, no longer able to counter the barrage of attacks. The spear was nearby, half buried into the stone floor. I gave it a mental tug and it wrenched free and flew to my hand. Micah's weapon stopped falling. Panting, she stumbled back from the crater she'd hammered into the courtyard tiles. I raised the spear, preparing to finish Melsry, but the crater was empty. A giggle escaped Micah's bruised and bloody lips. "Mashed her to dust, heh." Then she was collapsing. I caught her and eased her to the ground. The conjured hammer collapsed, her will unable to hold the weapon's shape any longer. "At least Vere seems to be winning," she said, her dilated eyes staring up at the fight above. I knew Melsry was still here, illusioned into invisibility, but I couldn't help but follow Micah's gaze. She was right. Even Viessa's defenses were trembling now, the shields quaking and cracking as the scythe reformed them over and over again. Arrows, stones, bullets of wind, spears of ice, gouts of fire, and dozens of other spells all concentrated on the scythe, but my attention was drawn to Vere. She was flinging curved blades of ice at Viessa, one after another, each sinking into a shadowy shield before breaking and dissipating. She had a fierce, determined look as she simultaneously directed the attacks and flung spells of her own, but I couldn't shake the sense that something was wrong. Looking more closely, I watched the way her spells moved and felt the sensation of all that mana crashing through the air. My pulse spiked. Vere had no mana signature. "An illusion," I gasped, meeting Micah's confused gaze. "What?" Micah's eyes lost focus, then closed. "Oh, that feels bad. I'm just gonna lie here and die, I think." I looked from Micah to Vere, the real Vere wrapped in the guise of Viessa, being crushed under a wave of spellfear, and then back. With Melsry still prowling around, leaving Micah alone could mean her death, but Vere was losing strength, being torn down by her own friends and soldiers. "Curse you all for giving me feelings," I snapped, scooping Micah's unconscious body off the ground and throwing her over my shoulder, then lifting up into the air. I kept the spear ready in case Melsry attempted another sneak attack, but none came. As I flew, I attempted to rearrange my expression, putting aside my anger and letting very real fear come forward. I thought of Virion, who had gone into hiding since reaching Voldoriel, and my family, and the tremendous amount of mana still surging violently in the direction of the portal, where Arthur was, and the distant tombstone encasing Aya's corpse. And I gave myself permission to feel it, to break. Even for a moment, tears built up in my eyes and a knot of discomfort in the back of my throat. I flew slowly, taking a roundabout route to avoid coming between Vere and all the spells flying at her. Through the wall of shields, her Viessa form gave me a plaintive, hopeful look, and I could see just how close to failing she was. I ignored her. I had no choice. Instead, I approached the Vere I could see, the illusory skin wrapped around Viessa like a shield. She looked at me warily, her eyes tracking across my face, lingering on the tears wetting my cheeks, and she relaxed. "She's almost done. Hold back if you must. I'll finish this." "Vere," I said, my voice catching. "It's Micah." "She's dying." Vere Viessa glanced down at Micah. "Ah, most unfortunate," she squinted, looking closer. "She's breath," I thrust with the Asuran spear. Her lips curled back from her teeth in an animalistic snarl, and she spun away from the blow, her attacks already turning away from the real Vere toward me. The spear, aimed for her core, cut wide, barely catching the fabric of her robes. She caught the haft with one hand and slashed across my torso with her other, drawing a black line across my armor. Blood sprayed from the gash, spattering the false Vere's pale face. I wrenched back on the spear and released a bolt of lightning along the handle. Sparks jumped between Viessa's fingers and her hand twitched. The haft slid through her grip and the blade carved a thin line across her palm. She hissed and her eyes flew wide open. She clawed the air in wild panic. The illusions vanished. Across the cavern from us, Vere was huddled behind shields of ice, bleeding from dozens of wounds, her mana signature trembling weakly. "Stop, cease fire." Helen Shard shouted, but her voice was drowned out by the noise of combat. Spellfire kept pounding Vere's position. Viessa was falling, her mouth open in a silent scream, defenseless, but Vere needed me. Despite the blood running hot and fast from the wound across my torso, I flew up into the path of the spells and released a bright flash from the end of the spear. All the mages focused on Vere threw up their hands or turned away, and the bombardment was broken, even if only for an instant. "Use your damned eyes," I yelled, falling back into a protective position in front of Vere. Far below, Viessa's body was still plummeting. I held my breath. A white-haired figure flew from between two first-level structures and scooped the scythe out of the air, and I let out my breath in a curse. "This fight isn't over," I shouted to the confused mages, focusing on Curtis Glader, who I knew better than the rest of them. I pointed to where the two scythes were streaking across the cavern below. "We need to," I was interrupted by the shattering of stone as a portion of the cavern wall collapsed. Alacrian soldiers protected by transparent barriers of mana began rushing through. "To the breach," Vere ordered, swinging around and gathering her mana. Melsri and Viessa floated to a stop over the army pouring into the city. "You haven't won," Melsri screamed, her face pale and pained. "You're just losing slowly, lances." As if to drive this point home, both scythes flared with purple-tinged black flames, and their wounds were wiped away. Dark eddies of wind were already beginning to reform around Viessa as her mana returned. Beneath them, dozens of battle groups quickly fell into formation. Micah stirred but did not wake. Vere looked as if she might plummet out of the air at any moment. Our allies were pale and shaken as confusion gave way to horror at their attacks against Vere. Distantly, I realized the signs of battle from the direction of the portal had ceased. I could not bring myself to hope for Arthur's victory, however. There was motion all around as Vere still fought to organize what troops we had. Some were shouting for reinforcements. A few dwarven soldiers turned tail and ran. I floated forward through the chaos and met Melsri's curdled-blood gaze. Today I saw fear in the eyes of a scythe. "That is enough," she shook her head, bright hair swaying around dark horns, and smiled. "At least you will die brave, Lance." "Alacrians," Viessa's voice cut through all other noise like a razor. "Advance!" A purple flash lit up the highest level of the cavern. The entire world seemed to grind to a halt, all sound and motion ceasing. Standing at the high road's edge near the palace, Arthur Leywin stood armored in gold-rimmed black scales with onyx horns curling down from the sides of his head like a vritra. He blazed with purple light, his blonde hair lifting up from his head as if charged with static, bright runes burning purple beneath his eyes. He stepped forward, closer to the edge, and each footfall was the beating of a war drum. The sound of it swelled in my chest, setting my heart racing and blood pumping with adrenaline. The enemy, on the other hand, shrank. The Alacrian mages pulled back, huddling close behind their shields, frightened eyes turning to the scythes. The scythes seemed to dim. The cutting wind around Viessa slowed. The mana around Melsri's weapons flickered and died. The entire city seemed to hold its breath. Slowly, Arthur raised one arm. In it, he held a broad black horn that curled like a mountain ram's. He tossed it over the edge, and it seemed to fall unnaturally slowly, turning over again and again. "Agrona has exhausted my patience," he said, his voice rolling like thunder through the cavern. The scythes flinched backward and a tremor ran through the Alacrian forces. "You have 10 seconds, a breath." 9, the Alacrians broke. Men shouted as they stamped and shoved, bowling over one another in an effort to retreat back through the raw hole in the cavern wall. 8. Melsri and Viessa floated up slightly. Viessa was impassive, but Melsri struggled and failed to maintain her composure. Together, they bowed slightly, then turned and flew out of the cavern over the heads of their retreating soldiers. 7, 6. 5. No, I thought, sudden realization waking me from my stupor. "Why are you letting them live? We need to kill them," I wheezed, but Arthur couldn't hear me. It took longer than the promised 10 seconds, but the rest of the Alacrians were allowed to flee in peace. No Dicathen moved a muscle to stop them. Most were not even watching their exodus, but staring up at the glowing figure of Arthur Leywin instead. Then they were gone, just like that, the battle won. I let out a weary sigh and began floating up toward Arthur. I didn't know what to say or how to say it, only that I needed to acknowledge him. Before I reached him, his golden eyes rolled up toward the cavern roof, then back into his head. He stumbled back a step, then collapsed to the ground. Chapter 392, Sovereign's Quarrel, Caradnoir. Scythe Saris's soft steps were entirely silent against the stone stairs in front of me, while retainer Silrit's were barely a whisper behind, making my own echoing footfalls sound like so many war drums in the long, winding stairwell beneath her Saysclar estate. Dark gray stone pressed in around us, making the narrow stairs feel even more cramped and claustrophobic. It was as though I could feel the weight of the cliffside compound looming above us, tons upon tons of rock, soil, and sandstone all supported at the top of these impossibly long and narrow stairs. "Your silence surprises me," Scythe Sarah said over her shoulder. "I'm sure you have questions." Her composed presence seemed at odds with the rushed, furtive nature of my visit to Says-Clar, which only enhanced the sense of anticipation and worry building in me. Too many, I replied quietly. Despite having had nothing but questions wheeling like a deranged flock of halcyons through my head since the Victoriad, all of them were knotted together, and I found it difficult to untangle one from the next to ask them. What do I need to know? I asked myself. Which of my questions are more than mere curiosity? Is Gray really from the other continent? I asked finally. He is, Scythe Saris answered nonchalantly. I bit my lip as I considered this fact. It was the answer I had expected after everything my blood had discovered, but it only served to further confuse my many other questions. Did you know the entire time? I did, she said simply. Doesn't that put you all of us in danger? This wasn't really the question I meant to ask, but it slipped out nonetheless, my tone one of disbelief with no small amount of trepidation. It does, came the deadpan reply. I barely managed to bite back a scoff. Are you going to answer any of my questions with more than 2 words? We'll see, she said, an edge of humor creeping into her voice. Behind me, Silrit stifled a laugh, and I shot him a thinly veiled look of annoyance over my shoulder. Despite this exchange providing absolutely no new insight, it was clear that, despite her goading, Saris had no intention of divulging any real information yet. I could only assume I was present in Says-Clar for a reason, and so I chose to be quiet and patient until she revealed her purpose. There were no more interruptions as we wound down into the depths. Eventually, the stairway ended in a large square of iron inset in the wall at its base. It looked like a door, but there were no handles or hinges, only a dully glowing mana crystal on the wall. Scythe Saris wasted no time, raising one hand to the teal crystal and pushing mana into it before Silrit, and I had even stepped off the bottommost stair. The wall hummed, then gave a clunk that was more physical impact than noise, and finally the door began to lift up from the ground and recede into a gap above it with a mechanical whir. I stepped up beside my mentor and stared into the room beyond. Read first at org, a series of floor-to-ceiling glass tubes filled a massive industrial space. The tubes each glowed electric blue, their light reflecting off the white walls, floor, and ceiling of the room to give the entire chamber a surreal air. Scythe Saris walked into the room and approached the closest tube. As I followed, I saw that, in a grated trough around the tube's base, it was heated by piles of glowing orange rocks that gave off a sulfurous stink and enough heat to keep me well back. Translucent bubbles rose up through whatever liquid was inside. Glass tubes as thin as my pinky finger left the artifact in a dozen different places, some connecting to identical adjacent artifacts, others running up into the ceiling or the walls, a few tracing along one wall toward a panel of devices midway into the room. Gauges, projection panels, and mana crystals, the purpose of which was a mystery to me. One thing was quite clear, however. So much mana. The bright blue liquid radiated mana more intensely than the orange rocks radiated heat. Is it some kind of storage device like liquid mana crystals? Yes, that is exactly right, she said with no little pride. Only these batteries are infinitely more expandable and can be manufactured en masse with the appropriate resources. I closed my eyes and let my senses wander, basking in the glow of the compacted mana swimming within the devices. It's amazing. It's important, Scythe Saris started, a note of hesitancy in her voice. My eyes snapped open and I stared at her in concern. She met my eye for a moment, then shot Silrit a glance and made a small gesture with her hand. He bowed, turned on his heel, and marched out of the room. A moment later, the door clunked again and slowly slid back into place. Scythe Saris clasped her hands behind her back and began slowly maneuvering around the outer edge of the room. I followed, watching her carefully, the creeping nervousness I'd been feeling since arriving in Edelgard City returning with a startling suddenness. Do you know what the Wraiths are, Kara? Half-blood Vritra warriors secretly guarding Alacria from the other Usra clans, I answered immediately. I've always assumed they were just a scary story for children. Scythe Saris gave me a rare smile. They are quite real, I'm afraid. Agrona's secret army, the children of Vritra clan basilisks and Vritra-blooded Alacrians. Their reputation as boogeymen is intentional on Agrona's part. Not to scare Alacrians, no, he has no need of that to keep order on this continent, but to build a wall of uncertainty between him and the other Usra. At first, I didn't understand how these wraiths could possibly strike fear into the hearts of full-blooded Usra like the Sovereigns or Agrona himself. Even a scythe like Saris was no match for a sovereign, she'd told me so herself, so how strong could these wraiths be? And then I registered her words. A wall of uncertainty? You're suggesting that they really are scarecrows then? Boogeymen, as you put it, a force meant to scare off the other Usra, not necessarily fight them. They even take their name from ancient Asuran legend, Scythe Saris mused, her eyes drifting to the bubbles rolling up through the electric blue mana containment tubes. A little on the nose of Agrona, if you ask me, but effective. Don't mistake this for a lack of their strength, however. The Wraiths are trained Usra killers. A strong squad is capable of taking down even an accomplished Asuran warrior. I felt goosebumps raise across the back of my neck. Scythe Saris stopped in front of the panel of devices and glass tubes. And Agrona has sent one such squad to Dicathen to hunt down and capture Gray if possible or kill him if not. My heart sank and I looked at my mentor in dread, but before I could respond she added, but they failed. And then, because he's nothing if not showy, he appeared via portal in the heart of Vetcher and obliterated an entire military base, killing a few hundred battle groups and several battalions of unads. I leaned into the wall and rested my head against it, coming to the realization just how thoroughly I had overestimated my own understanding of the world I lived in. It had seemed a near impossibility when Gray had defeated not one but two scythes before immediately escaping the High Sovereign himself, but to slay 5 half-Vritra wraiths. If Agrona is trying to capture Gray, then he must want answers of some kind, about Etha. This thought was instantly confirmed by the dire look on Scythe Saris's face. But Agrona will not let his greed for knowledge interrupt his other plans, she said, flicking one of the small tubes, setting the glass to ringing and the little bubbles wobbling. He is growing tired of the conflict in Dicathen and is ready to abandon his initial plans to subdue and utilize the continent's population. So he'll wipe them all out, I said, staring down at my feet. And Gray with them. There was one thing I couldn't puzzle out for myself. It was a question I was afraid to ask, but so much else hinged on knowing my mentor's purpose. Why risk certain and horrible death by hiding Gray's identity? Working with him, you are directly opposing the High Sovereign himself. Isn't this treason, betraying Alacria? Scythe Saris let out a bitter laugh that startled me. We are saving Alacria, child, which is why you're really here. I gave her a questioning look and she reached out and took my hand. It is my turn to pose a question to you, Kara. Knowing now who Gray is, can you still support him? If he stood here now and asked for it, would you offer him your allegiance? I hesitated. The truth was, I wasn't yet sure. My feelings toward him were already complicated, and knowing he had lied about who he was for the entire time I knew him didn't help that. But I wasn't exactly sure what it really changed either. My allegiance is with you, Scythe Saris, I said after a long pause. Some difficult-to-parse emotion flashed across her face. Gratitude, pride, surprise, I wasn't entirely sure, and she squeezed my hand. Then listen carefully. If we hope to help Gray and Dicathen, we must keep Agrona's attention in Alacria. Very shortly, Sovereign Orlith of Saesklar will arrive to inspect this machine I have built. But it is not what I've promised him. I felt the color drain from my face as my heart fluttered against my ribs. The mana input system for the device is a trap, Scythe Saris said, a dark light flashing in her eyes. It will draw his mana out of him, weakening him enough that I can deal with him. Be wary of your thoughts, however. Orlith is powerfully empathic and he will sense it if you do not control your emotions. Read first. Or gee, my stomach sank. You expect me to shroud my emotions from a sovereign? I asked, the high pitch of my voice giving away my fear. Scythe Saris released me and took a step back. I have not brought you here without reason, Kara. You and Silrit, your emotions will provide much-needed noise to keep Orlith from focusing entirely on me. I glanced back at the door. Your retainer doesn't know this part of the plan, does he? Clever, she said with an approving nod. He is purposefully being kept blind to my true intentions so that his emotions will contradict your own. And I hesitated, not wanting to question her judgment, but unable to move past my fear. If you fail, Scythe Saris asked, picking up my thread of thought. There is a second layer to the plan. Orlith is a genius. My trap is well hidden, but if he senses your anxiety and fear or sees through the ruse, he may not take my bait. I thought I sensed a hint of trepidation in the way Scythe Saris's voice constricted, which only heightened my own. But all I need him to do is use his mana, even if not on the machine directly. That will be enough. Scythe Saris, please, Kara, my name is Saris. After today, no one will call me Scythe. She held my gaze, the weight of her presence both a balm and a burden. I jumped as heavy pounding came from the metal door and she rose one brow questioningly. It is time, come. Just like that, she whisked past me and led us from the chamber, only briefly stopping to open and then reseal the door. Silrit was waiting at the base of the stairs, and together we began the long climb back up to her estate. Under different circumstances, I would have been thrilled to explore Saris's estate. I had only been once before and remembered it as a sprawling mansion that dwarfed even Highblood Denoir's home. Now, I had no mind for the details, following her mechanically as I struggled to order both my thoughts and emotions, a task made only more difficult by a quickly approaching aura that seemed to shadow the entire city of Edelgard. Our quick march took us from the stairs through a series of hallways and arched openings, past a sprawling atrium, and into a large, almost empty space that opened onto twin balconies overlooking the cliffs that ringed the Vritra's Maw Sea. Dozens upon dozens of rugs in every shape, size, and color imaginable had been strategically laid out over top of the sandstone flooring, and a plush chair, almost a throne, sat central against the back wall, directly opposite the narrow gap between the two balconies. Next to the throne was another series of devices and artifacts similar to those in the mana storage facility below. Though instead of gauges, there were a series of mana crystals of different shapes and sizes, and several tightly wound coils of a silvery blue metal I didn't recognize. I turned my attention away from the panel, trying to neither think about nor feel anything regarding its existence. It had nothing to do with me, and I knew nothing about it. And I certainly don't know that my lifelong mentor is attempting to use this device to overpower a sovereign, I thought, unable to entirely squash the racing of my pulse. There was blessedly little time for my worries to build, however, as the growing pressure soon reached its crescendo. Only once before had I felt such a complete and overpowering presence, and that was Agrona himself in the moments after Gray's disappearance from the Victoriad. Silrit took me firmly by one arm, and I realized I had been standing frozen in the middle of the room. He maneuvered me to the side of the throne away from the strange artifacts, and I could think of nothing other than to let him. Saris moved with unconcerned elegance out onto the balcony and waited for the source of that killing intent to arrive. When the man landed on the balcony opposite her, however, he did not crash down like a meteor, but barely touched the balcony before striding into the room, his irritation so palpable I felt it like a whip across my back. I had never seen Sovereign Orleath in the flesh. I had only ever seen portraits of him during my studies of sovereigns that every Alacrian child was tasked to do. It didn't prepare me for the sight of him. The man, if such a simple term was appropriate for one of the Usura, was tall, but not inhumanly so, and incredibly reedy. But it was hard to register anything at all past his heads, for he had two of them. Despite my fear, which seemed to be bubbling up from somewhere deep inside me in a constantly upheaving well of uncertainty and self-doubt, I couldn't help but be fascinated by the sight of him. The two heads were each covered in a mop of dark hair, and each had two horns on the outside of the head. The lower horns pointed outward to the sides, while the upper pair pointed straight up before curving slightly. On the inside of his left head, mostly hidden beneath his unkempt hair, were the stubs of two more horns, and I couldn't help but wonder if he'd somehow used them to create his other head. The two faces looked nearly identical, though the heads themselves were offset, further suggesting that the rightmost head had been attached after the fact. Their expressions, however, could not have been more different. The right head took in the three of us with cool, calculating efficiency. Its red eyes, which were slightly darker than the others, lingered on me, and all the feelings that had been roiling in me since the Victoriad surged to the surface with such force that I nearly vomited in my mouth. And suddenly something made sense. The power and sense of my doubt and anxiety. It wasn't entirely me. The feeling I'd felt since heading down the stairs into Saris's laboratory was an effect of the Sovereign. He was quite literally drawing my emotions out of me so he can more easily read them. I swallowed heavily and tried to set my head and heart straight. Saris was relying on me, I wouldn't fail her. The left head didn't so much as glance at any of us. Its furious scowl turned to the panel of artifacts on the other side of the throne. Sovereign Orleath, Scythe Saris said respectfully, thank you for read first at. Or gee, you said the systems were ready for my examination, Saris, the leftmost head snapped. Then, as if speaking to the right head, it added, the situation in Vetcher is tenuous. First the Victoriad, now this assault. Kairos looks weak. He will lash out, could attack Saizklar again if the High Sovereign abandons the other continent. And with the treaty with Ephiatus broken, it is only a matter of time before they strike. If this lesser reincarnate can strike in the middle of our dominions, then Indrath certainly can. They may even decide to target us instead of the High Sovereign to weaken him before all-out war. The High Sovereign has outmaneuvered Indrath at every turn, the right head answered. With our gift, we will prove our loyalty and usefulness. He will side with us against Vetcher if necessary and ensure we are protected from the other clans. Assuming the Lesherin has succeeded in her task, the left snapped again. Both heads turned towards Saris, one pinched and glaring, the other lifting its brows curiously. Scythe Saris bowed deeply. Forgive the delay, Sovereign. It turned out the component we needed was hidden beneath the desert in Dicathen, a peculiar mineral that gathers and condenses fire attribute mana. With it, begin the demonstration, Orleath's left head barked, and I couldn't help the low moan that escaped my lips at his spike of intent. Saris's jaw tightened for a heartbeat. She recovered almost instantly and took several steps toward me. Kara, perhaps you would be more comfortable in the atrium. She doubts me, I realized, and it felt as though a fist were crushing my heart. We've barely begun, her plan isn't even in motion yet, and already I am failing her. No, Orleath's right head said firmly, she should stay. Although he spoke to Saris, his gaze had settled on me again, and I could feel his power forcing my emotions to the surface. I purposefully turned my thoughts away from the Sovereign, from Saris, from the machine, the trap, the plan, all of it. Feigning indifference at his gaze, I looked inwards for something else to focus on. So I let my mind settle where it had so often turned since the Victoriad. I thought of Gray. I was almost surprised by the overwhelming strength of emotions that responded to this thought. Foremost among them was the cutting edge of betrayal. He had lied again and again about everything. In the background, I remained dimly aware of Saris and the Sovereign's movement. Of course, Sovereign, Saris had said before marching purposefully to the series of devices and artifacts I had noticed upon first entering the room. This will mark the first full-scale test of the system, although all prior small-scale tests have been successful. Saris, Orlyth's left head snapped. I understand the protocol which I developed and the shielding array in question which I ordered you to create. Her unnecessary verbosity is for the benefit of the lessers, the right head noted. Her retainer is confused and concerned with the lack of information she has given him, and the unmanifested Vritrablood is struggling to constrain her emotions by focusing on his nose wrinkled in distaste, a man. I turned away from his inhumanly piercing gaze. Next to me, Silrit was stoic and unmoving as a statue, as if he were glared at by a sovereign every day. Despite how my heart hammered at the inside of my chest, I attempted to emulate the retainer. Gray, I thought, refocusing on my best attempt at a distraction. Logically, it wasn't fair to be angry with him over his lies. Of course he'd lied, he couldn't tell me the truth of his identity. He hadn't even been the one to seek out a partnership with me. I'd pursued him, even magically tracked him down after our chance meeting in the Relictums. And hadn't I also lied about my identity? If anyone were to understand lying for the sake of protection, it would be me. How long might I have kept up my Hedrig persona if the Relictums themselves hadn't intervened? I hadn't fully understood what I was getting myself into by partnering with him, but I knew he tried to keep me at a distance, tried to keep me from getting too close. I'd accepted him despite not knowing the details of his life. The fact that he was born on another continent didn't change anything. Saris's magic flared as she sent pulses of mana into several different crystals. Lights played through the crystals and glass tubes like the glimmer of many-colored stars, reflecting off the white walls and filling the room with color. A deep hum began to resonate upward as the mechanism driving the shield generator came to life far below us, and the edge of a transparent ripple began to rise up from the cliff's edge. I held my breath, momentarily forgetting everything else. Mana fluctuation seems in line with expectations, Orlyth's left head muttered. Output is flagging though, shield density is at less than half of what I'd calculated. It was beautiful in its raw power. Like a soap bubble, the expanding edge of the shield refracted the sun's light and swirled with all the colors of the visible spectrum, giving the impression that it was harnessing the energy of the sun itself. And then, the low hum became a harsh grinding, and the shield's surface melted away in a sudden liquid vibration. Large, unevening patches dissipating before the entire structure finally collapsed with a defeated pop. My held breath hissed out. Sovereign Orlyth's left head burst out with a judgmental huff and he crossed his arms. There is a problem with the output. The battery array is outputting significantly less than it should be. A failure of the activation matrix to properly align all mana batteries. The right head was quiet, its expression thoughtful. The dark red eyes were unfocused, and it didn't respond to the other's musings. Forgive me, Sovereign, Saris was saying, her voice carrying a pleading edge I'd never heard from her before. You must be right, of course. Perhaps some miscalculation in the alignment of the quiet, the right head ordered, not the waspish barbs of the left head, but a thrumming command that forced Saris's jaws to snap audibly shut. Stars burst behind my eyes as the Sovereign's intent pressed at my temples. Inundated in a wash of my own emotions, I decided in that moment to forgive Gray. My reasons for fighting at his side had never been patriotic, and I'd never seen sense in the Dicathen War. I was no fawning tool for the Vritra clan. Gray was the source of the power I was looking for. He'd conquered Etha in a way even the dragons couldn't. Heightened or not, I couldn't allow my emotions, that simplistic sense of hurt feelings, to distract me from what really mattered. If it took a Dicathen to protect Alacria from the Vritra, then so be it. There was even a kind of sense to it, really. Alacrians had been bred like pets for the Vritra clan, simultaneously woggarts and weapons. Who among us would truly ever be capable of fighting back? Of breaking Agrona's hold over the continent? Saris, I realized. She was risking everything to do exactly that, and she supported Gray. I stifled a gasp at the train of my thoughts, and I risked a glance over at the two great powers of this dominion. Orlyth was running his index finger along various parts of the device, his leftmost face pinched into a thoughtful frown. His lips were moving rapidly as he muttered silently to himself. One hand tugged absently at the lowest of his mismatched antlers, but his right was staring at me. Suddenly, all thought of Gray fell away, and all I could think of was the Sovereign's fingertips tracing along the activation matrix. When would Saris spring the trap? Was it truly capable of disabling even an Usura? What if it failed? I felt an intense insistence that in that moment I wasn't ready to die. Stop, the right head said, and for a moment I thought Orleith was speaking to me. The left stopped, his fingers pulling back from the activation matrix. This is a trap, the right said. No, I thought desperately, panic stealing the breath from my lungs. I've given it away, I've failed. My eyes widened in horror as tears blurred my vision before streaming down my cheeks. Frozen stiff, I could do nothing except mutter in dismay. I'm so sorry, Saris, so sorry. Frustration intermingled with the unbridled terror overtaking me, the understanding that the sovereign was forcing this outpouring of emotion on me clear in the logical part of my mind, and yet I was entirely unable to protect myself against it. Bitterness welled up as I considered how Saris had at least prepared for my failure by having a fallback plan in place. Orleith stood and took a step back from the activation matrix. Yes, of course, in my haste I nearly missed it. See this? The mana acquisition coils have been tampered with, and these crystals here. Once they begin drawing off my mana, it would create a high-pressure loop in conjunction with empty mana batteries to forcefully draw out all my mana and store it, leaving us helpless to defend ourselves, the right head confirmed, its tone growing dark. Read first at or G turning unhurriedly, Orleith raised one hand, and I felt myself relax at the fact that at least the second part of the plan would still happen, whatever it was. Relief. Wait, the right head said, and the hand froze. Slowly, the left head turned around to look askance at the right. There is something else. Both sets of eyes swept the space, tracing across every surface, every curve and line. Then Orleith kicked aside a rug, revealing a network of silvery blue metal running between the tiles beneath. As I thought, look, the mana acquisition system has been spread throughout the entire room. If we use mana here, it will start the process. The left head's expression softened, growing curious, but the right head was glowering fiercely, his face so dangerous and menacing that I couldn't bear to look at it. You always have aimed far too high for your station, Saris. It is a shame that your cleverness couldn't keep up with your ambition. Suddenly, the sovereign turned, ripped the heavy chair from its place against the wall, and dashed it against the activation matrix. Glass shattered, metal bent and sheared, and mana crystals burst and sent sparks flashing through the room. I flinched away belatedly, instinctively releasing mana to clad my skin as I prepared to defend myself, but Orleith took no notice at all, and I knew why. I'm an insect to him, no more dangerous than a mana fly. It's a facade, the left head told the right as Orleith's fingers wriggled through the air, like he was following the trails of mana moving through the room. All the mechanisms required for the trap to spring are still in place below us. The right head sneered. You've been practicing your ability to shroud your emotions, Saris. Clearly, you've put great effort into this trap. As much as I'd enjoy breaking your bones with my bare hands, it seems likely you've accounted for that too. The sneer became a cruel smile. It would be more appropriate that your servants do it for me, considering. While everything had been happening, Saris had slowly backed away and was now standing near the middle of the rug-covered floor. Despite Orleith's cold fury crushing the oxygen from the room, she was outwardly calm. It appears you've seen through each of my machinations, Sovereign. I should have known I couldn't surpass your intellect. I won't apologize for trying, though. You Usura are a pox upon this world, and you deserve everything that is coming for you. Spoken with the true bravado of a lesser. Orleith's right head looked over his shoulder to Silrit and me. When he spoke, it was again with a tone of such command that it felt like a physical force. Lessers, bring me your horns. I stood and reached for my blade. I couldn't help it. Suddenly, all the conflicting emotions Orleith had forced to surface were submerged beneath a glass-smooth shell of subservience. Silrit was faster. He flashed past, his rune-etched blade hissing as it cut the air. Orleith growled as he reached up and caught the blade. Confusion ground my movements to a halt, and I could only stare. He had attacked the Sovereign, but that was wrong. The Sovereign had commanded Saris's horns. To do anything else was wrong. Orleith's wrist twisted, ripping the blade from Silrit's hand. In the same motion, he swung the blade like a club, striking Silrit across the chest and sending him tumbling end over end across the room, then crashing through the wall and out of sight. The right head stared into my eyes. Bring me her horns. Read first at or G. My entire body trembled as I tried to separate who I was and what I wanted from the puppet Orleith sought to make of me. One leg stepped forward of its own accord while one hand released its grip on the blade. You won't break her, Saris's voice sounded distant. She's one of the strongest people I've ever met. Even you Vritra can't turn her into something she isn't. These words echoed around in my mind as my body half-dragged itself toward her. At any other moment in my life, I would have gushed over with mushy silliness to hear such glowing words from my mentor. But now, I felt only the bitter reality that either she would be forced to kill me in defense of her own life, or she would let me strike her down, because, despite her words, I did not feel strong enough to resist the Sovereign's command. Even you Vritra can't turn her into something she isn't. My lurching forward progress slowed further. What did those words mean? Was she trying to tell me something? Some hint at how to break the spell, how to resist? Saris had given me an option to live my own life. When the entire Alacrian apparatus was designed to create, foster, and make use of people exactly like me, Saris opened the door for me to choose my own path. Without her, my entire existence would have been spent doing exactly what a Grona or some other Vritra commanded. I refused to be anyone's tool. My body ground to a halt, trapped between the conflicting signals it was receiving, unable to move forward, unable to resist. So it would seem, Saris, interesting. Orleth's right head watched me, his gaunt features softening as his curiosity won out. The left head seemed to take over. Its guise of irritated, put-upon genius scientist faded away as he held up Silrit's weapon, and I saw the truth of the Usura's power. For they were not one thing, not definable by a single trait, but were grace and strength and authority and divinity entwined, never sacrificing one aspect for another, embodying each simultaneously. If I weren't paralyzed by my own resistance to the sovereign's powers, I might have laughed. Death made us lessers philosophical, apparently. Then I suppose I'll have to deal with you myself, Orleth's left head said tiredly as he closed in on Saris and thrust Silrit's sword. Several things happened all at once, and it took far too long for my sluggish perception to catch up with the scene. The blade ran effortlessly through Saris's collarbone, sticking out of her back and staining the rugs beneath her with a splash of hot blood. Using one foot, Saris kicked aside one corner of a plum-colored rug, revealing a dull silver-blue plate inset in the floor beneath it. A short spike sprang up from the plate, and Saris stomped down hard onto the spike so that it plunged into and through her foot, its bloody point sticking up into the air. With a driven commitment, Saris grabbed Orleth's wrist in both hands and pulled the sword deeper into her. Blood spurted between her lips, staining them crimson as they curved upward into the barest hint of a smile. A sphere of inky, gray-black mana wrapped around their joined hands. I could feel in my core how her nullification magic struggled against the overwhelming surge of mana boiling out from the sovereign. "Stop," the right head shouted to the left, but too late. The effect was instantaneous. The force of command driving me forward released, and I fell sprawling onto the floor, my head suddenly spinning. Mana began to pour from the sovereign in rivers and floods, passing through Saris land into a network of channels that ran down into the floor beneath us. There was a surge as Orleth attempted to withdraw his mana, but the tugging force only strengthened. "Get your Leshran hands off me," the sovereign hissed from both heads, struggling backwards, but the blade resisted him, some pulling force of its own keeping it firmly lodged in Saris's body, and the black sphere seemed to be binding his hand to the blade. Saris was grinning with blood beneath her teeth, spoken with the true bravado of an Usura. The back of Orleth's hand crashed across Saris's cheek, and for an instant I thought her strength would fail as her magic flickered and her body trembled. The hand rose for a second blow, but before it could fall, Silrit was there. The retainer struggled to pin down Orleth's arm with the full weight of his body, his eyes flickering between Saris and me, determined but searching for answers. I tried to push myself up, but my head swam dangerously. All I could do was watch as more and more mana was drawn from the sovereign, and as it was, he seemed to weaken, unable to shake off Silrit or break his connection with Saris. The struggle dragged on, and I thought for sure one side or the other would fail, but now I saw it. Saris didn't need to defeat the Usura, simply outlast him until, read first. Or the machinery underneath the compound hummed back to life, and out beyond the balcony, the shields started rising over the cliffside once again. "Look, Sovereign, your shields are working," Saris said, causing blood to leak from the corner of her mouth. "The High Sovereign will have your ... core for this," the left head groaned weakly. With his next breath, the last of his mana left his body. Saris dragged herself off Silrit's blade and stumbled back, her foot leaving the spike with a wet pop, a hand pressed to her chest as blood poured between her fingers. Silrit twisted the sovereign's arms, forcing him to drop the sword and then slamming him face first into the ground. Saris sagged without Orleth and the blade holding her up, and I realized how insubstantial her mana signature was, wavering like a candle flame in a stiff breeze. But she didn't fall, her eyes sought out mine. "Where does your allegiance lie, Kara, and what are you willing to do to prove it?" "It has to be now," Silrit growled, shaking with effort as the Usura struggled in his grip. I looked dumbly at the scarlet blade, dull against the bright blue rug beneath it. Pushing mana into my extremities to give myself strength, I pointedly didn't think about the way my hand felt gripping the handle of my sword, or how many steps it took to close the distance to the Usura, or the weight of the blade as I lifted it over my head. "Take the left head," Sarah said as she let out a shuddering breath. Instinct pushed soulfire into my blade to strengthen the blow, and then it was a black-wreathed red streak. I didn't think about the way the blade jerked entering the Usura's flesh, or the dead sound of the head landing on a royal purple rug. The second head let out a gargled screech, and its eyes rolled back into its head. The body spasmed, gushing blood from the gaping wound, and Silrit released it. Orleth slumped, unmoving but still alive, ambient mana already being drawn like breath into his body. I stuck the point of my blade into the floor and leaned against it, breathing heavily. There was a faint buzzing in my ears as the sudden surge of adrenaline wore off and my emotions slowly settled. The effects of the sovereign's presence were fading, leaving me oddly calm considering. Silrit, already on his knees, rolled over to lie on his back beside the Usura and let his eyes drift closed. "What now?" I asked hollowly. Saris wiped the blood from her lips. "Now we prepare for war." Chapter 393. Beneath Tigran's Selim, Nico Sever. My feet pounded along the bare floor of the long hallway. It was so long. Had it been this long before, the pale lights blinking on and off, on and off. I could hear them, the idiots in the crowd, cheering as if my entire world wasn't about to end, as if he wasn't going to kill her. When had my friend become so blinded by his desire to rule? In the distance, I could just see the minuscule arch of a paler light at the end of this tunnel that seemed to stretch from the beginning of my life straight to its end. Something moved to my right, and I flinched away from it, then slowed, my rushed steps becoming an awkward sideways shuffle as I tried to both stay still to watch and continue to move forward. Through a sort of window in the hallway wall, an image was playing. A group of adventurers were gathered in a small clearing in the woods. The Beast Glades, I remembered. Introductions were being made to a young boy in a white mask that covered his face, but not the telltale auburn hair draped around it. Elijah Knight, a class dark orange conjurer, single specialization in earth. The voice shivered through me like an electrical shock. It was my voice, except it also wasn't. This was my memory, but not. Elijah Knight had been my false name growing up in Dicathen when my real self was subdued, hidden, no, taken from me. I'd thought most of these older memories were buried. I'd purged them. Elijah's purpose had been to grow close with Arthur, but he was weak, a tool that had served its purpose and been tossed aside. That wasn't me, he wasn't me. These weren't my memories. I could hear Gray and Cecilia fighting in the distance. The sounds of their blades hammered against one another, each resounding clang a near-death blow in my electrified, nerve-racked mind. I began to run again. More memories of Elijah Knight's brief life flashed by to either side. The dire tombs, Xyrus Academy, his growing bond with Arthur, the kindness from the Leywins and Helstias, Tesha Iralith. Enough with these things, I ordered. I don't care. I don't want these memories. What a mess, one of the lights said, flickering nervously. I slowed again, staring at it. Since when did light speak? This, I thought it cleaned up well enough. A few more hours and he won't even know he was cut open, a man said, his voice coming from a television screen tucked away in the corner between the shallow ceiling and unadorned wall of the endless hallway. Didn't you hear? Vecher was attacked. A staging area for the war in Dicathen completely wiped off the map, the light answered with a pulse of brightness. You know I've been down here for days. I haven't heard anything. What time is it even? The man on the television looked around, a comically weary expression on his face. We've been the only ones down here for hours. I'm tired as a Wogart boar after breeding season. Sovereigns. You're gross sometimes, you know that. Below the screen, a window into another memory showed young Arthur stepping into the room we'd shared at Xyrus Academy. Arthur, Elijah yelled, grabbing Arthur firmly. There, yes, I'm still alive. You can't get rid of me that easily, came the sarcastic response. I know, Elijah said with a wet sniffle, you're like a cockroach. I had been so thrilled to have my best friend back. Bile rose up in my throat. The best friend who murdered my one true love. No, I ground out through clenched teeth, tears welling up from the corners of my eyes. I don't care about any of this. Where is Cecil? Show me Cecilia. I felt the light grow brighter, almost like it was leaning toward me. Did he say something? It asked. Shit, let's finish cleaning him up and get him back to his room, the man in the television said. Agrona won't be happy if he wakes up on the table, and I sure don't want to be the one to explain what happened. Wakes up, I thought, repeating the words to myself. Why would? A dream, I realized with a jolt. Only a stupid dream. Wake up, my eyes snapped open. The damp darkened stone of a low ceiling filled my vision. Two blindingly bright lighting artifacts on movable stands were illuminating my bare, blood-covered torso. There was a cross-shaped incision over my sternum, the edges raw as the flesh slowly knit itself back together, the entire wound shining with a chemical-smelling ointment. A woman in red robes approached, focused on wetting a square of cloth from a bowl on a table next to me. Then she met my eyes and froze. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. I tried to move and realized my wrists were shackled to the table. Kicking out experimentally, I confirmed my legs were as well. I tensed. The thick, worn leather creaked as I strained against it. A feeling of panic rose up in me as my strength flagged, then the bindings finally snapped, and there was a loud ping as a rivet ricocheted off the wall. The woman let out a startled gasp, and the other voice cursed as something metallic clattered to the ground. Scythe N. Nico, the woman sputtered, taking a step back and bowing. With my free hand, I unstrapped my other wrist and sat up. I was resting on a cold metal table at the center of a sterile, largely empty room. The air pressed close around me, heavy with moisture. The woman slowly lowered her rag back into its bowl, which sat on a small bench next to a tray of tools, some still slick with blood. A larger table was pressed against one wall, and several implements I didn't immediately recognize were arrayed across it, along with an open notebook. Metal scraped on the ground, and I turned to see a man in the same white robes. He was slowly putting several metal pins back onto a tray that he must have dropped when I woke. "What did you say?" I asked, but when the man looked confused, I realized it had been some time since anyone had spoken. "What don't you want to explain?" I wasn't sure what was happening or where I was. The last thing I remembered, I'd been in Vetcher and Grey. My hand went to the cross cut into my sternum. I reached for my mana, a half-remembered nightmare of my core being destroyed lapping at the edges of my mind. My core felt strange, distant, both mine and not mine, just like the Elijah memories. I ground my teeth against the thought. A blood-iron spike manifested from the shadows beneath the table and sank into the man's chest. His eyes bulged madly as he clawed at the spike, but his movements quickly became lethargic, and within seconds his limp body sagged, his blood running along the smooth black metal in little rivers before dripping to the damp floor. Icy claws raked at my insides, my core a heavy ball of pain in my sternum, and it was all I could do to hold on to the magic. What happened to me? I turned back to the woman, holding myself on one trembling elbow. "What were you doing to me?" She had shrank back a step but was paralyzed by my gaze. "The High S-Sovereign, he. Both her hands came up and a weak shield of light blue transparent mana hummed into existence between us. She turned to run and slammed into a second spike. From my angle, the sharp point speared out of her lower back, and a crimson ring began to stain her white robes. Cold sweat broke out across my brow at the effort of casting and the pain it caused me. My arms shook as I broke the ankle restraints, and I had to support myself on the side table as I maneuvered around to the woman's front. The spike had gone in just above her hip and was pinning her in place, but it was thin, its form a weak, trembling thing just like me. Despite the pain and fatigue, I took hold of her chin and forced her to face me. "What were you doing to me?" W wanted to understand. "Examining your core," she gasped. "She healed it, but it's imperfect." I pressed my fingers into the incision marks again. These two had opened me up and poked around inside my body. They hadn't asked, hadn't even planned on telling me. I felt no anger at this, which in itself seemed remarkable. I was always angry now. My temper burned like a forgifier right beneath my skin, and any gust of adversity made it flare bright and hot. Except, I looked at the woman, really looked at her. She had dull brown, unremarkable eyes and mousy hair that matched it almost exactly. Worry lines were etched into her face, and she had patches of chewed skin on her lips, which I could picture her biting with nervous curiosity as she peered at my insides like I was a bullfrog pinned to the table. "What happened at the Victoriad? Did we capture Grey, kill him?" I read the answer in the woman's face. Her eyes dilated, leaking frightened tears that mixed with the snot dribbling from her nose. Her lips parted then squeezed shut, the muscles in her jaw working silently. And I felt nothing. Soulfire jumped to life over the metal of the spike, then raced along the trail of her blood and into her body. Her brown eyes rolled back in her head and she screamed, but only for a moment. The soulfire was in her lungs an instant later and she was dead. Not because I was angry, but simply because she didn't matter. I dismissed the two blood-iron spikes I had summoned, letting the bodies fall unceremoniously to the floor, then slumped back against the wall and slid down it into a sitting position. There I could only wait for the pain and weakness to recede. My attention turned back to the room. There were two exits. Through an open door lead, I could see a small room with a desk and shelves full of scrolls and journals. After a few minutes of rest, I pushed myself up on the wall and moved to investigate the contents, but there was nothing there of interest. It did, however, lead me back to the open book on the table in the examination room. The notes were in runic shorthand. I flipped through several pages until I got the gist of it, then spent a few more minutes perusing the contents. It only confirmed what I'd already guessed. Cecilia had saved me. She had used her powers as the legacy, her absolute control over mana, to heal my core after Grey destroyed it, but it wasn't as strong as it had been before. With time, perhaps I could regain what I'd had. Agrona would allow me another rune or two, I was certain. That would force my core to clarify further. And if it doesn't, I said aloud but stopped, surprised that the numbness I felt was captured so clearly in my voice. I was certain the weakness of my core and my magic would infuriate me later, but right now, in the moment, in this place, within the aftereffects of whatever these researchers had done to me, I only felt calm. No, not even calm. I felt nothing, except perhaps a mild sense of curiosity. The second door was closed and barred. I pulled the bar from its housing and let it drop heavily to the floor, then opened the door. I found myself in a wide, high-ceilinged corridor. I could sense the weight of the earth attribute mana pressing in around me. Wherever I was, it must have been deep underground. To my right, the corridor opened up into a large space that looked and felt like a cross between a scientific laboratory and a dungeon. I'd been in too many similar facilities in Tigran Selim, being poked and prodded and tested. Bitter bile burned the back of my throat and I spit on the floor. The lab wasn't currently occupied, and I sensed nothing interesting in that direction, so I turned left instead. Several sources of mana radiated weakly further down the hall, and I was in no hurry to return to the fortress above. The surgical wounds on my bare chest itched and my core ached. I wasn't ready to face any of that yet, not Agrona's disappointment or Cecilia's worrying. Down here in the cool dungeons, I felt at home in the loneliness. It was difficult to admit even to myself, but I was enjoying the apathetic catatonia that had replaced the ever-present rage always burning in my chest. And so I followed the hallway, curious about what secrets might be buried beneath Tigran Selim. The stone of the floor and walls were occasionally marred with gouges like claw marks, and old blood discolored it in streaks and smears. Labs, offices, and surgical rooms opened off both sides, some closed and locked, others open but all empty and uninteresting. Then I reached the first cell. A vibrating barrier of repelling force separated the cell from the hallway. Inside the 10 by 10 square, 3 naked dwarven corpses hung upside down by hooks in their legs. Their bodies gaped open grotesquely, the flesh of their bellies affixed with pins and clamps to their sides, revealing that the yawning cavity of their torso had been hollowed out, all organs removed. I scanned the details of their faces, searching my submerged Elijah memories for some connection to these corpses. The 2 men I couldn't find memory of, but there was something familiar in the plump lines of the third figure's face. Now hanging like a slab of butchered meat, her jaw unhinged and her bloated tongue filling her mouth, she looked monstrous and unreal, but the memory of her I had was different. In it she was firm but not unkind. A hard-working woman who had helped train me when I was young, some servant of Radius's. Even though she was a tough teacher, she had never beaten me or experimented on me, unlike so many in Tigran Selim. I should have remembered her name, but I didn't. I turned away from the corpses and the uncomfortable squirming they caused in my guts, not yet ready to give up the impassivity that had wrapped itself around me like a heavy wool blanket. Each cell in the hallways contained a similar scene. Corpses of men, women, human, elves, Alacrians, mana beasts, and even a scaled and horned man who I thought must be a half-transformed basilisk. The walls of the cells were lined with tables containing piles of notes and trays with stacked and numbered bones and offal, patches of flesh, and any number tools for the purpose of harvesting these objects. This was where the Vritra's true power came from. They accepted no barrier to their pursuit of knowledge. Nothing was too cruel, too inhumane for them, as long as it advanced their understanding of the world. That hallway ended at the intersection with a perpendicular corridor, again full of cells. I sensed nothing of interest to my right, and so followed the vague mana signatures to the left. I was brought up short at the very first cell I came to. Inside, through the barrier of transparent mana that sealed the room, a young woman was chained to the wall. From the fiery orange color of her eyes, the way her red hair fell in flat sheets like feathers, and the smoky gray-purple dusk of her skin, I knew she must be an Usra of the Phoenix race. Not young then, I said to myself, my voice sounding loud in the silent corridors of the dungeon. The Phoenix shifted, and her blazing eyes seemed to engulf me. Not compared to you, child of another world. Her voice was like warm coals. Once it had blazed, I felt certain, but it was cooling as the Usra herself dimmed. You know me? I asked, genuinely surprised. She shook her head, the only real motion allowed by the tightness of the thick black chains binding her. No, but I smell rebirth in your very cells. You are a reincarnate. My brows rose, and I moved a step closer to the mana barrier. What would you know about reincarnation? She cocked her head slightly as she peered at me, suddenly reminding me very much of the bird-like image often used to represent phoenixes. My kind knows much about rebirth. Do you wish to more fully understand what you are? I will exchange knowledge for freedom, reincarnate. Release me, help me escape this place, and I will take you to the wisest members of my clan, those who have themselves traveled the paths of death and returned. A flicker of my old anger burned beneath my skin, and I took a step away from the cell. My curiosity had wilted. I'm not interested in bargaining with you, Usra, and I certainly won't work against Agrona to help you. If you don't want my conversation, you can go back to the silence that is slowly swallowing you. Her head fell to her chest as she let out a defeated sigh, then slowly raised again so she could look into my eyes. Go then, chase your tail in pursuit of the mad basilisk's approval, foolish, yipping little animal. When you end up where I am, perhaps you will understand. The ever-present rage coiled around my insides like a Hades serpent, but I pushed it back down and pulled the heavy blanket of apathy close around me. Instead of further agitating myself by arguing with the Phoenix, I turned my back on her and walked away. The next few cells passed by without my focusing on them, beyond acknowledging that they contained more prisoners. No one as interesting as the Phoenix Usura, but then, I was regretting having stopped to speak to her. Her attempts to barter for her freedom had instantly upset the fragile balance of my emotions, and I could feel the blessed blankness being eaten up by my anger. Acknowledging this only sped up the process. Foolish, yipping little animal, I heard in my head repeated over and over. The thought of simply turning back and killing her where she was, chained to the wall and defenseless, crossed my mind. Would they call me the Usra killer if I did, I wondered, the thought only serving to further rile my temper. Because no, of course they wouldn't. Cadel had killed an old, half-dead dragon, and that made him the killer of dragons for another 15 years, but if I did the same. No, Agrona would only punish me for my actions. Even if I ran to him now and told him his Asuran prisoner was attempting to escape, he would only scold me for being down here or tell me how that didn't matter because it didn't involve his precious legacy. I jerked to a halt and sobered instantly. I won't let you make me hate her too, I said into the silence, looking up to the ceiling as if I could see through the tons upon tons of stone that separated us at that moment. Everything I had done for Agrona in this life had been to secure Cecilia's reincarnation. Everything. Nothing mattered except that we had a chance at a life together beyond this world. Agrona would see to it that chase your tail, she'd said. You'll understand. My feet began to move of their own accord, following the corridor as my thoughts skirmished in my skull. Something was different inside me. My hand drifted up to my sternum and my fingers pressed into the still healing flesh, but it wasn't my core I was feeling. It was like a door had opened, letting a hot breeze blow through the dark corners of my mind. Just like with the Elijah memories buried and suppressed for years now, I was feeling and remembering things differently than I had before the Victoriad. Whatever Cecilia had done, it had altered more than just my core. It had broken Agrona's spells on my mind. A dull, displaced sickness gripped my guts. How much of what's in my head is me and how much is Agrona? I understood his power, knew he'd used it on me many times, but that had always felt like a good thing. I'd never taken to alcohol, but I'd seen people who gave themselves entirely over to it, sinking into a bottle in order to soothe the pain of the past and forget. Agrona's power was something like that, but now, looking back with a clear head, Cecilia, I'd done that to Cecilia. I'd let Agrona tamper with her mind, helped him, offered suggestions, made demands. The dull sickness surged into nausea, and I sagged against the wall between two cells. I had wanted her to trust me so badly that I'd begged Agrona to implant that trust in her mind, to change even the memories of our past life together. All I had ever wanted was to be with her, to keep her safe, and give her a life free of the pain and torture that she'd endured because of her Kai Pool, because some fools thought she was something called the legacy. But I hadn't trusted her. I'd never just trusted in her to be able to take care of herself, to know what was best for herself. She needed to know, I had to tell her. The closest mana shield buzzed horribly as the cell's occupant pressed against it, and I jumped back, my heart racing. I had to squint and do a double take to make sure I was seeing things correctly. Please tell Agrona I'm sorry, sighed Nico. Tell him I'll make it up to him, I promise. Sovereign, Kairos, I asked, dumbfounded. The large Usura was dressed in tattered rags, and his hair hung in dirty, shaggy locks around his horns, the points of which were crackling with energy where they touched the mana barrier containing him. You'll tell him yes, his red eyes flashed, the pupils narrowing into slits and golden scales rippled across his skin. Tell him it was all too much, the weight of memories, a conflicted tumult of Earth, Nico, Elijah, and my life in a lacria of guilt and of the Usura's fury and terror threatened to rip me to pieces, and so I turned and ran. I sprinted back along the corridor blindly, running like I was a child in the streets again, being pursued by some angry shopkeep or city guard because I'd filched a book or a handful of berries. The cells flashed by at my sides. The corridor felt like it was unfolding around me, peeling apart and leaving me exposed, the sanctuary of its cool darkness suddenly a trap I couldn't escape. I slid to a stop, breathing hard. I'd reached the end of the hallway. The world seemed to settle back into place around me. The fear and anxiety and frustration and self-loathing were all still there, clinging to me like a million little spiders, but each breath pushed more of the panic out of my body, and the urge to flee morphed into a bone-deep fatigue. Had it not been for what I was seeing, I might have laid down and closed my eyes right on the floor. But I couldn't take my eyes off the contents of the cell before me. I must have run past the intersection of the previous corridors and gone down the right path without realizing. At its end was a huge cell, at least 70 feet square. The coiled form of a fully grown dragon filled the space. Her white scales glistened in the soft light suffusing the cell, and the way her huge head rested on her front arms made it look like she was sleeping. But I could sense no mana or intent from her. And there was no steady rising and falling of her body, no expanding and contracting of breaths taken, even shallow ones. She was entirely perfectly still. In my still resurfacing Elijah memories, I found a familiar description to this Usura. Arthur had told me all about the wounded dragon who had saved his life and given him the egg that hatched into Sylvie. Stepping to one side and sinking into a crouch, I could just see the ancient wound that marred the dragon's chest. Around it, scales had been removed, but I couldn't see well enough to guess what else Agrona's researchers might have done to the body. Grandma Sylvia. The name slipped from my lips without intention, but once I'd heard it, I was certain it was correct. Pulled by a morbid curiosity, I stepped up to the mana barrier and rested my hand against it. It resisted. I pushed harder, imbuing my hand with sulfur despite the pain, and the barrier rippled and pulled away from the flames. I stepped through and it resealed around the hole I'd made. A dizzy wobble shook my entire body, and I lurched forward and caught myself on the dragon corpse's cold nose. There was some kind of powerful magic in the room. I squinted my eyes hard against the vertigo, waiting for it to pass, and when it eventually did, I walked a slow circle around the massive form. Around the barrier inside the cell, and in the seams between wall, floor, and ceiling, fine runes were etched into the stone. A complex structure of spells was interwoven to maintain the barrier, among other things, but the runes were so complicated I couldn't follow everything they did. Part of the spell, though, maintained a kind of stasis within the room, preventing its contents from decaying over time. Several tables had been left against the back wall, although they were mostly bare. A large tome of bound parchment was opened to the first page, which read, "Observation on the dragon Sylvia Indrath's remains." A tag of fabric marked a spot about a third of the way into the tome. When I pulled the tag, the heavy parchment fell open to a second title page. This one read, "Observations on Dragon Physiology, Cores, and Manipulation of Ether." Next to the book, resting on a metal frame, was a round object the size of both my fists together. The white sphere had a slightly rough, organic texture to its surface and was slightly transparent, revealing a faint purple tinge to the inside. It was a core, a dragon's core, Sylvia Indrath's core. But it felt empty and lifeless, as if any hint of mana that once might have been contained within it had been scoured away. The dragon's will, I knew, had been given to Arthur just before her death, so what was this then? Could it really be nothing more than an empty, dead organ, like a heart with all the blood squeezed from it? Reaching out, I let my fingers brush across the core's surface, and a brilliant electric shock ran up my arm. My vision shifted, revealing swarming particles of energy moving in and around the core like bright purple fireflies. I snatched my hand back and the particles vanished. Gingerly, I reached back out and pressed one fingertip against the core. But nothing happened. The vision did not reoccur. No purple particles, no rippling vision. Carefully, I picked the core up and turned it over in my hand. It was very light, almost weightless, but the surface was hard and inflexible. I didn't put any pressure on it, though, afraid it might be brittle. I couldn't really explain to myself why, but I didn't want to break it. Neither, I thought, did I want to leave it here in this cold place, forgotten and abandoned. Although I had no idea what I would do with the core, I made the reckless decision to take it for myself. With a pulse of mana, I activated my dimension ring and hid the core within it. This minor act of rebellion made me feel unexpectedly light, helping to buffer the overwhelming flood of emotions I'd felt only minutes ago. With a conspiratorial smile at the dragon's remains, I burned my way free of the cell, feeling less strained this time, and began searching for my way out of the dungeon and back up into Tigran Selim. I needed to find Cecilia. We needed to talk. Chapter 394, What Makes Home, Arthur Leywin. I was floating in a familiar hazy amethyst sea of emptiness. The nothing space stretched away into infinity in every direction. The absence of anything real and tangible was simultaneously a source of comfort and anxiety. Floating within it, I felt like a child huddled within my blankets, afraid of a monster under my bed I was almost certain wasn't real, but not certain enough to let the fear fade. Not that I'd ever had a childhood like that, but here, in the ether realm, it was easier to imagine all the different lives I might have had. For the first time since I'd been just a small child on Earth, I imagined a life in which I'd known my real parents, ones who had raised me with love. What might I have been then, if I hadn't grown up as an orphan with that desperate need for attachment and love, that heart-wrenching desire to prove my worth so that someone would care for me? I saw a life in which I'd never met Nico or Cecilia or Headmaster Wilbeck or Lady Vera. I would have learned a trade, ran a successful business, started a family of my own, and eventually died having been happy in my one peaceful, unimportant life. No, a soft voice said, a physical thing that was more energy than noise. I rotated around in the void. In the distance, a star burned bright white against the dark purple. Even if you lived 1,000 lives, not one of them would be unimportant. My chest constricted, and I willed myself closer to the source of that shining light. It radiated a silvery warmth that made me feel confident and afraid and protective and loved all at once, and these feelings only grew more potent and complex as I zoomed closer. The star grew and solidified, becoming a silhouette, which in turn manifested the refined details of a young girl with hair and eyes identical in color to mine. I stopped just before her, greedily drinking in the sight of her, whole and unblemished. Reaching out tentatively, I poked the tip of one horn and she stifled a delighted laugh. Sylvie, my bond smiled, and the sight of it filled me with tingling warmth. There was so much I wanted to tell her. How sorry and grateful I was, how much I regretted everything that had happened, how much I missed her. But I could feel our minds connecting, and I could sense in her the understanding of everything I was thinking. It's still nice to hear those things said out loud sometimes, though, she said, her head tilting slightly to the side as she examined me. Don't forget that. I'm dreaming, aren't I? Yes, still it's good to see you, Sylv. I rubbed the back of my neck, a movement my old companion watched with clear amusement. I'm sorry it's taking me so long to bring you back. Don't worry about me, I've got all the time in the world. Her smile sharpened into a smirk like she'd just said something she found very humorous. I will rescue you, Sylv. I know, for now though, she reached out and poked me in the chest with one finger. As she did, a dull murmur of distant voices began to intrude on the dream. It's time to wake up, Arthur. My eyes blinked open. I was lying on a hard bed in a small chamber and staring up at the low, gray stone ceiling. Ouch, damned, this thing is sharp, the grumbling voice of Gideon exclaimed. I turned my head slightly, revealing the old inventor with his back to me. Leaning against the far wall, Emily was watching him with the unique blend of amusement, fondness, and exasperation reserved for the old inventor. She noticed the small movement and met my eye, her expression dissolving into a look of pure relief. Aren't you supposed to be some kind of genius? I asked, getting a laugh out of Emily. Gideon spun around and gave me an affronted look, the effect of which was somewhat dampened by the fact that he was sucking on his index finger like a wounded child. Removing the spitshine digit, he glared at the dot of blood that immediately welled up, then at me instead. About time you're awake. It's been a day and a half, boy. Aren't you supposed to be some kind of unkillable Uber hero? He scoffed. Our last conversation was very rudely interrupted by a bunch of Alacrians dead set on murdering us all, if you remember. I pushed myself up onto my elbows and maneuvered so I could sit up with my back against the wall. The first thing I noticed was Velska's horn resting on a stand next to the bed. The second thing was that everything hurt. Looking down at my body, I realized I was covered with bandages from head to toe. The stump of my arm had regrown to the wrist, but my hand hadn't fully formed yet. Worried, I checked my core, but it didn't seem damaged, just low on ether. Being unconscious for such an extended period had no doubt hampered my ability to collect and purify ether effectively. Considering that, I had actually healed a lot quicker than I should have. Something else was strange, too, an empty feeling like something was missing. Regis? I asked, worry quickening my heart rate. He had barely been holding on when I'd woken up on the ground in the tunnel to the portal chamber, and I'd had no time to check on him beyond acknowledging that he wasn't dead yet. I'd barely had the wherewithal to conjure my armor and build up enough etheric reserve for a single god step, but that alone had pushed me past the breaking point. If the scythes hadn't fallen for my bluff. A small ball of purple flames and angst leaped up onto the bed, glaring at me tiredly. What? I was napping, and having this really nice dream about. I reached down and tousled Regis's puppy-form head with my good hand. I thought you were done for, Regis huffed as he plopped down and rested his chin on his overly large paws. I could say the same for you, really went full Nova back there. You were so dry on ether I haven't been able to incorporealize myself into your core because I was soaking up too much, and I was worried you'd shrivel up like some mana-starved muck larva. Well, thanks for not letting me die, I said, bemused. Same though, Regis replied before closing his eyes and immediately falling asleep again. You two are so cute, Emily said, melting into a doe-eyed puddle as she stared at Regis. I have to say I like him a lot better this way, she eyed Gideon carefully. Arthur, do you think there is some way we can? I am not your pet girl, Gideon snapped, crossing his arms and generally looking very huffy. And anyway, all these tedious feelings are starting to give me a rash. Arthur, we need to finish our conversation so I can get back to work. I looked at him for a long moment as I searched my memory for some hint of our last discussion, but nothing immediately came to mind. I'm sorry, it's been a busy couple of days. The fire salts, he exclaimed, waving his hands. The cannons, all of it. The moments before the Wraith's attack solidified in my mind, and the idea I'd had rushed back in almost fully formed. Right, your weapons, actually I did have a thought. Gideon's eyes lit up and he flapped a hand at Emily. Girl, write this down. Her eyebrows rose indignantly, but she pulled a scroll, pen, and ink out of a shoulder bag and made busy getting ready, shooting annoyed glares at Gideon's back every few seconds. So here's the thing, I began, knowing I was about to crush the old inventor. No cannons. His face fell, vacillating between confusion and disappointment. No cannons. I shook my head and gave him an apologetic smile. But we do need to fortify our non-mage soldiers' fighting capabilities, and the technology that you've been working on is the foundation for how we're going to do that. Although hesitant at first, as I explained my proposal in full, Gideon's frustration transformed into studious curiosity and then blossomed into outright excitement. Meanwhile, Emily scribbled frantically to capture everything we were discussing, only occasionally throwing in a suggestion of her own. Well, it can definitely work, Gideon said as he stared down at the long scroll full of our notes. Not as flashy or impressive as the canon idea, but he gave an exaggerated shrug. It is a little more practical, I suppose. But the priority remains on discovering how to operate the bestowal artifacts. Yes, 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 Gideon said, not looking at me as he turned away and started moving languidly toward the door, his nose still in the scroll. Consequently, he was also not looking at the open door and ran face first into the still form of Baron, who had stopped in the doorframe. Oof, bah, you make a better lightning rod than a door, Lance, Gideon grumbled, conjuring a sour look from Baron. The broad-shouldered Lance didn't move, and Gideon was forced to shimmy through the narrow opening to leave. Emily curtsied awkwardly in front of Baron, who shifted, allowing her to hurry after Gideon. Baron watched the pair go, then looked at me with one brow raised. It is good to see you're awake, Arthur. We were worried. I eased my legs off the bed and sat up straight. Worried. About me, I held out my stump of an arm, which was already healing more quickly now that I'd regained consciousness. Just a couple minor flesh wounds. Baron's mouth twitched, but his brows turned down as if he couldn't decide whether to smile or frown. I won't pretend to understand what has happened to you, Arthur, and I doubt even you yet know the full capability of your powers. What I do know is that Dicathen is fortunate that you returned when you did, and that after everything you're still willing to fight for this continent. I looked down at my feet, unsure what to say. My relationship with Baron had always been hostile, and I wasn't yet sure how to process this sudden change in the dynamic between us. I want you to know something, Arthur. I looked up to see Baron wringing his hands, his gaze askance. Maybe this won't carry much meaning for you, but I forgive you, for my brother, for Lucas. Finally, he met my eye, and I'm sorry for attacking you, for he looked away again, some of the color draining from his face, threatening your family. Baron, he raised a hand to forestall my response. My pride blinded me to the evils of my family. My rage wasn't even about Lucas, but your insult to our house. I was a fool, Arthur, and I'm sorry. I waited a moment to make sure he was finished speaking, then said, I accept both. And I stopped blaming you for that a long time ago. The way you reacted, it wasn't any different than what I did to Lucas. I thought it was justified in the moment that I'd been right, but really how I dealt with things, it made enemies, and that wasn't smart strategically. Baron watched me with a distant, detached wariness, and there was a cold formality in his expression that reminded me of the old Baron. Then with a shake of his head it was gone. Even lances, it appears, make mistakes, but that is not why I'm here. He stood aside from the doorway, revealing a figure that had been hidden in the hallway behind him. All thought of fire, salts, and weapons, and even the bestowment artifacts fled my mind. Virion entered the room hesitantly, resting one old, tired hand on Baron's arm for just a moment. Then Baron backed out of the room, closing the door behind him. Virion pulled a wooden chair away from the wall and sat stiffly. His gaze roamed around the room for several very long seconds before settling on me. He cleared his throat. Virion, how are you feel? Read first at. ORG, listen, Arthur, I needed to. We had both started speaking at the same time, then both immediately stopped. Virion leaned forward, his fists clenched together, and stared at the floor in silence, his body tense, a simmering animosity evident in each still movement. I realized just how on edge I was, too. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to relax. Beside me, Regis rolled over and continued sleeping. At least I thought he was sleeping until one eye peeked open a slit, caught me watching, and quickly shut again. It's good to see you, Gramps. How are you? My tone was hesitant, almost awkward. There had been no time to address it since my return to Dicathen, but it was clear that Virion was keeping his distance from me, and I wasn't sure why. Virion stared down at his hands for a long moment, then said, I'm sorry, Arthur. I opened my mouth to immediately interrupt, caught myself, and closed it slowly, waiting for Virion to continue. I've been avoiding you. Because, he cleared his throat, and his gaze began to wander again, almost as if he didn't want to look at me. When I saw you come back through that portal alone, all I felt was the bitterness of knowing that Tesha wasn't with you. You were returned from the dead, while her body is left to be tugged and pulled across Alacria like a marionette. And I didn't want to hate you for that. I swallowed hard. I expected him to be disappointed in me for arriving so late, perhaps even blame me for being unable to save Rhynia or Aya, or even Ferrith. I didn't even realize he knew what had happened to Tess. I suddenly wished he didn't know what was happening to her. Virion had lost his son, his lances, his country. It was enough to break anyone. Knowing that Tesha's body was out there being controlled by the enemy, unsure if she still existed within it, he shouldn't have had to shoulder that burden too. Anger overtook my guilt as I considered Winsome and Kezes manipulating and taking advantage of Virion, making him lie to his own people, stringing him along with bits of information about Tesha, just enough to keep him desperate and unsure. One more thing they should have to answer for, I thought, balling the blanket up in my clenched fist. After a long silence where we didn't meet each other's eyes, Virion continued. I needed to mourn but didn't know where to begin. Losing Rhynia and so many other elves when there are so few of us left. I spent so long holding it all back after Elenwar, after Tesha, and then to suddenly feel like I'd lost my granddaughter all over again. Virion's head slumped, and a tear dropped onto his clasped hands. I'm sorry I couldn't save her, Virion. I tried, my words cut off as the image of Tesha's resigned smile intruded on my thoughts. The ether blade pressed against her sternum, mossy green veins spreading over her face, her words. Art, please, she's alive, I said instead. Virion looked up quickly and blinked his shining eyes. Her body may be under Agrona's control, but Tesha is alive, buried beneath the personality of a being known as the Legacy. Virion shifted, hesitating, then finally asked, You're sure? Winsome, he thought perhaps, but I'm certain, I confirmed with a nod that sent a pulse of discomfort through my entire body. I looked into her eyes, Virion. Tess was still in there. Virion searched my gaze for a long time, then his face wrinkled up and he broke, sobs shaking his shoulders as more tears flooded unchecked. I slid off the bed and went to one knee in front of him, reaching for his hands. There are no words for moments such as this, and so I kept my silence. Virion leaned down and pressed his forehead to my hand, and we stayed like that for a while. His mourning soothed me, and my presence buttressed him as he vented his long-held grief. After a few minutes, Virion's sobs ceased, and most of the tension left his body. We lingered as we were for another minute or two. It was Virion who spoke first. I can't sense the dragon's will within you. I pressed my fingers into my sternum, over my ether core, which I'd formed from the broken remnants of the mana core that had once contained Sylvia's will. Settling back onto the hard bed, I began to tell Virion about everything that had happened to me. My defeat and near-death battling Cadel and Nico, Sylvie's sacrifice, waking up in the Relictums, Regis, the ether core, and everything after that. Virion proved an intent listener, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees, hardly even blinking. As I neared the end of my tale, however, he leaned back, crossed his arms, and gave me a sour frown. So you're telling me I wasted 4 years of my life training you to be a beast tamer, just for you to go and lose your bond? My mouth hung open as I struggled for a reply, but Virion's frown broke and he gave me a wry smile. That's a heck of a story, brat, but I'm glad you made it back, and he paused and cleared his throat. Thank you, Arthur, and thank you, Virion, for making sure my mom and sister were safe, I said in return. He let out an amused scoff. That sister of yours, she's just as much a magnet for trouble as you ever were, chafes at even the idea of safety. My expression must have given away exactly how I felt about Ellie's recklessness because Virion chuckled. Speaking of, I'm sure you're eager to see your family. They were both here for the first day, but Lance Vare finally made them leave to go get some rest. I gave him a tight-lipped smile. Yeah, he stood and stretched, letting out an old man's groan. Before I go, though, there is one more thing, Baron, he said loudly, turning toward the closed door. The door opened and Baron entered again, this time carrying 3 identical boxes of polished black wood, each one bound in softly glowing silver. The artifacts Winsome gave you, I said thoughtfully, eyeing the boxes as though they might explode at any moment. You kept them, I wondered. Thinking back to the moments after I'd driven the Alacrians from the sanctuary, I recalled Virion rushing off and disappearing for some time. That's what you were doing while the rest of us were meeting. Read first at. ORG. Virion took the top box off the stack from Baron and opened the lid, holding it out toward me. Resting inside was an ornate rod. The red wood of the handle had golden rings wrapped around it at intervals, and it was capped with a glowing lavender crystal. Etha seemed drawn to the crystal, bobbing around it like so many curious bees. I activated Realm Heart. There was a sharp tug that sent a jolt of pain up my spine as the Godrune lit up, then a rush of warmth from my lower back up into my limbs and eyes. The mana came into focus. My breath came out in a rush. The rod-shaped artifact had become a glistening rainbow of radiant mana. The rings, shaft, and crystal alike not only infused with mana, but constantly drawing more from our surroundings, so that the entire surface, as well as the box in which it was stored, positively swam with blues, greens, yellows, and reds. I'm not quite sure what to do with them, Virion admitted, holding the box out. We can't use them, not now after everything that's happened, not after Rhynia. I carefully took it from him, holding the box in the crook of my injured arm while I lifted out the artifact in the other, turning it so the facets of the crystal caught the light and sparkled through the glow of mana. Ellie told me about Rhynia's visions, I said, using Realm Heart and my own innate ability to see etheric particles to track the magic's flow through the artifact. Has Gideon looked them over? Virion burst out with an indelicate snort, took one look at them and said he agreed with the old bat and promised to vote against using them. Regis shifted, no longer pretending to be asleep as he ogled the artifact hungrily. If we're not going to do anything else with it, I could always absorb that ether. You know, deactivate it for safety or whatever. Curious what would happen, I attempted to draw on the ether swarming the artifact. The artifact seemed to be exerting its own force on the ether particles, which flowed down the handle toward my hand only to waver and draw closer to the crystal again. Focusing, I pulled harder. The ether trembled, and the mana seemed to quake and ripple, small plumes of mana escaping the artifact and spraying out into the atmosphere. If we take the ether, the artifact would break. With this much mana, the explosion might be pretty violent. Besides, I added thoughtfully, I'm not convinced yet that we can't make use of these. They resist being placed into a dimension device of any kind, Virion said, watching me with his brows creased, clearly confused about what I was doing. I realized that to him it must have looked like I was having a staring competition with the rod. I don't want to just cart them around, but I'm not sure what else to do with them. Twirling the artifact like a baton, I returned it to its case, closed and latched the lid, then imbued ether into my dimension rune. The box vanished, drawn into the extra-dimensional storage space controlled by the rune on my forearm. But how? Virion glanced at Baron questioningly, but Baron only shrugged. Here, I said, reaching for the other two boxes. Baron gave them up gladly. In a moment, they too were gone, and I could sense them within the extra-dimensional space, along with the items I'd collected in Alacria. I held up my forearm to show Virion the rune. I have an original, not an old relic that's been hacked apart 10 times over. Must make a difference. Virion chuckled again, his brows rising all the way up into his hairline. One of these days, I suppose I'll stop being surprised by you, brat. Let's hope not, Gramps, I said earnestly, then looked at Regis. I think I've laid around long enough. Ready to get out of here, he yawned and stretched, sticking his rump up in the air like an actual puppy. I'm ready to find a real source of ether, because I don't relish the idea of being stuck like this for a week while we drip feed off the atmosphere down here. With the compass, I could return to the relictums at will, and mentally agreed that we should go replenish our ether reserves as soon as possible, but first I needed to check on Mom and Ellie. After adding Veilska's horn to my growing pile of artifacts within the dimension rune, I wished Virion and Baron farewell, then made my way through the labyrinthine halls of the Earthborn Institute. Regis stayed inside my body while we walked, hovering near the stump of my hand instead of my core. It eased the pain of the regrowing limb, but the healing was slow, at least slow for me. I'd become so accustomed to losing entire limbs, it made me genuinely worry for my sanity. There was something distinctly inhuman about watching my hand regrowing in real time. Are you really human anymore? Regis sent, knowing just what to say to further agitate me as always. I don't know, I answered, then cast the thought aside as I approached the door to the rooms where my family was staying. It opened before I reached it, and Ellie was half through it before she noticed me and jerked to a stop. Her face lit up, then her focus shifted to my hand. Oh, Art, that looks... I took her by the chin and turned her face up toward mine. I'm fine, Elle, I've healed from worse. She gave me a single decisive nod, then pulled back. I was just coming to check on you, so you saved me a trip. Mom is asleep. She continued talking as she turned and led me into the rooms. She was awake for about 30 hours straight, and she put herself into backlash trying to heal you. She flinched and looked into my eyes. Sorry, I didn't mean. It's okay, I said, ruffling her hair like I'd done when she was little. It drove home how tall she was, how much she'd grown, and how much I'd missed. Arthur, a wispy voice said from somewhere deeper in the suite. I heard feet hit the ground and quick but uneven footsteps. Mom appeared in the hall, her hair disheveled and dark bags under her eyes. Still, when she saw me, she smiled. Oh, Art, I was so... Mom wobbled, her eyes losing focus. I was at her side in an instant, supporting her and leading her to the closest couch. I'm fine, she mumbled as I eased her down onto the couch, but it was easy enough to tell she wasn't. Activating Realm Heart, I looked more closely, seeing the mana particles moving in her body and sensing her core strength. Oh, you're glowing, she said, her eyes crossing as she tried and failed to focus on me. She had clearly pushed herself way past the point of exhaustion. Her core was so strained that it was struggling to start processing mana again, leaving her in a fatigued delirium, not to mention the intense full-body ache she would have been feeling with such severe backlash. I let Realm Heart fade away again. You've got extreme backlash, you need to be more careful, you're... Lucky, she said clumsily, cutting me off. I do feel quite fortunate, you know, not everyone gets. How many chances are we on now? 4 or 5, anyway, not everyone gets a second chance to make things right. I winced at the mention of the past. The regrets that I had from telling my parents the truth about me, and the solace that I felt from finally coming clean. The emotions all came back, forming a knot in my throat that I forcefully swallowed down. Giving Mom a somber smile, I pulled a loose blanket over her lap. What do you mean? You made things right a long time ago, remember, after Dad died. She sobered, shaking her head and squeezing my hand weakly. I may have said it, but I was never able to act on it. I never got to just be your mom, but I want to be, I will be. Her eyes fluttered closed and she sank deeper into the couch. I suppose that's kind of what it must be like being you, huh? Like, being reborn, trying again to make it right. I knew it was the delirium talking, but still, hearing her so casually and calmly mention my reincarnation made my insides squirm. Yeah, maybe we can only just keep trying to learn and do better. Softly, the breathiness of her tone telling me she was drifting back to sleep, she said, I made you some porridge, Arthur. I know it'll take time, but I hope you can slowly let me be your mom again. Turning toward the kitchen, I could just see the small, round table, and on it, a wooden bowl with a spoon laid neatly beside it. And suddenly, the armor of callousness and apathy I had donned in order to survive my time in the relictums and Alacria crumbled. My throat tightened and my vision blurred. A part of me resisted getting up and walking toward the table. With a groan as swift counterattack, I knew I couldn't stay here much longer. I knew he would attack again, and I knew it would only be worse. But I let my heavy legs drag me toward the bowl of porridge, barely noticing as Regis led my sister out of the room. Slowly, I took up the spoon and took a mouthful of the cold, tasteless mash. As I did, I gave in to the weight of it all. Tears spilled freely as I took bite after bite. Alone in this little kitchen, far away from anywhere I'd ever called home, I wept silently as I ate the first meal my mother had cooked for me in years. Chapter 397. The scalding metal sizzled against bare bone, charring it black as the flesh around it melted. Water hissed as it hit the black iron, sending up a cloud of steam. I cursed and pulled back. Ellie slapped my hand away from the pan heating on the stove. Just let me do it already. Who mixes water and hot grease anyway? Have you ever even cooked before? I dipped my fingers into the saucer of water I'd cooled the pan with and flicked several drops into her face as she struggled to flip the slab of meat I'd burned. This coming from the girl who's been eating nothing but fish, rats, and mushrooms for the last how many months? Regis was sitting in the middle of the table, watching with interest, his nose twitching with every waft of meat-scented air. You know, that looks pretty much irreparable, just toss it over to me. Ellie dropped a handful of cut-up mushrooms in with the meat and grease, humming with irritation. I can do more with rat and mushrooms than you can with the whole royal pantry, I bet. I'm not sure that's something to brag about, I pointed out, laughing. Ellie's leg shot out and thumped against my thigh. I grabbed her ankle and yanked her leg out from under her, holding her upside down with her hair pooling on the tiles beneath her. Hey, not fair, she shouted, swinging her arms as she tried futilely to land a punch. The whisper of soft turnshoes on stone tile drew my attention to the kitchen doorway. Good morning, I said, waving with the hand suspending Ellie upside down so that my sister bobbed around like a ragdoll. It's not much, but Ellie and I tried making some breakfast. I tried making breakfast, she grumped, her arms crossed. Arthur was mostly just in the ow, she yelped as I let her tumble to the floor. Oh, Ellie mumbled quickly and quietly, Mom, what's wrong? It was then I realized there were quiet tears running down Mom's cheeks. Huh. What do you owe? She wiped at her cheeks with the back of her long sleeves. Why am I crying? She asked herself with a laugh. I guess it's just waking up to something like this. It's been a long time. I pulled out a chair for her and she eased into it with a grateful, tear-streaked smile. Her motions were still slightly sluggish, but her gaze was much more steady than it had been just the day before. Regis scooted back so that he was directly in front of her, and she began petting him behind the ears. Ellie and I pushed and shoved at the stove, but in the end I let her claim victory, instead grabbing a handful of wooden plates and utensils to set the table. Ellie delivered stacks of slightly burned meat, eggs, mushrooms, steamed greens, red beans, and a coil of some kind of eel, caught from a nearby underground lake, that Ellie insisted was delicious, and together we filled up 3 plates. Mom cut off a burned end from the slice of meat we'd given her and fed it to Regis, who took it right off her fork. He's going to keep asking for stuff like this if you spoil him, Mom, I said around a mouthful. She waved my words away. Oh, it's fine. Don't you think with everything he's done to help out around here, he's earned it? Regis's oversized puppy eyes gleamed as he stared up at my mother like she'd just given him an award. Would you believe this man never feeds me? You get plenty of ether, I mumbled as Mom held out half a mushroom. Regis eyed it uncertainly, then said, maybe some more of that meat instead. Mom's brows rose. It's important you eat a healthy, balanced diet, Regis, she lightly scolded. Regis blinked cartoonishly, then leaned forward and gingerly took the mushroom from her hand, chewing it with such clear dejection that Ellie took pity on him and tossed over a chunk of her eel, giggling when he pounced on it and swallowed it with a single bite. Truly a magnificent sight to see from the very manifestation of destruction, I thought. Anyway, how are you feeling this morning? I asked Mom as I speared a chunk of my own eel, keeping my tone light but watching her carefully. So much better, she said, her bloodshot, tired eyes squinted in appreciation. Thank you, Arthur, but you don't have to worry about me. You have so much on your mind already. Ellie scoffed and opened her mouth but paused when Mom shot her a look. My sister took a moment to finish chewing and swallowing, then said, "He let us think he was dead for months, didn't he? Let him worry." My mother's soft smile wavered, and I reached across the table to squeeze her hand. "I do have a lot on my mind, but you and Ellie are always at the top of that ever-growing pile." Mom's eyes fell to her plate, but I still saw the moisture shining in them. Ellie watched her, a small frown on her mature features. I slid most of my burned meat over to Regis, who chewed loudly, oblivious to everything except the warm food in front of him, although I could feel the thrill he felt at sharing a family meal with us through our mental connection. We ate in silence for a while after that, but it wasn't the kind of quiet that was awkward or tense. Instead, it was comfortable, easy, easier than it had been in a very long time since the attack on Xyrus. The thought that it felt like another life flashed through my mind, but I knew that wasn't really true. I had lived another life on Earth, and then in Alacria I had pretended to be someone I wasn't, reviving a part of me that had died when I'd been reincarnated in Dicathen. I had needed Grey to survive there, and as much as I wanted to just be Arthur, living as Grey again had reminded me why I'd become him in the first place. Until this war was over, truly over, I couldn't let Grey go. Not yet. Sorry, I asked, realizing my mother had said something. "I was just saying that I really should go check in at the medical center now that I'm feeling a bit better." She looked slightly embarrassed as she nudged her half-full plate toward Regis. "There are only a couple of emitters in the whole city, and they were relying on me to be there. Besides, I'm sure you have your own business to attend to." Before I could respond, there was a gasp from Ellie. "Oh, that reminds me. I told Saria Triskin that I'd help relocate the Elven refugees today. Most of them were temporarily housed on the lower levels, which were pretty badly damaged in the attack. We're going to start moving them to more permanent places to stay," she added by way of explanation as she pushed herself away from the table. At the same time, there was a faint pop, and the sudden presence of a large, furry body shoved the table aside, nearing knocking Regis to the floor. "Boo," Ellie said, exasperated. "I'm not freaking in danger, and I've said not to poof into the rooms." The guardian bear grumbled, and Ellie's eyes narrowed. "Don't blame me. You interrupted your own nap by being so overprotective." The bear let out a humming grunt that shook the plates on the table, which were pressed against his side. Mom had squeezed around Boo, who was taking up a large percentage of the kitchen, but stopped to lean against the doorway arch and look at us all, smiling brightly. "I'll see you both back home for dinner tonight, okay? I'll cook." Her smile faltered slightly, her brows knitting as her expression became apologetic. "Something warm this time." "Sounds amazing," I said, giving her the warmest smile I could muster. She returned it, waved, then vanished behind Boo's bulk. I heard the suite door open and shut, then turned to Ellie. "Do you think she's okay?" Ellie was scratching Boo between the big mana beast's eyes. I haven't seen her smile like that since Dad died. Without looking at me, she put her shoulder into Boo's side and shoved. "Come on, you big goof, we need to figure out how to squeeze you through the front door." She stopped and threw a tentative look over her shoulder at me. "Do you want to come with us, the refugees? They've had a hard time, seeing you might make them feel better." I gave her an apologetic smile before shaking my head. "I would, Elle, but I have duties of my own to see to. Things that need to be taken care of before I can leave," I almost added. She rolled her eyes, but her smile was both good-natured and understanding. Yeah, I know there is so much saving the world to do right now and only one big brother." "Well, see you then." Ellie slipped around Boo, who turned to inspect me thoughtfully, his face scrunched between his shoulder and the wall before grunting and turning to follow her. He nearly overturned the table, and then had to squeeze to fit through first the kitchen doorway, then the front door into the Earthborn Institute's sprawling series of interconnected tunnels. My smile slipped away. I looked longingly around the suite, wishing I could stay longer. The time with my family had been a much-needed reprieve from my duties, but time was against me and there was still too much to do. I'd spent most of the evening studying the empowering artifacts while my family had slept. The interplay between ether and mana around them was unlike anything I'd seen before, but it reminded me of the soul realm within the ether orb, where I'd trained with Cordry for so long. The artifacts didn't contain an extra-dimensional space, but they weren't simply containers for massive quantities of mana, either. It was almost like Kezes had drawn in and contained potential, and by using the artifacts, that potential was expended into a living being. It was a difficult concept to wrap my head around, but I was only at the beginning stages of understanding. I needed to see the artifacts in use, but without activating whatever power Rhynia had seen destroying the continent. "So," Regis said, interrupting my thoughts. I could sense his contentment with his belly full of home-cooked food. "Relictums for a top-off, then back to being the triple Ds." I sputtered, rubbing a hand down my face, then turned to scowl at my companion. "What? Dicathen's dynamic duo. You know, me and you, the triple Ds deciding it was best not to engage Regis on this front." I instead said, "No time for the Relictums yet. First, we need to make sure we can leave Vildoriel without it immediately falling to Agrona's forces." I gave Ellie a minute or two head start, then followed her out the door. Instead of heading toward the exit, I went deeper down into the Earthborn Institute. As I'd expected, I found Gideon, Emily, and their team of dwarven mages already at work. The old inventor barely spared me a glance as I walked into the lab, clearly unsurprised to see me. I only saw you 16 hours ago, at least 4 of which I spent sleeping. Nothing has changed in the meantime, Arthur. Emily, who was bent over the crystal-topped staff with a pair of wands, waved one at me. It gave a shrill, humming whistle. She jumped, grinned sheepishly, and moved it back into place. Gideon, I need you to gather whatever mana output monitoring equipment you can scrounge up, I said. Meet me by the Three Lakes fishing outpost in an hour. Gideon slowly set down the notes he was perusing, stuck a finger in his ear and dug around for a bit, then shook his head and gave me a sickly sweet smile. Forgive me, Arthur, but I'd swear it seems like you just marched into my laboratory and started giving me orders without context or consideration for projects already underway, projects I have been repeatedly informed are of the highest priority by you yourself. Looking him dead in the eye, I continued. Emily, I need you to track down Lance's Micah, Vere, and Baron and bring them to meet us. She tapped the wands together twice, then laid them carefully next to the staff. Sure, no problem. As she moved quickly past Gideon, she reached out and closed his mouth for him, which had been hanging open as he continued to stare at me. He glared at her back as she headed out the door, but his attention quickly returned to me. This is more time-sensitive than our other projects, I said consolingly. 1 hour, Gideon. Bah, he said, grumbling, but he started bustling around the lab grabbing things and throwing them onto an empty table. An hour it is then, but why are you making me drag these old bones all the way down to Three Lakes? See you there, was all I said in response before turning and leaving the lab myself. My feet carried me quickly out of the Earthborn Institute, down the winding highway, past the crews rebuilding the many structures destroyed in the Alacrian assault, and out one of the tunnels that connected to the city's bottommost level. Are you sure this is all going to work? Regis asked. He'd been silently stewing on my refusal to even acknowledge his suggested team name for us, but his irritation has finally settled into a kind of resigned agreement to simply disagree. It has too, I thought, although we both felt my lack of surety in the process itself. We can't fight a war from under the desert. We need to get out there and push back against the Alacrian forces inhabiting Dicathen. These thoughts brushed up against a wall of hesitancy in my mind, because, as much as I needed to leave, I also needed to stay. Vildoriel was now the epicenter of the fight to reclaim Dicathen, and all the people of Sapin and Darv needed us. But everything I had done to keep the people of this city safe would be for naught if Agrona sent another attack while I was gone. I needed the lances here to protect the city in my absence, and in order for them to do that, they needed to break through their current restraints. The tunnels between Vildoriel and the Three Lakes area were cool and lightly traveled, meaning I was left in peace to mull through what I hoped to accomplish. Mostly, I organized my thoughts, trying to remember everything I had heard about both sets of Asuran artifacts. Those given to Dicathen's kings to make lances, and these new ones that apparently could make a mage strong enough to fight back against even the scythes. Ellie had told me everything she could about the conversations between Virion and Winsome, and then later Rhynia and Virion. And of course, the old elf himself had explained the lance artifacts to me when he made me a lance, but there was still much I didn't understand about how the Usra had created them. These and many other thoughts occupied my mind until the air grew heavy with moisture and the smell of the underground lakes filled the tunnels. Brine, algae, and the heady odor of giant mushrooms combined to create an otherworldly scent, like I was stepping out of Dicathen into a place older and more wild. The distant rumble of tumbling water could be felt through the floor soon after. The tunnel was capped by a rough granite wall, but the gate through was open. Just inside it, several buildings huddled together around the edge of the first of the three lakes that gave this place its name. A stone pier ran along the edge, and a couple of square, flat-bottomed boats floated against it. But the outpost was empty today, as I had expected. Most of Vildoriel's population was being kept in the city in case of another attack. The cavern was enormous, even larger than the sanctuary. Although not as tall as the spiraling city of Vildoriel, it stretched on, the first huge lake spilling into a second in a series of wide waterfalls, which in turn drained into the third almost a mile along the cavern. As I walked between the empty buildings, I took it all in. Although the smell was something that would take some getting used to, there was an awe-inspiring sort of beauty to the place. Regis jumped free of my body and strolled next to me. You know, this almost reminds me of the relictums. Maybe the Jinn took inspiration from places like this, I mused absently. Or even created them. Along one edge of the lake, a forest of giant mushrooms sprouted up from mossy ground, and across from that, the cavern wall was patterned with striations of orange and white. Water drained across these salt deposits constantly, spilling into the lake and giving off the smell of brine I'd noticed before. Deep in the dark water, bioluminescent creatures could be seen slowly trolling, like dim stars crossing the night sky. It was, at least for a short time, a pleasant distraction, but it wasn't long before footsteps announced the arrival of the others and the spell was broken. The lances arrived first, moving with purpose. Micah led them. Her one remaining eye locked onto me the moment she crossed the threshold into the cave, just as hard as the black stone that inhabited the scarred socket of the eye I had ruined. Although at ease in the tunnels of her home, there was something missing from Micah. She had lost more than an eye when Aya died. Vere was just behind her, towering over the dwarf, as stoic and unreadable as always. Her short white hair seemed to glow in the diffused light of the underground world, giving her a mystical air. Her conjured arm of magical ice was fixed and unmoving, but her flesh and blood hand fidgeted with a constant nervous energy, subtly undermining her otherwise indomitable presence. Finally, Baron entered a few yards behind them. His gaze trailed behind his companion's heels, unseeing, or rather, seeing something other than uneven ground. I wondered where his thoughts were, what invisible scene was playing out before his unfocused eyes that made him frown so deeply. I stood on the pier, Regis sitting on his haunches beside me, and waited for them to come to us. Vere spoke first. "I hope you haven't brought us all the way down here just to take us fishing," she said, focusing on one of the boats floating behind me. I gave a quiet laugh, drawing uncertain looks from the other lances. I actually learned to hone my reflexes and adjust my perception by catching fish with my bare hands when I was just a boy in. I caught myself and let the thought trail off. "Anyway, no, I think you're all well past that point in your training. We are here for you to train us then," Micah asked, raising a brow and crossing her arms. "The Watskin girl was a little light on the details when she delivered your summons." "Not a summons," I corrected gently, "an invitation. I think you all understand what is happening, what is at stake. When Agronus sent his wraiths after me, he must have thought they were more than enough to capture or kill me, and likewise that 2 scythes and a retainer would be able to regain control of Voldoriel and mop up the rest of the resistance against him." "And it would have been," Micah added, scowling. "Despite giving everything we had, all we could do was hold them off for a time. Without Baron's new weapon, we wouldn't have lasted even as long as we did." "You think he'll escalate again?" Vere asked, her fingers tapping constantly against her thigh. "He will." I began to pace back and forth in front of the 3 lances, their eyes following me warily. My defeat of the wraiths and subsequent attack on Alacrian soil might give him pause, but not for long. I stopped pacing suddenly, forcefully containing my nervous energy. Although I stopped any of the wraiths from returning to him with information, the fact that I was even able to kill them has given him a better understanding of my power. I took a moment to collect my thoughts, then said, "The truth is, you 3 just aren't strong enough to protect this city without me." Vere went stiff as an ice statue. Her face didn't betray her emotions, but the others were less capable of masking their surprise and frustration. Micah ground her teeth and inadvertently made herself so heavy that the smooth, slightly slick stones of the pier cracked beneath her. Baron slammed the butt of his spear against the ground and stood tall, looking at me defiantly and reminding me firmly of his old self. "We can be, Arthur, and I assume you know that, otherwise you wouldn't have brought us here." "I hope you're right, Baron," I said, softening my tone. "Because if you aren't, then I don't know how we can reclaim our homeland, defeat Agrona, and prevent any further assaults by Kezes and Drath." "Then let's not waste any more time," Baron said, his chin turning up as his pride struggled against my words. "I will fight until my core cracks and my muscles give out if it will offer a chance at breaking past the barriers placed on us as lances. Just tell us what you want us to do, Arthur." Not long ago, I would have marveled at the idea that the noble Baron Wykes was so willing and open to following my lead, but even in my short time back, I could see just how much he had matured. The war had forged him into a true leader in a way neither of us could have expected, especially after his near death at Caitl's hands. "Thank you, Baron, but this won't be that kind of training," I said. Before they could ask questions, we all heard the grumbling approach of Gideon as he came through the open gate with Emily tottering along beside him underneath a pile of equipment. He wrinkled up his nose, presumably at the smell, and radiated pure irritation. "What in all the worlds you think we need to be down in this abyss for, I'll never know." "Now that we're all here, let's get started," I said, gesturing for everyone to follow me. We circled around the edge of the lake until we were under the broad purple, green, and blue caps of the giant mushrooms. Vere and I, and to a lesser extent Regis, who insisted on dragging a single leather satchel, helped Emily carry the equipment, then set it out on a series of flat boulders after Emily made a fuss of clearing the dirt and moss off. I directed the 3 lances to take seats in the thick moss next to the still water of the lake. While Gideon and Emily set about the task of readying their equipment, I addressed the lances. "If we hope to break through the artificial barriers placed on you, we need to better understand them. The blood oaths you made don't inherently limit your ability to grow stronger. That is something Kezes and Drath did when he originally gave Dicathen the lance artifacts, And I can tell you exactly why, because I've seen Agrona do the same thing to his people. They've seen what lessers are capable of. They know we can reach far beyond them given the chance. I told them about the Jinn, how they had gained insight into ether and mana beyond even what the dragons could do, and how, when Kezes couldn't force them to share that insight, he had destroyed them. Micah cursed, Baron frowned thoughtfully down at his knees. Vere's eyes were glued to me as she hung on every word I said. The Usura demand control above all else. The Vritra clan breeds people like mana beasts, while Indrath just plays God from afar, poking and prodding our societies into the shape he desires. Then, like a rageful toddler, knocking all his toys down if he gets upset. In giving Dicathen the lance artifacts, Kezes assured that certain family lineages were kept safe and politically powerful while actively declining in magical strength, the true power of this world. He did this by giving them you. Powerful protectors that were bound by blood oath from betraying them. And yet still, to keep any one person or nation from growing too strong magically, he prevented you from getting powerful enough to be a threat to the Usura clans. Agrona had a finer line to walk. He needed soldiers who could fight Usura, whether that be the other clans still in Ephiatis or his own people if they thought to turn against him. But he had to be certain they couldn't ever grow strong enough to challenge him, and so he became the ultimate arbiter of who gets magic in Alacria. The truth is, the Usura don't want us to make progress because they see it as an existential threat to their own dominion. Something made a splash in the middle of the lake, the ripples slowly moving outward and disrupting the mirror-like surface. Vere adjusted herself on the mossy ground. You've spent more time with the Usura than any of us, Arthur. We trust your judgment on this issue, but it does beg the question, what do we do about it? I held my hand out to her. She took it and I pulled her to her feet. I didn't see it before, but the first dragon I ever met hinted at what was coming and what the answer would be. She left a message embedded in the mana of my core, but told me I would only hear it when I had reached beyond white core. It was a temptation she knew I couldn't resist, a way to push me to a level far beyond what most mages would ever achieve. And did you? Vere asked, her hand a frigid claw around mine. Is that how you gained your etheric powers? I shook my head. My core shattered, releasing the message before its time, and my chance of passing beyond white core is gone. But I activated Realmheart, seeing the reflection of the glowing lavender runes on the surface of Vere's eyes. Yours isn't, and I believe Kezes himself has given us the key to unshackle your true potential. Chapter 398. Vere remained utterly still as my hand rested over her sternum. With Realmheart active, I could see the purified mana-like translucent snowflakes compacted within her core, perfectly controlled and radiating with purpose. The particles were steadily being distilled and released back into her body through her channels to strengthen her physical form and keep the conjured arm in place. Along with the ability to see mana, Realmheart replicated the sixth sense a mana core provided for feeling mana in others, allowing me to feel the crushing weight and glacial steadiness of Vere's core radiating out from her. I closed my eyes, focusing on this second sense. Release a small burst of mana, I said quietly, then followed along as purified water mana, now sparkling motes of its deviant ice form within Vere's core, raced out through her mana veins and into the atmosphere. Now draw on the ambient mana and focus on purifying it inside your core. Specifically, think about clarifying your core itself. Vere took a steady breath in. I opened my eyes to watch the particles of atmospheric mana, almost all water and earth, be pulled into her body and then her core, just like how her lungs drew in the air. Within the snow-white core, the mana was quickly purified and made ready for her use. I asked her to repeat this process a couple of times, then moved on to Baron. He studied me carefully as I pressed my hand to his sternum. I was surprised by the smoky tinge to his otherwise bright white core. Does your core or your mana feel any different now than before Cadel attacked you with Sulfur? I asked, watching closely as he released mana, took a stiff breath, and then drew it back in. He repeated the exercise again before answering. I'm not sure how to answer that question. I had to work tirelessly to rebuild my strength after that battle, and I nearly gave up and accepted my fate. Physically, though. When you channel mana now, do you feel anything different in your core? He closed his eyes as he repeated the cycle 2 more times. I'm not confident that I've regained all my strength, he said eventually. But I also don't remember if the magic felt any different before. Nodding silently, I moved on to Micah. As my hand pressed against her sternum, her lips curved up into a cool smirk. I told you once before I'm too old for you. Regis was watching from the rocks where Gideon and Emily had laid out all of their equipment. He chuckled appreciatively. And much too pretty too. She cast a surprised look over her shoulder, then turned a raised brow in my direction. Is that tiny creature trying to flirt with me? Actually, he's an Asuran weapon of mass destruction and he flirts with everyone, I said matter-of-factly. Now focus, release your mana, hold it, then draw ambient mana back in. I couldn't sense whatever mechanism Kezes had used to put a ceiling on the lance's potential, but I hadn't expected it to be this easy. More so, I needed to establish some baseline in the feel of each lance's particular core and mana manipulation. All three were incredibly efficient at both releasing and reabsorbing mana. Whatever hampered them, it seemed specifically designed so it wouldn't interrupt the process of actually using magic. "All right, we're all set up over here," Emily said, interrupting these thoughts. I nodded, and Emily and Gideon began outfitting the three lances with various apparatus that would allow them to read mana output and reaction times much more accurately than I could on my own. While they were doing that, I withdrew 3 items from my dimension rune. I handed the first to Micah, who turned it over curiously in her hand, and then its twin to Vare. Baron received the horn I'd taken from the ruined remains of the wraith, Veilska, holding it carefully in front of him like it was a wasp nest. "These horns contain a huge amount of mana," I explained. "You'll be drawing from them like I did with the retainer Yudo's horns a long time ago. They are incredibly potent, but," I said quickly, as both Baron and Micah opened their mouths to speak, "I need to warn you there are additional effects as well. You'll capture some of the previous owner's memories. It can be uncomfortable." The lance's intrigue quickly soured into uncertainty. "But what benefit do you hope that we'll gain from such a source of mana?" Vare questioned, setting the horn in her lap and looking up at me. "If your hope is to simply overpower the barrier with a sudden influx of mana, I'm afraid it's been tried before. Elixirs have no effect on us." "Nothing as easy as that," I admitted, glancing at Emily, who gave me a thumbs up as she finished activating the last of the monitoring equipment. Behind her, Gideon was staring at the readout, his half-grown eyebrows furrowed in concentration. "I can't promise our time and effort will bear fruit, but none of us can afford to just accept our current limitations." Micah stared at the ground, her gaze distant and her expression stony. Next to her, there was a charge in Baron's eyes, an intensity that filled the air with a buzzing static that raised the hairs on my arms. But it was Vare who surprised me. She stood up in one swift, graceful motion, her furrowed gaze locked on the mossy stone at my feet. "Arthur, I know I speak for all the lances when I say we are grateful for your time and effort." A pause, just a heartbeat then. "But are you certain your efforts here are worth your time? You are the key to victory against Alacria and Ephiatus. If your time would be better spent training yourself." "No," I said firmly as her intense eyes bore into me. "Dicathen doesn't need a savior or a—" I struggled for the word, then blurted out, "another deity to replace the Usura. It needs soldiers and generals, people, heroes. Dicathen needs the lances." The ever-immovable Lance Vare faltered just for a moment, her gaze searching to determine whether to believe my words. "Of course, you're right." Giving me a stiff bow, she sank back onto the soft bed of moss, holding the horn in both hands across her lap. "What do you want us to do?" Kneeling next to the lake, I ran my fingers through the icy cold water. "The first step is to figure out what exactly is preventing you from purifying your cores further. I want each of you to meditate while drawing on the mana contained in these horns. Normally, taking in such a large amount of mana so quickly would force a core to rapidly clarify. As we monitor your cores during this sped-up process, we'll be able to watch for any signs of the binding affecting you." "You hope," Gideon grumbled, drawing an irritated look from Emily. "I do," I said simply, holding my hands out to my sides. "Now are you ready to begin?" "Of course," Vare said. "Let's do this," Micah added with a firm nod. Baron said nothing but closed his eyes and focused on the horn in his hands. "All set over here," Emily said eagerly. Regis hopped off the boulder and trotted up to Micah, who looked down at him in surprise, then up to me questioningly. The puppy gave a resigned sigh and said, "Don't get too excited about this, but—" and then vanished into her body. Micah gasped and nearly jumped to her feet, but I stopped her with an outstretched hand. "The mana in these horns could drive you mad. Regis and I are going to help keep you stable until you've gotten control of it, okay? Maybe a little warning next time," she snapped. "I feel violated." I focused on Realmheart, channeling as much of my sensory perception through the Godrune as possible. "Go ahead, Micah, begin." The effect was immediate. Umbral mana, tinged by the black shadow that clung to all things Vritra-related, began seeping from the horn and into Micah's body. She cringed at the sensation and very nearly tossed her horn away. Her wide and frightened eyes stared ahead unseeing. "It's just a vision," I assured her, keeping my voice low and soothing. Her fingers were white around the jet-black horn. "Stay in yourself, remember our purpose, focus through it. Don't pull too hard, just let the mana flow." I kept up a steady stream of consoling, guiding words as I began pushing out with ether, intermingling it within the mana. It was drawn into her body alongside the mana, pulled by Regis's presence. Not all of the Vritra-born mana wanted to be drawn to her core and instead seeped out of her mana veins and into her body, but through careful manipulation of the ether, I was able to round up these stray particles and herd them in the correct direction. Meanwhile, Micah's eyelids were pressed shut so hard the skin around them turned bright white, while her cheeks flushed plum purple and she began to sweat heavily. By the way she gnashed her teeth and fidgeted restlessly, I knew whatever visions she was seeing must be pretty bad. I've got it, Micah said a few minutes later, letting out the breath she'd been holding. That was totally, incredibly, extremely awful. I bent down and closed her hands tight around the horn. Keep drawing on it, but not too fast. Next, Regis and I moved on to Baron. He adapted more quickly to the flow of the decay-corrupted mana and surfaced from the visions after only a minute or two. Vere had it harder, her visions so severe that I had to hold the horn in her hands for her as she whimpered and twitched. Eventually, though, she too had made it through, with Regis drawing my ether toward himself while I guided the gray particles of mana and prevented them from permeating her body. The lances settled into a rhythm of slowly withdrawing and purifying mana from the horns, which almost looked as if they were burning as the dark mana boiled out to wreath the lances' bodies in a smoky nimbus. Finally, with no danger of the mana poisoning their bodies or minds, I was able to really watch the process. Once in their cores the mana was being processed, the impurities removed and culled by the core itself, leaving nothing but pure mana behind. But whatever process prevented the cores from clarifying further wasn't immediately apparent. "What are you seeing?" I asked Gideon as I watched the mana move in constant eddies within their cores. Gideon's grumpy facade had melted away as his mind bent to the task. I knew it would. He couldn't resist such a complex problem. There is a higher than normal amount of resistance as they draw in and begin processing the mana, except for Lance Baron, whose channels and core seem to be functioning at expected efficiency given the lance's strength. I suspect it is due to the nature of the mana in question, however, not some symptom of the limiters placed upon them by the lance artifacts. "It's too bad we don't have those artifacts still," Emily added thoughtfully, one finger tapping against her cheek as she stared down at their equipment. "It would make this easier if we could peel those apart and figure out how they worked. That would be ideal, but I imbued Ether into the Dimension Rune, withdrawing 2 of the empowering rods. We do have these." In one hand I held the dwarven artifact, which was crafted from a handle of pure gold and studded along the length with obsidian rings. A large ruby-red gem glowed faintly at one end. The second rod, the artifact designed only for use by humans, was topped with a blue gem and its handle was forged of silver. "But we can't use those," Emily said nervously. "Screw those evil things," Gideon snapped vehemently at the same time. Of the lances, only Baron seemed able to focus on both the horn and our conversation, but he stayed silent, his visage that of a nervous soldier trusting his leader's judgment. What Virion had said about Gideon's reaction to the artifacts came back to me. "What did you discover in your examination of these?" "Godly tools are not crafted for mortal hands," Gideon said, as if reciting something from memory. "Anyone with half a brain only has to look at those things for 2 seconds to see that they're a veritable baklava of different spells, all layered one over another. None of them decipherable even to a genius like myself. Maybe there is some good wrapped up in it all, but the Usura haven't exactly proven their intentions good, so it would be utter foolishness to assume that there isn't more." The truth was, I agreed entirely with Gideon's assessment. In my own overnight examination of the rods, I had discovered much more apparently than Gideon, including cataloging the first few layers of spells and how they would unfold when the rods were activated. It was a risk, but I knew for certain that Kezes had to have built in a key to undo the lance's imposed limit if the artifacts were to make them any stronger. "You're right, Gideon, which is why we're not going to use them," I said. "At least not the way Kezes in Drath intended." "You've discovered something then." Gideon's half-grown brows drew up into the middle of his wrinkled forehead, and he leaned over his boulder toward me. "Go on." I explained what I had deciphered in my admittedly short time spent studying the artifacts. Gideon nodded along, and before long Emily was grinning beside him. "That's a good thought," they said simultaneously, drawing a barking laugh from Regis. "You two spend too much time together," he cackled. "Don't you primarily live inside Arthur?" Emily shot back, still smirking. "Like a parasite or something?" "Point Watskin," Regis said, his little snout bobbing up and down appreciatively. "Let's not waste any more time," I said, returning the dwarven artifact back to my Dimension Rune and maneuvering around in front of Vere. "Micah, Baron, reduce your draw on the horn to as little as possible without severing your connection. I don't think you're at risk of draining the horns prematurely, but better safe than sorry." They wordlessly did as I asked, and there was a slight reduction in the amount of smoky mana pouring into them. Vere's icy gaze followed me intensely. The fingers of her natural hand twitched against the horn. She drew in a deep breath and steadied herself. To Realmheart, it looked as if the uneven flow of mana through her body smoothed into a steady flow, its movement in her core becoming a consistent rotating motion as the new mana was continually integrated into that which was already purified. With Etha acting as an extension of my senses, I reached into her core, felt the walls, where mana should have continued to scour away what minute imperfections it still had. But the mana moved just inside the core's walls, never touching or penetrating it beyond where the body's channels and veins ran into the organ. Vare was quickly reaching the limit of how much mana she could absorb. Soon it would become difficult for her to continue drawing in mana, and for all the mana she could still absorb, an equal amount of purified mana would leak out of her core. This would waste the mana while also being far too slow of a process to help us see what was happening. Despite how much mana she had already absorbed, I still couldn't sense any mechanism behind the phenomena I was witnessing. I ground my teeth, feeling frustrated for the first time. I had thought for sure that the influx of mana would be the key to discovering what Kezes had done to them. What should I do? Vare asked after another long moment, her voice strained between clenched teeth. The gears of my mind were spinning hastily. Emily and Gideon hadn't yet seen anything useful in all their readings. I had the rod, but I couldn't trust the artifact's internal programming to function if I was inhibiting certain effects. Before I could use them, I needed to understand exactly how the limiting spell worked. Even making an educated guess could be horribly dangerous to the lances. If I couldn't appropriately direct the spells once I'd released them, this would all be a total waste. Vare needed to move more mana. Think Arthur. Kezes had designed the lance artifacts to create a limiter, but more than that, this limiter was carefully hidden, undetectable even when the mage was manipulating large amounts of mana. Certainly, that meant he had concerns even back when the artifacts were created that the artificial barrier could be circumvented somehow. But what did he do? How could he hide a spell like that? And more importantly, how could I find it? One problem at a time, I told myself, trying to corral the rushing torrent of my mind. More immediately a problem, I needed Vare to be able to keep moving mana. If only she could use mana rotation. My mind ground to a halt. Mana rotation. Sylvia had insisted humans were too rigid in their thinking to learn the ability, but much of what the dragons had told me had turned out to be wrong, or at the very least incomplete. Now it seemed entirely possible that the dragons themselves were too rigid and simplistic in the way they saw humans, elves, and dwarves to see our potential. Steeling myself, I said, I know this is going to sound impossible, but Vare, I need you to expend a pretty significant amount of mana without breaking your connection with the horn. Her brows furrowed into a frustrated scowl. You're right, that's impossible. It's not, I assured her. I learned how when I was only 4. She scoffed, and the flow of mana wobbled. Her expression hardened, and I could practically feel her will clamping down like a vice as she regained control. Way to kick me while I'm down. Rubbing the back of my neck, I gave her an apologetic smile. I was going to say that the dragon who taught me said only someone with a pliable body and core could learn it, like a kid, but I think she must have been wrong. Reading my thoughts, Regis became incorporeal and jumped into Vare's body. I'm going to help guide the mana with Etha like before to stabilize the connection. I need you to keep part of your focus on the horn, but the other part I need you to cast a spell, something you can do without thinking. To help the connection, I leaned toward her and took her hands in mine, keeping them clenched tightly around Caitl's horn. Try flying, Baron said, most of his attention on us as he continued to draw only a trickle of mana from the horn in his lap. That's perfect, I said, giving him a grateful nod before turning all my attention back to Vare and the stream of mana and ether that connected us and the horn. Vare bit her lip, a flash of uncertainty crossing her face, then again wrenched control back. Nothing happened for a minute, then 2, then 5. I'm sorry, Vare finally admitted, a hint of shame in her voice. I don't understand. Refusing to let myself become frustrated, I kept going back over Sylvia's lessons in my head. But I can't teach Vare the way Sylvia taught me, I realized with a sudden rush of adrenaline. I had to do it my own way, how only I could. It's okay, I shook my head. Follow along carefully. I can show you. Like shaping clay with a trowel, I began to reform the mana in Vare's core with my ether. This couldn't be done with mana, as a mage couldn't influence the mana inside another mage's body. At first I was just pulling it out, creating little more effect than if we'd let it be forced out naturally, but that was only the start. Baron's suggestion, I thought, was perfect. Flying was second nature to the lances as white core mages, something they did without thought, manipulating the ambient mana around them to lift them off the ground. For even a silver core mage, such a feat would have drained their mana reserves in minutes, but a white core mage could fly for hours. It was something Vare and I both understood intimately, and one of the few spells that worked exactly the same for all lances. Another minute passed as I practiced the mana through ether manipulation, while simultaneously keeping a steady stream of ether flowing to herd the horn's mana to its final destination in her core, where Regis hovered to draw the ether more accurately. And then, with a suddenness that caught me off guard, Vare drifted up off the bed of moss. This feels so strange, she muttered, wobbling slightly. Hone in on that feeling, I said as I stood up to stay on a level with her, my hand still wrapped around hers. Just hold it in your mind for a minute. Get comfortable with the sensation of both manipulating the mana and drawing it in at the same time. Vare nodded as she frowned. Her expression soon turned into unyielding determination, as though her pride wouldn't accept anything but success. Then, coming out victorious, her expression softened. Her breathing evened and her body stilled as though she was meditating. We stayed like that for another minute, then slowly, very slowly, I began withdrawing my own influence, leaving her to keep the mana flowing on her own. With each step, her flight would become unstable as she rocked about in the air, then she'd clamp down and exert control over it, and I'd ease off a little more. Just as I was about to release the last piece of my influence, Vare reached out and clutched my hand. I couldn't suppress a surprised smile despite the biting cold of the ice. Holding on tight, I stopped channeling ether through her core and the spell. Still cross-legged, Vare hovered a few feet off the ground as gray mana poured over and into her from Caitl's horn. It was a wonder, really, but the breakthrough was so far from what we were trying to accomplish, it was hard to see it as such. For our purpose, it was hardly a stepping stone. Emily, tell me you see something here. I'm sorry the readings don't show anything, Gideon's voice interrupted hers. Open your eyes, girl, look here. Are you sure? I really don't, right here, guys, I snapped, my nerves taut as a pulled bowstring. Oh, I think I see it, Emily said, her voice an excited squeak. I was following the absorption and release of Vare's mana through Realmheart but couldn't see or sense anything new. So what is it then? She was leaning down toward the series of indecipherable readouts arrayed before her, squinting through her glasses as Gideon pointed at something. Sort of like crevices or wounds in the core itself, places where the core is inactive. Regis, do you sense anything like that? Everything is all shiny and white in here, no wounds to be seen. Etheric particles swarmed in and around Vare's core. With them, I poked and prodded everywhere I could reach, but I couldn't sense these crevices Emily was describing. I need you to output more mana, I told Vare. A sudden thought lit up like a lighting artifact in my mind. Your arm, Vare, you're already maintaining a constant stream of mana just to sustain your arm. Focus on that, push more mana to it, out of it. It doesn't matter what the mana is doing, just so long as you are channeling it and maintaining space to keep drawing in more. Frost began creeping along the frozen exterior of Vare's conjured arm. Just a hint at first, then more as crystals of ice formed over the smooth surface, freezing my skin and sending a web of light blue ice crawling up my arm. The air around us grew bitter cold, finally resulting in a gently falling snow all around us. Perfect, keep that up. As more and more mana began to leave her core, it reached a kind of equilibrium, Emily gasped. There, just as she said it, I found them. Amidst the perfectly balanced input and output of mana through the core, there were 6 points where a faint disturbance in the otherwise smooth flow could be sensed. Simply absorbing mana hadn't highlighted the spots due to the way the incoming mana swirled and eddied as it pushed and compacted against the already existing mana. In any other circumstance, the wounds, no scars I thought were entirely undetectable. Kezes must have thought his spell was perfectly hidden. A spark of retaliatory pleasure brought a smirk to my lips. Well done, Emily. That has to be it. But what are these points, and how are they preventing the mana from continuing to clarify the lance's cores? Each breakthrough was only the smallest stepping stone on the path to understanding. I need to let go. As much as you can, don't let this mana spread in your body, but I think we're almost there. Vare gave me a single jerky nod in acknowledgement, and I released both her hand and my constant output of ether. Brushing the frost off my skin, I picked up the silver-handled rod. Emily, leave the readouts to Gideon. I think I'll need your help for this. Reluctantly, she left her equipment behind and circled around the lances to stand beside me. I set the incandescent sapphire crystal against Vare's sternum. Okay, imbue mana into the rod. I felt her eyes burning into the side of my face, but kept my gaze on the crystal and staff, watching every infinitesimal movement of the mana and ether. After a few seconds, she gripped the staff between 2 of the silver rings just below my own hand and pushed out with mana. The crystal blazed with blue light, refracting off the snowflakes in the air and bathing the lakeside in sparkling sapphire light. Immediately, mana and ether jumped to life, the particles condensing into spells and rushing along the length of the staff. Reaching out, I pulled at the ether surrounding and imbuing the staff. The coalescing spells jerked to a halt, jagged and misshapen, and the staff began to tremble in my hand. A cold sweat broke out across my brow, and I redoubled my effort to hold the magic in place. The rod itself was designed to release several spells in sequence, but I couldn't allow that. Whatever Kezes intended for these implements, they would only harm us in the long run. Instead, I needed to release only the spell that would undo the damage to Vare's core. With the screech of metal shearing, a crack ran the length of the rod. The force of holding back so much mana was ripping the artifact apart from the inside. Regis, my companion, flew free of Vare's body, his form appearing only for an instant as a burning wisp, then he vanished into the rod. His pain racked my body as the surging force around the artifact began tearing at his incorporeal form. Arg, it's like trying to piss in a hurricane. The gem's light began to flash intermittently from the buildup of energy. The heat turned the snowflakes to rain. My heart thrummed like the wings of a butterfly, and sweat was pouring into my unblinking eyes. There was too much energy, more than there should have been. It was like the rod was reacting to being tampered with. A safeguard, I realized with a sick twist in my guts. A trap in case anyone messed around with the artifacts. Damn it. My entire body began to shake. "You all need to run," I said, the words vibrating oddly as they left my mouth. Vere was oblivious to my warning, but Micah and Baron were halfway to their feet in an instant. Baron reached for Vere as Micah turned, apparently intending to grab Emily and Gideon. "Don't move, you idiots," Gideon snapped. He'd coiled some kind of wire around his shoulder and was slowly, carefully approaching me, Vere, and the artifact. With a kind of clip, he attached one end of the wire to the artifact. The other trailed like a long copper worm back to the equipment laid out behind the lances. The pressure instantly lessened, and I sensed mana being drawn quickly back along the wires and into a series of mana crystals. "You've got about 20 seconds before those crystals overload and we all die horribly," Gideon said nonchalantly. With the pressure lessened and Regis there to help draw and focus my ether, I wrapped the rod's magic in my own power and clamped down as hard as my will allowed. The mana stabilized, but it wasn't going to last for long. "What exactly are we doing here?" Regis asked with the mental equivalent of letting out a deep, momentarily relieved breath. The third spell contained in the rod was a Vivim-based healing spell. I'm sure that's the spell to heal their cores, but everything is all jumbled up. Worse than being jumbled up, many of the spells looked broken. The ramping pressure and subsequent drain on the artifact's mana had left many of the spells incomplete. "Here," Regis thought urgently, drawing my attention to a specific swarm of mana and ether within the relic. Crushed and distorted, a thread of Vivim-type ether wound around an amorphous wave of silvery mana like that used by my mother in her healing spells. Using my own purified ether, I began to weave together a barrier around the spell, effectively cutting it off from the rest of the mana, like a seamstress cutting away the stitching to remove a single piece of fabric from a garment. "Running out of time," Gideon said as he examined the bank of mana crystals. Next to me, Emily whimpered. Her knuckles were white around the silver shaft. Suddenly her knees buckled and she began to fall. I wrapped one arm around her, pulling her against my side. With the spell separated from the rest, I released it, then watched as it flowed out through the crystal and into Vere's core. The mana and ether buzzed around the core, but nothing happened. "Gideon," I shouted. He bent over the readouts. "No change," my breath caught. All that leaked mana, all the compression and delay shearing apart the spells. "We must have broken something. The spell wasn't complete, wasn't functional." "Damn it," I ground out through clenched teeth. A fuzzy static was building up around the edge of my peripheral vision from the strain. Taking the smallest piece of my consciousness, I broke away a sliver of ether and empowered the Aroa's Requiem Godrune. Golden light burned against the conjured rain pattering softly around us. My vision became little more than a clear tunnel at the center of a static void. I tried to blink it away to no avail. Etheric particles danced down my arm and across the surface of the rod. The cracks closed as the particles broke away and condensed there, undoing the damage to the artifact itself. The largest share of my focus remained on the broken spell, and I willed the golden motes past the artifact and into Vere's core. "Fix the spell," I urged. I understood the intent behind the spell, if not the specifics. That had to be enough, but Aroa's Requiem only bumbled about within the core. The particles didn't gravitate toward the broken spell. In an act of pure desperation, I turned them toward the core itself, hoping to scrub away the scars and reverse the damage Kezes had done. Still, nothing happened. My insight into the Godrune wasn't complete. I couldn't heal a person, and apparently I couldn't remake a broken spell either. I found myself considering those moments back in the Relictums when I rushed to acquire insight via the keystone. So much of what had happened since could have been fixed, if only I'd had a more complete insight into Aroa's Requiem. But whatever force handed down these Godrunes seemed to be playing cruel jokes on me. "Art, the spell's in the rod," Regis said, drawing my attention back to where the spell had first been formed within the artifact. With the sharp sound of the silver shearing over and over again, the artifact kept healing and breaking, then healing again. Within it, the spells were doing the same. Each time the etheric particles from Aroa's Requiem fixed the artifact, the spells within reappeared whole and undamaged. That's it. Reading my thoughts, Regis rushed out of the artifact and took physical form, his jaws closing around the crystal at the end. Just as the rod healed, I cut away the healing spell with ether, and Regis pulled at the vivim enveloping the silvery mana. It tugged loose before Gideon's device could displace any of the mana, and Regis swallowed it. The spell drifted into him, searching for a core. He pounced at Vere, becoming incorporeal just as his paws touched her, and then shot into her core. The spell pulled into her through him was released. It immediately broke into 6 equal parts, but they were directionless. Releasing Aroa's Requiem so I could send a tendril of ether into Vere's core, I maneuvered each drifting star of silver mana to one of the scars. White radiance spilled across the surface of Vere's core, then raced along her channels and veins until it came out her pores, bathing her in a soft white light. "Now, Emily, now," I said in a broken croak. Emily's mana receded, and she yanked her hand away from the artifact, her body slumping against me from pure exhaustion. The magic surging within the rod went still, the particles tumbling free of their constricted shapes, the spells fizzling out without effect. Vere's eyes rolled back in her head and she tumbled out of the air, falling prone on the ground beside Baron. He jerked as if to catch her, remembered the horn in his hand, and froze. As quickly and softly as I could, I eased the tremulant Emily onto the ground before hurrying to Vere. Her breathing was shallow and her connection to the horn had been severed, but she was alive. I pulled her upright. "Vere, Vere. Come on, Lance." Suddenly her arms wrapped around me and she was pulling me into a tight hug, her breath coming in shallow gasps. I froze, caught off guard. "It worked," she gasped. "I can feel it, Arthur." I searched her core and a broad grin spread across my face as I realized she was right. The mana filled her entire core, pressing out against the hardened shell. As I watched, she reached for the atmospheric mana around us and drew it in. Where it scoured against the white walls of the organ, no longer held at bay by whatever scars the lance artifacts had left on her. We'd done it. Indrath's spell was undone. Chapter 399. The air of the cerulean savanna, home of the Thyestes clan, was warm and dry, but a slight breeze always blew over the grasslands, making the tall blue-green blades dance like ocean waves. We called this the warrior's wind, a magical phenomenon conjured millennia past to ensure that the pantheons training out in the hot savanna would always have a breeze to cool them. I could see the savanna for many miles in each direction from my perch, over the top of the blue-tiled roofs of Battle's End. Our sprawling village grew in shades of red and blue from the very center of the cerulean savanna, and was the place all pantheons thought of as home, even those from other clans who had never lived here. It was the heartland of all our race. The way your eyes drink in the sight of the savanna, one might be forgiven for thinking you expect never to see it again, old friend. "Sharing such tidings brings me no solace, Lord Thyestes," I said, dragging my gaze away from the horizon to focus on the many-eyed pantheon lord, "but I fear it may be so." Ademir's four front-facing eyes all focused on me, while the eyes at each side of his head moved rapidly, tracking even the smallest motion around us. "Are you ready to tell me why you've left Indrath Castle then?" I steadied my breath and adjusted my posture, which was slipping. A sign of my inner turmoil, I thought. Ademir and I were both high above the ground, carefully balanced atop towering poles no larger around than my pinky. A spiral of such poles filled the central courtyard of Battle's End. The shortest and thickest were to the outside of the spiral, and they grew thinner and taller until reaching the central rod, which was delicate as a needle. We were several poles from the center, across from one another. Ademir had taken a slightly higher, thinner pole than I, and while I could have gone higher, it would have been an act of disrespect to speak down to my lord. As was tradition, the higher-ranking pantheon also chose the training pose. Ademir had opted for the relatively simple blade dancer's pose. Matching him, I balanced on one toe with my left leg stuck out at a downward angle behind me, my toes pointing to the ground. My hands were held stiffly across my body, one palm down at the level of my core, the second palm up before my stomach. "My service to Kezes has ended," I said at length. This proclamation was followed by another long pause as I considered my words. "I am not a sword to be swung without consideration." Ademir broke form just long enough to flick a venomous hunter fly from the air, then slid effortlessly back into the blade dancer's pose. Few Usra now alive can remember the time before Kezes Indrath forged the Great Eight and brought the clans together. Ephiatis was a place of endless war and death, a wild and untamed world full of walking catastrophes like the living mountain Geoluz. It is said that the cerulean savanna itself was flattened by pantheons wielding the World Eater technique in battle against the dragons and hamadryads. And Kezes has long taken credit for ending that age, forbidding the use of the World Eater technique because of its history. Its use nearly destroyed our clan, our race, and all of Ephiatis. It breaks not only the world but the caster as well, and so the pantheons of that age realized it would be better to live in subservience than die among the shattered remains of our world. A sudden truth revealed itself to me, and the knowledge left a bitter cold sickness in my guts. Lord Indrath refused to allow our clan to forget the technique. He demanded that at least one Thyestes pantheon always carry knowledge of the World Eater technique so that he could use it if necessary. Ademir did not respond. He didn't need to. I thought back to my training, the crushing weight of my pride as I worked for decades to assimilate my teacher's knowledge of the technique. The eager young pantheon that I had been thought himself a righteous guardian, a protector of sacred forbidden knowledge and of his clan, his people, of all Ephiatis. And yet my pride had made me easy to manipulate, just like young Tassai, because Kezes needed us to be willing to use the World Eater technique if he so commanded. I am afraid I must leave Ephiatis, I said, the words sounding as tired as I suddenly felt. I know, Ademir replied. His head turned slightly, and one bright purple eye stopped its rapid movement as it focused on something. I followed the line of his gaze. Ren was hurrying toward the base of the balance posts, waving a hand to get my attention. Ademir released the blade dancer and settled into a rest pose. I won't insult you by acting as though I have wisdom to share with you, Aldir. You are a paragon of our kind. Thank you, Lord Thyestes. Then, seeing how agitated Ren was, I added, excuse me, before leaning off my perch and falling. I caught my momentum at the last moment and touched down softly on the hard-packed ground. Ren, what is it? Ren was stone-jawed and spoke stiffly as he said, my golems have seen a force of dragons on the move through the savannah, led by your old buddy Winsome. Something about their pale, scowling faces and the way their knees shake with each step tells me their mission isn't a peaceful one, but that they also don't seem too terribly excited about what they've got to do. Do you think just maybe that has something to do with you? Dragons marching on battle's end, Ademir growled as he landed beside us, the threat in his words unmistakable. Now of all times. If he thinks I'll let this outrage stand, peace, old friend, I said, touching my closed eyes and then resting my hand over his heart. I ask for your vow, Ademir. Do not involve the clan whatever comes of this incursion. They are not here for the Thyestes. They may come for one, but they'll find us all Aldir, he said firmly, starting to turn away from me. No member of the Thyestes clan will, then you must banish me. Ademir was so caught off guard by the interruption that it took him several seconds to comprehend my actual words. He scoffed but didn't move or speak. Lord Thyestes, I have given every moment of my very long life, sacrificed everything outside of my duties to protect my clan and people. Moving my hand up to the back of his neck, I gently pulled him forward until our foreheads touched. Now I am prepared to go willingly into exile to do the same, but you must let me. His hand rested on my forearm for a moment, then he pulled away. Craggy lines of pain marred his usually calm features. Several seconds passed, and I sensed him gathering his strength. Go then, you are banished, Aldir, from this place in this clan. As he said the words, a scorching fire ripped through the flesh of my neck, the brand of the banished. A physical symbol of my lack of a place within battle's end or the cerulean savannah. The pain was like nothing I had ever felt before, and yet I did not allow myself to express it beyond the grinding of my teeth. No pantheon in Ephiatis will aid you. His voice grew rough and emotional as he said the last. But know that you still may find aid and succor should you need it. If you do seek respite in the Lesser's world, go to the place known as the Beast Glades on their continent of Dicathen. The ancient dungeons there still contain many secrets, and perhaps even assistance for any wayward sons and daughters of battle's end. The road of my life had been both long and strenuous, but before I had always known it finished here at battle's end. Now that future was gone. Despite having asked for it, it left me feeling momentarily disoriented and adrift, cut off from my own future and fate. At the very least, it frees me of the burden of ever teaching the World Eater technique to another, I realized as an afterthought. Then Ren shifted, his clever eyes reading me as plainly as if I were one of the story tapestries in Indrath Castle, and I settled into my new direction. For a being as old as I was, new was a difficult concept to wrap my head around. But I wasn't rudderless. I knew where I was going next, even if I didn't understand what might come of that journey. And so, with a final bow to Ademir, who could not meet my eyes as I was no longer of the Thyestes, I turned on my heel and marched from the square and into the wide, packed-earth streets of Battle's End. Eyes followed me while pretending not to as I passed the homes, training yards, and merchant stalls, all of which were now shut to me. No one wished me farewell or good luck, or bade me good health and strength on my travels, as was tradition. It hurt more than I had imagined it could. My lack of respect for Kezes and his decisions fomented into hate in that moment. When I used the World Eater technique, I sacrificed my honor and pride. That had been bad enough. But now he had taken my home and heritage as well, and for that, I would never forgive the Lord of Dragons. It was with this bitter, fury-fueled fire blazing within me I stepped beyond the boundaries of Battle's End, but it was fear that kept me from looking back, fear that the loss would sweep my legs from beneath me if I did. The savanna grasses grew shoulder-high to either side of the well-trodden path, their aquamarines, cyans, turquoises, and teals endlessly whipping back and forth in the warrior's wind. The grasslands no longer felt like a softly rolling ocean, but 10 million spears marching at my side toward my oldest and dearest friend among the dragons. It was something to think that the savanna still stood with me. It was not long before I found them. I took some small, vindictive pleasure from seeing a dozen dragon soldiers stop suddenly, like their legs would not carry them any closer to me. Winsome, who was leading them, lifted his chin and dragged his most imperious mask across his face, waiting for me to approach. Alder of the Thyestes clan I have been sent to, of the Thyestes no longer, I said formally, cutting across his haughty speech. I have been banished, Winsome's eyes narrowed. A convenient shield for your clansmen, but it also simplifies things for Lord Indrath. You are here to arrest me and take me back to receive Kezess's judgment, I said, taking a step closer, the magic connecting me to my weapon, silver light tingling across my fingertips. The soldiers' hands tightened around their weapons. Winsome's expression remained impassive. Only if you make us. Lord Indrath demands your presence immediately, and we are here to compel your acquiescence. His brows arched and he straightened yet further, his mana swelling in a poor imitation of true king's force. With violence if necessary, although Lord Indrath and I both believe you will come peaceably. I scanned the faces of the soldiers. I knew them all. Brawny Tassos I had saved from a Phoenix Flame Rider during the skirmishes after Prince Mordain disappeared. The twins Alkes and Irene had been trained by Cordry since they were just children. I was surprised to see Castor, who was one of Lady Meyer's private guards. But then, I was quite unsurprised to see the glowering Spiros, who I demoted for his callous and bitter attitude toward the other clans, and who had hated me ever since. It was just the same with all the others. I knew them. I'd trained them, fought with them, commanded them. That was why he'd chosen these dragons, not because of their strength, although they were each powerful in their own right, but because they had served and fought alongside me. And now those years of service counted for naught. Like Winsome, they were entirely loyal to Kezess, and they wore their loyalty like a blindfold, ensuring they saw nothing but what he wished them to see. Right now he sowed fear among them. I could see it in their eyes. These dragons were ready to fight me, but afraid to do so, as they should be. The wrath reared up like a Hades serpent within me again. I thought I was done with death. After Elenwar, I had neither the heart nor stomach to end more lives, or so I'd told myself. Now, looking at these once friends and allies, each of them ready to lay down their lives to protect Kezess's lies, I made a decision. If they did not value their lives, then neither would I. I won't return, not by choice, not by force. Winsome could not entirely suppress his surprise. His eyes widened and his right foot slid back half a step. The aura emanating from him wavered. You have changed, old friend. I see nothing of the once great General Alder left in you. Turning to Spiros, he nodded. Alive if possible, but Lord Indrath would rather have his corpse than nothing. But Lord Winsome, you assured us that. Irene's question was cut short as Spiros thrust his short spear forward and shouted, "Take him down." Then the soldiers were moving, breaking into formations of 4, with Spiros, Tassos, and 2 others closing first. Silverlight shimmered into my hand in the shape of a curved kopis, and I stepped into Spiros's charge. The curved blade caught his spear, which I pulled up to block a downward cut from Tassos' overlarge two-handed sword. A long spear thrust at my back snagged the fabric of my tunic as I pivoted, and a burning whip cracked before wrapping around my forearm. Twisting, I hurled Spiros and Tassos backwards while ripping the whip-wielding dragon off his feet. The long spear thrust again, but Silverlight snapped out and caught the haft just below the forged tip, shearing it in 2. Time began to slow. One of the soldiers teamed with Alkes, and Irene was glowing with golden runes that ran along her tan flesh. Another was standing between her and me, 2 short, leaf-shaped blades raised defensively. Alkes and Irene were to either side of the pair, their weapons up, but their focus was on each other as they shared some silent communication. Opposite them, having circled around me, the last 4 dragons were transforming. Their physical forms swelled outwards, bumping into one another, scales racing over their bodies as the humanoid features melted away to become reptilian and monstrous. I saw only a splash of colors, white and gold, blue-black, emerald green, and the burning orange of distant fire before turning back to the more immediate threat. The severed spear tip was still somersaulting through the air. I took hold of it, spun, and let it fly at the rune-covered dragon's left eye. The defending twin blades came up and knocked the projectile aside, but not before the rune-covered dragon's eyes flinched shut. My mana signature melted away as I channeled Mirage Walk. Before her Evam spell could fully take form, I pushed mana into every cell of my body and stepped out from between my attackers, past the dragon bearing 2 blades, and just beside the rune-covered soldier. Her eyes snapped open just as Silverlight pierced her core. The slowly building weight of the time-stop spell snapped like a frayed rope. Spinning, I hurled the dying dragon into her protector, sending them both crashing to the ground. Silverlight jumped out of my hand and slashed through the burning whip, the end of which fell to the dirt and writhed like a dying viper. At the same time, a shadow fell over the battlefield. The now fully transformed dragons wheeled in the sky above. The largest, her scales glowing white and gold, opened her jaws and breathed out a cone of blue fire tinged purple with ether. Silverlight shot back to my hand, and I slashed the air while calling upon the force-type mana arts of my kind. The flames were slashed into 2 separate halves, and the soldiers all around me were forced to dodge as the attack burned away the ground to either side of me. The white gold dragon twisted rapidly in the air, folding in her wings and diving to avoid my strike. Pirouetting, I carved a wide arc around me, projecting out a scything force. The savannah rang with a sound like forge hammers falling on hot steel as the force crashed against the soldiers' ether-infused weapons. All except for the man with the twin leaf-shaped blades. Half-risen, his furious gaze still on his dying companion, he brought his blades up far too late, and my attack struck him full across the chest, rending his armor and opening his flesh. I sensed his mana flicker and die before his body had even hit the ground. A moment later, the rune-covered woman faded as well. This was yet another cruelty I would lay at Kezis's feet. These deaths were as much his work as mine. "General Aldir, please stop this madness," Irene shouted from beside the road. She had thrown herself into the savanna grass to avoid the dragon's fire and was bleeding from cuts all down her arms and legs as the warrior's wind whipped the grass about. "We only meant to hurk," a blade of cyan grass thrust up underneath her chin, piercing her skull. Her misty pink eyes blinked rapidly as she stared at me with dawning terror, then the grass all around her was cutting and slashing, ripping her to pieces. The savannah was burning, I realized. The dragon fire had set it ablaze. It was under attack, and so it was fighting back, defending itself in the pantheons. "Irene," her brother shouted, his voice cracking. He sprinted for her, no threat to me, and I turned my focus away. Two of the transformed dragons dove from opposite directions, one unleashing a ball of blue fire from its mouth, the other a beam of white lightning. Hidden within the maelstrom of spellwork, I felt Spiros's short spear whistling through the air, and from another direction the whip cracked and cut toward my legs. With Mirage Walk already active, I was able to instantly step from place to place, easily avoiding the attacks. Or rather, I should have been able to do so, but when I tried, I felt myself slam into some invisible barrier. My shoulder ripped free of its socket from the force of the impact, and I went stumbling back. The spear hit me just below the breastbone. With a purple shimmer, the ether infused within it punctured my mana. The pain of it traveling through my body and lodging against the ribs near my spine was nothing compared to the brand still burning on my neck. Dropping to one knee, I took the butt of the spear in one hand while lifting Silverlight over my head with the other. A transparent sphere of cool light wrapped around me just as the dragon's breath weapons converged. Fire and lightning crushed in on the barrier, and Silverlight trembled in my fist as she drank desperately from my mana. Violent ripples ran through the shield. It shattered. I burst upward, running along the beam of lightning. With a screech, the blue-black dragon, breathing it out, closed its jaws and banked sharply away. An instant later, Silverlight cut the air, projecting a wide arc of cutting force. Blood burst from the dragon's underbelly, and it listed to the side before careening into the savannah, where the grass came alive, turning the blues and greens to dark crimson. Curved claws like scimitars closed around me, pinning my arms to my side. The massive bulk of an emerald-green dragon blotted out the sky above me, and both dragon and I began to tremble. "Go, Caster," the white and gold dragon shouted, and I understood. The trembling became a vibration, and the black scales took on an amethyst sheen. Caster was teleporting us back to the base of Mount Jealous. I released Silverlight and groped for the end of one of the large claws. When I found one, I twisted my wrist, resulting in a splintering sound as the claw shattered in my grip. Caster flinched, and his remaining claws closed hard around me. Dull pain overrode all sensation in my left arm, which separated from my body and fell from between the dragon's talons, taking Silverlight with it. As the sword tumbled free, she whirled around and flew up just above me, then slashed at Caster's emerald-scaled ankle. Still partially contained within the severed claw's grip, I began falling. Spiros hurtled to meet me. He had partially transformed so that lustrous black scales covered his flesh and wide wings sprouted from his back. His eyes burned scorching violet, and fire was flickering between elongated fangs. I kicked free of Caster's severed claw, rotated, and swam around Spiros's wild thrust. Silverlight was back in my hand, and she drew a raw, red, gory line from Spiros's shoulder to hip. In the same motion, I carried through with a short, sharp cut, the force of which sheared through everything between me and the ground, including the whip-wielding Urian of Clan Samath, who burst apart in a shower of blood. With a fierce tug, I pulled my arm back into its socket just before striking the ground. I hit hard, using the force to kick up a cloud of dust to obscure me, even for a moment, while I tracked the remaining dragon's mana signatures. On the ground, Tassos and the longspear-wielding dragon, Orin, both of the Indrath clan, stood shoulder to my left. To my right in the distance, Winsome had fallen well back from the combat. Alkes, Irene's twin, had vanished. Taken by the savannah, I was sure. In the sky, I could hear Caster cursing his pain while the other two transformed dragons continued to circle the battleground. "Let this end," I boomed, not speaking to any of the dragons in particular. "There is no need for the rest of you to die as well." "Traitor!" Tassos shouted, the word rolling like thunder across the savannah. Through the cold fury of my rage, I felt my heart thump painfully. This coming from a warrior whose life I had once saved, who had sworn to return the favor someday as he grinned through the pain of his flesh regrowing over burned limbs. Could none of them see what I could see? But no, of course they couldn't. Even I hadn't seen it, not until Kezes had forced me to use the World Eater technique. Until then, Kezes's control over my worldview had been absolute, a veil so subtle and ethereal that it could not be seen or touched. It would have been better if I could show them. Perhaps another could break Kezes's spell someday, but because I could not, it would be too late for these dragons. Sensing around me, I felt the walls this time before I utilized Mirage Walk. Distortions in space itself, invisible to every sense except my thoroughly honed Pantheon's instinct. One of the dragons was utilizing Etha to block the near-instant bursts of speed allowed by Mirage Walk, the Thyestes clan's secret technique. But of course, when all clans answered to Kezes, there were no secrets from the dragons. Silverlight shifted forms, becoming an ornate silver longspear, and I thrust at the invisible barrier. Though the dragon's ability to influence Etha had made them the strongest of all the races, they did not control it. Creating something solid, such as an invisible barrier, was a subtle use of their influence that even the strongest of Etha wielders would struggle to maintain against the application of pure force. The barrier shattered. High above, the white-gold dragon howled in surprise and pain. Tassos was already moving, his two-hander radiating a black-purple glow that seemed to draw the light from the very air. To my right, Castor turned into a dive, shooting toward us like a dark star. Tassos was strong, one of the most physically powerful dragons I had ever commanded. His ability to encourage Etha into his weapon made him a truly deadly combatant. But I had trained and fought beside him, commanded him, and I knew his abilities better perhaps than he himself. All of his strength was behind the swing, aimed directly at my neck with force enough to shatter any defense. I delayed my forward lunge, channeled Mirage Walk, and took a single step. Like a sovereign cobra striking, Tassos repositioned his blade, pulling it in tight and drawing it across his body in an impressively quick maneuver. If I had stepped toward him, his blade would have been perfectly positioned to deliver a killing blow. But I hadn't. My step had been just to the right, barely a half step, but enough to take me out of the range of his original sweeping cut. That short step occurred with such speed and momentum, however, that when I released Silverlight, it flew as if it had been fired from a godbow. Castor's mouth opened to unleash a blast of lightning, and Silverlight sped into his throat. The dragon went stiff as an old fossil, and collapsed to the ground, dark green wings splintering and neck twisting unnaturally as the diffuse savannah light glittered off the wreckage of emerald scales. Tassos hissed in anger and frustration, his blade blazing. Beside him, Orin and Drath raised clenched fists, and mana began to swell between them. Sickly sweet smoke was wafting across the path from the smoldering savannah. A dragon roared in the sky. The earth shook. A ring of ground around me collapsed, falling into an infinite void below. Screaming wind came boiling up from the void like one of the ancient elemental beasts that once roamed Ephiatis, turning the narrow pillar of earth on which I stood into a prison cell. Within the raging hurricane ripping upward from the rent in the world, the roughly shaped, nearly invisible plains of Spatium Etha could just be seen, like glass in water. Through the wind and Etha, I could see the sweat shining on Orin's brow and how his fist shook with effort. The void prison spell was no mean feat. Opening a hole to the void was dangerous at the best of times, but channeling its power was dangerous for all but the most talented mana manipulators. Orin Indrath had always chafed at his position of guard and soldier. He sought above all greater magical strength, to stand out among his clan, the greatest of all the clans. A dragon had to reach high to stand out atop Mount Jealous. This one, it seemed, reached too far. Holding out my hand, I summoned Silverlight from the depths of Castor's corpse. Twirling the spear, I drove it down into the circle of packed dirt beneath my feet, projecting a wave of force deep into the ground. The pillar, carved by Orin's spell, splintered and broke to pieces before tumbling down into the void. I flew upwards, hovering, fighting the growing pull as the void thrummed hungrily, devouring all that touched it. The wind went up and up and up, and it grew more and more difficult to keep flying. But the situation was escalating outside the spell's circumference far more quickly. The roar of the wind was too loud for me to hear anything being said. But the way the two transformed dragons wheeled about in panic, and how Orin's entire body shook suggested very clearly that he was struggling and failing to control the spell. Painfully slowly, I began being dragged back down toward the void. My attack had disrupted the shape of the spell, making it unstable. Eventually, Orin's hold over it would collapse, but that wouldn't help me if I'd already been unmade in the oblivion below. And so I reared back with Silverlight. She became a slim, beautifully crafted rapier and left a silvery arc in the air where she cut. Below me, the void roiled, the black-purple nothingness bucking and shifting as it devoured the force of my attack. I slashed and thrust and cut, each blow reaching far beyond Silverlight's gleaming point, pouring more and more force and mana into the void. The walls of wind were growing steadily more unstable. Orin's form became indistinct, his edges blurred. The spell broke. The magic ripped Orin's physical form apart down to a cellular level, nothing left but a cloud of his purified mana, and even that quickly faded into the atmosphere. I was left hovering over a deep, circular pit that ended in a rough patch of broken rock some 100 feet below. Tassos stared, mouth agape, at the place where his cousin had ceased to be. Silverlight thrust forward, and his neck opened with a spray of arterial blood. Both hands flew to his throat, but they couldn't stop the red running through his fingers. His sword fell to the ground, the etheric glow infusing it, blinking and going out. He followed it a moment later. The flying dragons pulled back, one beautiful gold and white, the other the orange and red and yellow of a sunrise, both radiating a powerful aura of fear as they circled tightly in the sky above Winsome. "What do we do?" the white gold dragon shouted down. "I think we have seen enough," Winsome said, feigning sadness. "It is clear the once mighty and loyal Aldir Thyestes has been lost to madness. We will return with a greater force." I flew toward Winsome, rising slowly so I could comfortably look down at him. "We never should have continued to follow Kezes after the Jinn, old friend." Winsome's nose wrinkled. "Lord Indrath, we should have seen what he was then. We have a chance to do so now, make things right." Winsome was shaking his head and scowling. "You simply proved too weak to carry out the duty assigned to you." I hadn't expected Winsome to show remorse or change his allegiance, but I still felt the stabbing pain of regret and loss knowing that we were now truly enemies. No more words were exchanged. Winsome conjured a portal and stepped through it. The two surviving dragons turned and flew away at speed. I let them go. Movement to my right caught me off guard, but it was only Ren in his floating earthen throne. "This is what Kezes wanted," I said with a sigh, speaking as much to myself as Ren. "For blood to be shed so that he could paint me as a monster and erode any support I might have remaining in Ephiatis. Quite fitting for that high-functioning sociopath to use the very soldiers you helped train as fodder to paint you as a monster." You know, I think it might be time to get the hell out of here," he went on, watching the dragons recede into the horizon. "Property values in the cerulean savanna are sure to go down considering the infestation of dragons here, and void holes, and killer grass." He eyed me skeptically. "Did you know about that, by the way? A little warning would have been nice. What if I stepped on the wrong blade of grass and all the others got pissy and turned me into Titan confetti?" "This is hardly the time for japes," I answered, too cold inside to find any amusement in his words. He shifted in his seat, leaned back and rested one leg over the other. "I beg to differ. There is no better time for gallows humor."